A cooperative species. Human reciprocity and its evolution. Samuel Bowles and Herbert Gintis. Preface. I wish you would let an old man, who has had his share of ding, remind you that battles, like hypotheses, are not to be multiplied beyond necessity. T. H. Huxley, Letter to F. Ray Lancaster, December 6, 1888. Is self-interest a natural disposition of our species, other than generosity toward members of one's immediate family? For well over a century the sociobiology of human behavior, and especially this question, has been a minefield of heated debate and eerie rhetoric. Huxley was an avid participant, as the moniker Darwin's bulldog suggests. We have attempted to follow Huxley's advice rather than his example. The quote is from Gould, 2002, p. 120. We have been aided by a remarkable group of scholars, many of whom have offered sustained criticism of our work, in print and in person, as it progressed, and to all of whom we are most grateful: Christopher Boehm, Robert Boyd, Colin Kamerer, Armin Falk, Ernst Fair, Marcus Feldman, Urs Fischbacher, Simon G. Actor, Peter Hammerstein, Joe Henrich, Kim Hill, Hillard Kaplan, Richard McAll Reith, Hugo Pagano, Peter Richardson, Eric Alden Smith, and Polly Wiesner, among others. Robert Boyd, Tanya Elliott, Alejandro Fajardo, Marcus Feldman, Laura Fortu, Nadeau, Simon G. Actor, Laron Keller, Laron Lehman, Robert Rothorn, and Jeremy Van Cleve read the entire manuscript, and their suggestions improved it immeasurably. For their contributions to the development of our ideas, and critiques of earlier versions of the material to follow, we would also like to thank Margaret Alexander, Kenneth Arrow, Carl Bergstrom, Bruce Bertram, Ken Binmar, Stephen Burks, J.E.F. Frey Carpenter, Luigi Luca Cavalli Sforza, Yung Kyo Choi, Timothy Clutton Brock, George Cowan, Molly Daniel, Emma Einhorn, Stephen Frank, Drew Feudenberg, Stephanie Moreno Gomez, Daniel Gintis, Alan Graffen, Abner Grieve, Henry Harp Ending, Kristen Hawks, Kristen Howard, Keith Huntley, Sung Ha Wang, Kenneth Kennedy, Patricia Lambert, Kevin Langer Graber, Stephen LeBlanc, Olive Lammer, Iron Lavina, Amaro Levy Moore, Bridget Longridge, Eric Maskeen, John Mitani, Suresh Naidu, Molly O'Grady, John Pepper, Alan Rogers, Paul Seabright, Rajiv Sethi, Carlos Rodriguez Sickard, E. Somanathan, E. Orsithamayri, Robert Trivers, Alina Vereshchagina, Linda Vigilant, John Wilkins, David Sloan Wilson, Elizabeth Wood, Richard Wrangham, and Peyton Young. We have drawn upon material from several journal articles, some written with co-authors Robert Boyd, Yung Kyo Choi, and Astrid Hopfensitz, including the following articles: Group Competition, Reproductive Leveling and the Evolution of Human Altruism. Science 314, 2006. 1569, 1572, Did warfare among ancestral hunter-gatherer groups affect the evolution of human social behaviors? Science 324, 2009. 1293. 98, Strong Reciprocity and Human Sociality, Journal of Theoretical Biology 206. 2001. 69, 179, The Hitchhiker's Guide to Altruism, Genes, Culture, and the Internalization of Norm, Journal of Theoretical Biology 220,4, 2003. 407-418, Solving the Puzzle of Human Processuality, Rationality, and Society 15,2, 2003. 155-187, The Coevolution of Individual Behaviors and Social Institutions. Journal of Theoretical Biology 223, 2003 135, 147, with Yoon Kyo-choi and Astrid Hopfensitz, the evolution of strong reciprocity, cooperation in heterogeneous populations, theoretic. Cal Population Biology 65, 2004 17, 28, The Coevolution of Parochial Altruism and War, Science 318,26, 2007 636, 640 with Yoon Kyo-choi, and Coordinated Pun. Ishment of defectors sustains cooperation and can proliferate when rare, Science 328, 2010 617 to 620, with Robert Boyd. We have presented technical material in verbal as well as mathematical form wherever possible, and avoided mathematical formulations entirely where that was possible, without sacrificing clarity. The appendix includes brief description of several techniques that we employ throughout the book. When a technical term is RST used, the term appears in italics and is deemed. The page number in which a definition will be found appears in boldface in the index. Further uses of technical terms refer back to the definition, or to an explanation in the appendix, using the symbol followed by chapter number, if not in the current chapter, and section number. More complete statements of some of the technical aspects of our models and simulations are found in the works cited in the previous paragraph. Readers interested in the overall argument of the book may wish to read chapters 1 and 12, and 2.4. The reader may skip 3.1 to 3.10, on the experimental evidence concerning social preferences, and 5.1 to 5.4, on economic models of cooperation based on repeated game theory, without losing the main themes of the book. We are grateful to the Isiko Museums of Cape Town for permission to use the ZA Menkomst panel from Maclear District in the southern Drakensberg Mountains. Thanks. Also to Margaret Alexander, Joy Lacour, Timothy Taylor, and Della Ulibarri at the Santa Fe Institute, and the hospitality of the Certosa di Pontignano and the Scuola Superiore Santa Chiara of the University of Siena. Finally, we gratefully acknowledge the John D. and Catherine T. MacArthur Foundation, University of Siena, Central EU. European University, the Hungarian Scientific Research Fund, OTKA, the U.S. National Science Foundation, and the Behavioral Science Program at the Santa Fe Institute for providing research support. Santa Fe NMUSA. Budapest, Hungary. March 2011. 1. A cooperative species. Howsoever man may be supposed, there are evidently some principles in his nature, which interest him in the fortune of others, and render their happiness necessary to him, though he derives nothing from it, except the pleasure of seeing it. Adam Smith, The Theory of Moral Sentiments, 2000 1759, Chapter 1, p. 3. Is our conscience nothing but the inner voice that tells us that somebody might be looking, as the jaundiced H. L. Mencken, 1949, put it? Or did the 20th century Amer Icon essayist overlook humanity's penchant genuinely to care for others, including total strangers, and to act morally, even when nobody is looking? And if Adam Smith's A.F. Formation of humanity's moral sentiments is more nearly correct than Mencken's skepticism, how could this oddly cooperative animal, Homo sapiens, ever have come to be? In the pages that follow we advance two propositions. First, people cooperate not only for self-interested reasons but also because they are genuinely concerned about the well-being of others, try to uphold social norms, and value behaving ethically for its own sake. People punish those who exploit the cooperative behavior of others for the same reasons, contributing to the success of a Joint project for the benefit of one's group, even at a personal cost, evokes feelings of satisfaction, pride, even elation. Failing to do so is often a source of shame or guilt. Second, we came to have these moral sentiments because our ancestors lived in environments, both natural and socially constructed, in which groups of individuals were predisposed to cooperate and uphold ethical norms tended to survive and expand relative to other groups, thereby allowing these processual motivations to proliferate. The RST proposition concerns proximate motivations for processual behavior. The second addresses the distant evolutionary origins and ongoing perpetuation of these cooperative dispositions. Cooperation was prominent among the suite of behaviors that marked the emergence of behaviorally modern humans in Africa. Those living 75,000 to 90,000 years ago at the mouth of what is now the Classes River near Port Elizabeth, South Africa. For example, consumed eland, hippopotamus, and other large game, Singer and Weimer. 1982. The image of hunters and their prey on the jacket of this book is from the nearby Drakensberg Mountains. Among the slaughtered remains found there is a now extinct giant buffalo Pellivorus antiquus, which weighed almost 2,000 kilograms and whose modern-day, smaller, descendant is one of the most dangerous game animals in Africa, Milo 1998. The Classes River inhabitants, and their contemporaries in other parts of Africa, almost certainly cooperated in the hunt and shared the prey among the members of their group. Even earlier evidence of trade in exotic obsidians extending over 300 kilometers in East Africa is another unmistakable footprint of early human cooperation. Like those living at Classes River mouth, other hunting apes quite likely aided in the common projects of pursuing large game, sharing the prey, and maintaining group defense. Both Homo neanderthalensis and the recently discovered Homo orsiensis survived well into the late Pleistocene, meaning the period from between about 126 and 12,000 years before the present, and hunted large game, the latter targeting the pygmy, but nonetheless substantial, elephants that had evolved on the island environment of Flores, off the coast of Indonesia. Other primates engage in common projects. Chimpanzees, for example, join bound airy patrols and some hunt cooperatively. Male Hamadryas baboons respect proximity-based property rights in food and mates. Many species breed cooperatively, with helpers and babysitters devoting substantial energetic costs to the feeding, protection, and other care of non-kin. HRDY 2009. Social insects, including many species of bees and termites, maintain high levels of cooperation, often among very large numbers of individuals. Other common forms of cooperation among non-human animals, summarized by Capeller and Van Schaik, 2006, are grooming and other forms of body care, alarm calling, predator inspection, protection against attacks by predators or conspecics, supporting injured group members, and egg trading among hermaphrodites. While cooperation is common in many species, Homo sapiens is exceptional in that in humans cooperation extends beyond close genealogical kin to include even total strangers, and occurs on a much larger scale than other species except for the social insects. In the pages that follow we will examine the cultural, biological, and other processes that explain how humans became this exceptionally cooperative species. By cooperation we mean engaging with others in a mutually beneficial activity. Examples include the joint pursuit of political and military objectives as well as the more prosaic foundations of everyday life, collaboration among employees in ARM, exchanges between buyers and sellers, and the maintenance of local amenities among neighbors. Cooperative behavior may confer its net of costs on the individual cooperator, and thus could be motivated entirely by self-interest. Market exchange is an exam. PLE. In this case, cooperation is a form of mutualism, namely an activity that confers net benefits both on the actor and on others. But cooperation may also impose net costs upon individuals in the sense that not cooperating would increase their fitness or other material payoffs. In this case, cooperative behavior constitutes a form of altruism. CA1. The evolution of cooperation that is mutualistic or that involves only close family relatives is easily explained. Cooperation among close family members could have evolved by natural selection because the benefits of cooperative actions are conferred on the close genetic relatives of the cooperator, thereby helping to proliferate allele genes associated with the cooperative behavior. Cooperation could also have evolved because one individual's costly contribution to the welfare of another individual is reliably reciprocated at a future date, thereby making cooperation mutualist. Tick. Models of altruism toward close family members and reciprocal altruism, which really should be called enlightened self-interest, are popular among biologists and economists alike and explain many forms of human cooperation, particularly those occurring in families or in frequently repeated dyadic, two-person, or other very small group interactions. But these models fail to explain two facts about human cooperation: that it takes place in groups far larger than the immediate family, and that both in real life and in laboratory experiments, it occurs in interactions that are unlikely to be repeated, and where it is impossible to obtain reputational gains from cooperating. The most parsimonious proximal explanation of cooperation, one that is supported by extensive experimental and other evidence, is that people gain pleasure from or feel morally obligated to cooperate with like-minded people. People also enjoy punishing those who exploit the cooperation of others, or feel morally obligated to do so. Free riders frequently feel guilty, and if they are sanctioned by others, they may feel ashamed. We term these feelings social preferences. Social preferences include a concern, positive or negative, for the well-being of others, as well as a desire to uphold ethical norms. In many human groups, these motives are sufficiently common to sustain social norms that support contributions to projects of common benefit, even when cooperators bear costs in order to benefit others. The forms of cooperation and the behaviors that elicit punishment by peers differ from society to society, but the critical role of social preferences in sustaining altruistic cooperation is ubiquitous. Because we are convinced that most people enjoy cooperating at least in some situations and dislike people who do not, the task we will set for ourselves is not that typically addressed by biologists and economists, namely to explain why people cooperate despite being selfish. Rather, we seek to explain why we are not purely selfish, why the social preferences that sustain altruistic cooperation are so common. Proximate answers to this question are to be found in the way that our brains process information and induce the behavioral responses that we term cooperation. But how did we come to have brains that function in this manner? Early human environments are part of our answer. Our late Pleistocene ancestors inhabited the large mammal-rich African savanna and other environments in which cooperation in acquiring and sharing food yielded substantial benefits at relatively low cost. The slow human life history with prolonged periods of dependency of the young also made the cooperation of non-kin in child rearing and provisioning beneficial. As a result, members of groups that sustained cooperative strategies for provisioning, child rearing, sanctioning non-cooperators, defending against hostile neighbors, and fully sharing information had significant advantages over members of non-cooperative groups. In the course of our subsequent history we created novel social and physical envy. Rendements exhibiting similar, or even greater, benefits of cooperation, among them the division of labor coordinated by market exchange and respect of rights of property, SYS. Terms of production characterized by increasing returns to scale, irrigated agriculture. Modern industry, information systems with network externalities, and warfare. The impressive scope of these modern forms of cooperation was facilitated by the emergence in the last 7 millennia of governments capable of enforcing property rights and providing incentives for the self-interested to contribute to common projects. But prior to the emergence of governments and since, cooperation has been tainted also by motives that led some people to bear costs on behalf of others, contributing to common projects, punishing transgressors, and excluding outsiders. In the pages that follow we will advance 3 reasons why these altruistic social preferences supporting cooperation outcompeted unmitigated and amoral self-interest. First, human groups have devised ways to protect their altruistic members from exploitation by the self-interested. Prominent among these is the public-spirited shunning, ostracism, and even execution of free riders and others who violate cooperative norms. Other group activities protecting altruists from exploitation are leveling practices that limit hierarchy and inequality, including sharing food and information. Second, humans adopted prolonged and elaborate systems of socialization that led individuals to internalize the norms that induce cooperation, so that contributing to common projects and punishing defectors became objectives in their own right rather than constraints on behavior. Together, the internalization of norms and the protection of the altruists from exploitation served to offset, at least partially, the competitive handicaps borne by those who were motivated to bear personal costs to benefit others. Third, between group competition for resources and survival was and remains a decisive force in human evolutionary dynamics. Groups with many cooperative members tended to survive these challenges and to encroach upon the territory of the less cooperative groups, thereby both gaining reproductive advantages and proliferating cooperative behaviors through cultural transmission. The extraordinarily high stakes of intergroup competition and the contribution of altruistic cooperators to success in these contests meant that sacrifice on behalf of others, extending beyond the immediate family and even to virtual strangers, could proliferate. Modern-day nationalism is an example. This is part of the reason why humans became extraordinarily group-minded, favoring cooperation with insiders and often expressing hostility toward outsiders. Boundary maintenance supported within-group cooperation and exchange by limiting group size and within-group linguistic, normative, and other forms of heterogeneity. Insider favoritism also sustained the between-group connects and differences in behavior that made group competition a powerful evolutionary force. In short, humans became the cooperative species that we are because cooperation was highly beneficial to the members of groups that practiced it, and we were able to construct social institutions that minimized the disadvantages of those with social preferences in competition with fellow group members, while heightening the group level advantages associated with the high levels of cooperation that these social preferences allowed. These institutions proliferated because the groups that adopted them secured high levels of within-group cooperation, which in turn favored the group's survival as a biological and cultural entity in the face of environmental, military, and other challenges. Early humans were not alone in occupying territory and a feeding niche that made cooperation among group members highly advantageous. Indeed, our ancestors competed with lions, hyenas, wild dogs, and possibly other hominid cooperative hunters for the very same ungulates and other large mammals. Nor were our ancestors exceptional. in the kinds of group competition for territory and other valued resources that made cooperation so essential to survival. Chimpanzees, too, engage in lethal contests between troops where winners gain territory and reproductive advantages. The same is true of species as diverse as meerkats and ants. Nor are humans exceptional in constructing our own physical and social environments. Beavers build dams, birds build nests, and burrowing animals build underground catacombs. Why then did humans, rather than chimps, lions, or meerkats, develop such exceptional forms of cooperation? Central to our reply are the human cognitive, linguistic, and physical capacities that made us especially good at all of the above, and more. These capacities allow us to formulate general norms of social conduct, to erect social institutions regulating this conduct, to communicate these rules and what they entail in particular situations, to alert others to their violation and to organize coalitions to punish the violators. No less important is the psychological capacity to internalize norms, to experience such social emotions as shame and moral outrage, and to base group membership on such non-kin characteristics as ethnicity and language, which in turn facilitates costly connects among groups. Equally essential was the developmental plasticity of humans and our long period of maturation, the latter initially a result of the particular feeding niche that early humans occupied. Also important is the unique human capacity to use projectile weapons, a consequence of which is to lower the cost of coordinated punishment of norm violators within a group, to reduce the costs of hunting large animals, with concomitant benefits accruing to groups with widely endorsed sharing norms, and to render intergroup conflicts more lethal. A result was to elevate group-level competition to a more powerful evolutionary force. These exceptional aspects of human livelihoods and social interactions, we will show, have favored the evolution of an individual predisposition to cooperate with others and to punish those who exploit the cooperation of others. But more than individual level motivation is involved. The regulation of social interactions by group-level institutions plays no less a role than altruistic individual motives in understanding how this cooperative species came to be. Institutions affect the rewards and penalties associated with particular behaviors, often favoring the adoption of cooperative actions over others, so that even the self-regarding are often induced to act in the interest of the group. Of course it will not do to posit these institutions a priori. Rather, we will show that they could have co-evolved with other human traits in the relevant ancestral ecologies and social environments. Had we chosen a colluding species as our title, it would not be necessary to point out that cooperation is not an end, but rather a means. In some settings, competition, the antithesis of cooperation, is the more effective means to a given end. Similarly, the individual motives and group-level institutions that account for cooperation among humans include not only the most elevated, including a concern for others, fair-mindedness, and democratic accountability of leaders, but also the most wicked, such as vengeance, racism, religious bigotry, and hostility toward outsiders. Pricing by cartels and other baleful economic effects of collusion motivated Adam Smith to advocate a competitive economic system under which such forms of antisocial collusion would unravel. In its stead he advocated an invisible hand that would guide the efforts of countless self-interested producers to coordinate a modern division of labor in the interest of all, a stunning example of mutualistic cooperation. But if the late 18th century gave us this evocative metaphor for the beneficial effects of the pursuit of individual gain, the mid-20th century invented two no less riveting metaphors for the dark side of self-interest, the prisoner's dilemma and the tragedy of The commons. Their logic inverted Adam Smith's invisible hand, showing that even where cooperation was essential to the pursuit of common ends, it would falter in the face of self-interest. Garrett Hardin's tragedy of the commons was rapidly assimilated by scholars, as it embraced a model of self-interest already well established in both economics and the neo-Darwinian synthesis in biology. Social preferences, Hardin made clear, were powerless to counter the remorseless degradation of the environment. The tragedy cannot be solved by an appeal to conscience, for those who heeded the appeal would have fewer children, and by the heritability of capacity of conscience, this would lead to a less moral population. p. 1246. Because freedom in a commons means ruin for all, he advocated a modern version of Thomas Hobbes' Leviathan, which he termed mutual coercion mutually agreed upon. Hardin termed his contribution a rebuttal to the invisible hand. In like manner, Mancur Olson's no less ineluctable logic of collective action in n-person prisoners' dilemmas demonstrated the inevitability of a passive citizenry and the impossibility of cooperation, due to ubiquitous free riders, Olson 1965. But as the prisoner's dilemma and the tragedy of the commons were becoming staples of undergraduate instruction, evidence from anthropologists and microhistorical studies of social movements pointed in an entirely different direction. Herders in high alpine and Andean common summer pastures had averted tragedy without government regulation for centuries, possibly millennia, netting 1989. Workers and Democrats had for centuries risked their lives in collective actions that plainly did ol. Son's logic, Moore, Jr. 1978, Hobsbawm 1983. The work of Elinor Ostrom and her col. Laborators documented literally hundreds of decentralized tragedy-averting commons governance systems around the world, bringing to a head this collision of empirical observation and the logic of self-interest. Ostrom 1990. The tension between the relentless logic of self-interest and the ubiquity of collective action in real-world settings was eventually resolved by a series of experiments by psychologists and economists, most notably by Ernst Fehr and his colleagues, Fehr and G. Actor 2000A, Hermann et al. 2008. The experiments confirmed that self-interest is indeed a powerful motive, but also that other motives are no less important. Even when substantial sums of money are at stake, many, perhaps most, experimental subjects were found to be fair-minded, generous toward those similarly inclined, and nasty toward those who violate these processual precepts. In light of these results, the evidence that the tragedy of the commons is sometimes averted and that collective action is a motor of human history is considerably less puzzling. The puzzle, instead, is how humans came to be like this. The growing interest in generous and civic-minded predispositions in the social sciences has been paralleled in biology, where the evolution of cooperative behavior, in the opinion of the editors of Science, is one of the top 25 questions facing scientists today. Kennedy et al. 2005. Biological classics such as Konrad Lorenz, 1963, On Aggression, and Richard Dawkins, 1976, The Selch Gene have now been joined by works whose titles signal the shift in attention. Good-Natured, by Franz de Waal, 1997. Mother Nature, by Sarah Hrdy, 2000, The Moral Animal, by Robert Wright, 1995. Origin of Virtue, by Matt Ridley, 1998, Unto Others, by Elliot Sober and David Sloan. Wilson, 1998, Altruistically Inclined, by Alexander Field, 2004, The Genial Gene. Deconstructing Darwinian Selfishness, by Joan Roughgarden, 2009, and moral origins, social selection and the evolution of virtue, altruism and shame, by Christopher Boehm, 2011. These recent works are reminiscent of Peter Kropotkin's Mutual Aid: A Century Earlier, a book that had advanced a kinder, gentler view of the evolutionary process in opposition to the then popular dog-eat-dog social Darwinist claims about what natural selection entails for human behavior. The moral, generous, and civic-minded predispositions documented in these works and in the pages that follow show that evolution can not only foster self-interest but also promote the generous and ethical behaviors that help us escape the prisoner's dilemma and avert the tragedy of the commons, and that permit us to sustain the hope for a society committed to freedom and justice for all. However, we will see that this is true not despite, but in important measure because evolutionary processes are read in tooth and claw, in Alfred, Lord Tennyson's famous words. 2. The evolution of altruism in humans. The Americans are fond of explaining almost all the actions of their lives by the principle of self-interest. Rightly understood, how an enlightened regard for themselves constantly prompts them to assist one another. In this respect, I think they frequently fail to do themselves justice, in the United States as well as elsewhere. People are sometimes seen to give way to those disinterested and spontaneous impulses that are natural to man, but the Americans seldom admit that they yield to emotions of this kind. Alexis de Tocqueville, Democracy in America. 1958, 1835, Volume 2, Chapter 8. Like Alexis de Tocqueville's Americans, a distinguished tradition in biology and the social sciences has sought to explain cooperative behavior by the principle of self-interest, rightly understood. Richard Dawkins, 1976, in The Selch Gene, writes, "Let us try to teach generosity and altruism, because we are born selfish." Similarly, drawing out the philosophical implications of the evolutionary analysis of human behavior. Richard Alexander, 1987, writes, "Ethics, morality, human conduct, and the human psyche are to be understood only if societies are seen as collections of individuals seeking their own self-interest." p. 3. From J.B.S. Haldane's quip that he would risk his life to save 8 drowning cousins, but not fewer, to the folk theorem of modern game theory, 5.15.3, this tradition has clarified the ways that helping close family members, repeated interactions, and reputation building might confer advantages and other benefits on those engaging in seemingly unselfish behaviors. Our approach, however, favors Tocqueville, not Tocqueville's Americans. Explain. Why will take us through disciplines as diverse as population genetics, experimental economics, evolutionary game theory, and archaeology, and across semantic minefields of heavily freighted terms, such as altruism, and controversial scientific questions, such as the relationship between genetic inheritance and cultural transmission. In this chapter, we explain our conceptual strategy and in terms. Following William Hamilton, we use the term helping to describe behaviors that confer benefits on others, reserving the term altruism for helping in situations where the helper would benefit in kindness or other material ways by withholding help. This is the standard biological definition adopted by Hamilton, 1975, Grafen, 1984, Kerr et al. 2004, Matesy and Carlin, 1984, and others. A more complete definition is given in A1. Our models and simulations in subsequent chapters show that these altruistic helping behaviors may proliferate under conditions similar to the natural and social environments of ancestral humans. Altruism and its evolution. 9. 2.1 Preferences, beliefs, and constraints. We explore the proximal influences on an individual action, such as helping, using the beliefs, preferences, and constraints approach common to economics and decision theory. According to this approach, what individuals do when restricted to a specific set of feasible actions depends on their desires and goals on the one hand, and their beliefs on the other. The term constraints represent the limitations placed on the feasible actions an individual may take in a given situation. Beliefs are an individual's representation of the causal structure of the world, including the relationship between the individual's actions and the probabilities of the various possible resulting outcomes. Preferences are the pro or con sentiments that make up the individual's valuation of the various possible outcomes of taking an action. Preferences may be described as an ordering, technically, a preference function, of the states of the world that may result from one's actions. We assume preferences satisfy two conditions: they are complete, any two states can be compared, and transitive. That is, consistent, so that if one prefers A to B and B to C, one then prefers A to C. Preferences are the results of a variety of influences, tastes, food likes and dislikes, for example, habits, emotions, such as shame or anger, and other visceral reactions, such as fear, the manner in which individuals construe situations, or more narrowly, the way they frame decisions, commitments, like promises, internalized norms of ethical behavior, psychological propensities, for aggression, extroversion, and the like, and affective relationships with others. We can succinctly and analytically summarize the individual's behavior as maximization of a preference function, even though this by no means describes the underlying psychological processes. Savage, 1954. To say that individuals act on their preferences means that knowledge of these preferences provides a concise and accurate account of their actions, given their beliefs and constraints. Of course, this analytical account will not generally coincide with the account that individuals would give of their own behavior. The preferences, beliefs, and constraints approach is silent on the cognitive and other processes determining individual action. In some situations, buying a car, for example, individuals may deliberately optimize, while in others, diet, or ethical behavior. For example, they may follow rules of thumb that have been adopted without conscious optimization. Optimizing models are commonly used to describe behavior not because they mimic the cognitive processes of the actors, which they rarely do, but because they capture important influences on individual behavior in a succinct and analytically tractable way. A version of the beliefs, preferences, and constraints model, incorporating the behavioral assumptions sometimes summarized as homo economicus, has become standard not only in economics but throughout the human behavioral sciences. F.Y.H. Worth, a founder of neoclassical economics, expressed this view in his Mathematical Psychics. The RST principle of economics is that every agent is actuated only by self-interest, 1881 p. 104. But self-interest need not be part of the preferences, beliefs, and constraints approach. Preferences could be altruistic or even masochistic. Nevertheless, while self-interest is not formally implied by the conventional approach, it is generally assumed in practice. The assumption allows precise predictions in strategic situations, where it takes the form of what we term the self-interest axiom, namely that people seek to maximize their expected payoffs and believe that others do the same. But predictions based on Edgeworth's self-interest axiom often fail to describe the actions people take. Indeed, the axiom was never intended to be taken literally. Edgeworth followed the statement above with the caveat that the axiom was strictly true only in contract and war. But even in these areas, exceptions to the canon are glaring and increasingly well documented, as is shown by Truman Bewley's 2000 ending. That RMS do not cut wages during recessions because wage cuts demoralize workers who consider them unfair. Similarly, Jessica Stern's 2003 ending that terrorist violence is motivated as a reaction against perceived injustice, and the case of kamikaze pilots, Hag Oromo Society 1973, who volunteer to sacrifice their lives out of a sense of honor and duty, are dramatic indications that people are often motivated by non-selfish principles. The economist's usual defense of the self-interest axiom is that it is self-evident, with the fallback assertion being that natural selection could not have produced any other kind of preferences. But, as the evidence to follow suggests, the assertion is far from self-evident, and in fact is simply false. The importance of fairness considerations in wage setting and other exchanges just noted is an example. See also Blinder and Choi, 2000. Equally at variance with self-evident self-interest is the fact that individuals bother to vote, given that the likelihood that their vote is decisive is vanishingly small, as well as their extensive support, when they do vote, for tax-enhanced income transfers to the poor even among those sufficiently rich and upwardly mobile to be very unlikely ever to benefit directly from these transfers. Gilens 1999, Fong 2001, Fong et al. 2005. Also telling against the self-evident status of the self-interest axiom are studies at Continental Airlines, Nucor Steel, and other companies that have found group incentives to be effective even where gain sharing is distributed among such a large number that the additional income resulting from one's own effort is negligible. Hansen 1997, Ney and Simister 2001. Other examples include volunteering for dangerous military and other tasks, tax compliance far in excess of that which would maximize expected incomes, Andreoni et al. 1998, participating in various forms of collective action with little expectation of personal benefit, more. 1978, Wood 2003, and conforming to norms and laws in cases where one's transgress Zion would be personally advantageous and would not be detected or, as H. L. Mencken would say, when no one is looking. 2.2 Social preferences and social dilemmas. Recall that social preferences are a concern for the well-being of others and a desire to uphold ethical norms. By contrast with self-regarding preferences, which are based on states concerning oneself alone, we stress other regarding and ethical preferences. The former deemed as valuations based at least in part on states that occur to others. Social preferences include not only generosity toward others and a preference for fair outcomes, but also what Thomas Hobbes called the desire for eminence, Thorstein Veblen's pecuniary emulation exemplified by a desire to keep up with the Joneses. Veblen 1899, Charles Horton Cooley's Looking-Glass Self, according to which our self-esteem is dependent in part upon what others think of us, so we attempt to favorably impress others as a means of raising our subjective self-esteem, Cooley 1902, Brennan and Pettit 2004, and Aristotle's character virtues, such as honesty and courage, which are personal values that promote prosocial behavior, Aristotle 2002 350 BC. Social preferences may be self-regarding. Ethical commitments may wreak a concern for the states experienced by others, but need not. One can be honest because one seeks to avoid imposing costs on others by deceiving them. But honesty could be entirely self-regarding, practiced in order to be the kind of person one wants to be. Thus the textbook economic man would be described not only as self-regarding, but as amoral as well, though we will frequently use the simpler description self. Regarding when the meaning is clear, we prefer the term social preferences to the more common but ambiguous self or non-self-interested. Unselfish behaviors are, like selfish behaviors, motivated by the individual's preferences. If I get pleasure from helping others, or if I help others because I would feel guilty if I did not, I am no less motivated by my own preferences than if I enjoy eating any meal, or help another because I will be punished if I do not. Moreover, such other regarding emotions as spite and envy would not generally be termed unselfish in any sense. Nevertheless, like empathy, they are social preferences. The distinction between other regarding and self-regarding preferences is not that other regarding behaviors are counter-preferential, but rather that they are motivated at least in part by a concern about the effects of one's actions on others. Social preferences assume special importance in interactions termed social dilemmas, that is, interactions in which the uncoordinated actions of individuals result in an outcome that is Pareto inefficient, meaning that there exists some other feasible outcome such that at least one member could be better off while no member would be worse off. Examples of social dilemmas modeled by game theorists are the prisoner's dilemma, the public goods game, sometimes termed an n-person prisoner's dilemma, the so-called war of attrition and other so-called arms race interactions, the tragedy of the commons and the common pool resource game in which contributing to the common project takes the form of foregoing the overexploitation of a jointly utilized resource, such as ashery, water supply, or forest. We say a person free rides if he benefits from the contributions of other group members while himself contributing less or nothing at all. Here is an example. The most famous of all experimental games, A3, is the pre-winner's dilemma, with payoffs, the row players are St, shown in figure 2.1. In this game, Alice and Bob will interact only once and cannot make any binding agreements about how they will play the game. This is an example of an anonymous, non-repeated non-cooperative game. The latter term refers to the no binding agreements condition, not to the interests of the party or the outcomes of the game. The experimenter explains to Alice and Bob that each can take one of two actions without knowing the action taken by the other, cooperate, C, or defect, D. If both choose to cooperate, each receives $10, the intersection of the C row and the C column in the GUR, and if both defect, each receives $5, the intersection of the D row and the D column. Moreover, if one cooperates and the other defects, the defector gets $15 and the cooperator gets nothing. The off-main diagonal payoffs in the GUR. Figure 2.1. The prisoner's dilemma game. Here and in other payoff matrices, the row player's payoff is RST, Alice in this case, and the column player's payoff is second. We assume both Alice and Bob do not have social preferences, and hence only care about their own payoffs. Alice reasons as follows. If Bob cooperates, I get $15 by defecting and $10 by cooperating, so I should defect. If Bob defects, I get $5 by defecting and nothing by cooperating, so I should still defect. Thus I should defect no matter what Bob does. Bob of course comes to the same conclusion. Thus both defect. And each gets $5, which is half of what each could have gotten by cooperating. Thus, for Bob and Alice, defecting is a dominant strategy, that is, it is a best response, i.e., a payoff maximizing strategy, regardless of what the other does. Because this is true for both Alice and Bob, mutually defecting is a dominant strategy equilibrium and is the predicted outcome for players without social preferences. An other regarding player cares about not only his own payoff, but that of his partner as well. Such a player might reason as follows. I feel sufficiently positive toward a partner who cooperates that I would rather cooperate even if by doing so I forego the larger payoff, $15, I could have had by defecting. If my partner defects, I of course prefer to defect as well, both to increase my earnings, and to decrease the earnings of a person who has behaved uncharitably toward me. If Bob and Alice reason in this manner, and if each believes the other is sufficiently likely to cooperate, both will cooperate. Thus, both mutual cooperate and mutual defect are equilibria in this new game, transformed from the old by augmenting the material payoffs with the players' concerns about one another. A choice of strategies by players is a Nash equilibrium if each player's choice is a best response to the choice of the others. Note that a dominant strategy is always a Nash equilibrium because it is a best response whatever the other players do, but the reverse is not true. Social preferences may thus convert a prisoner's dilemma material payoff structure into what is called an assurance game payoff structure. Each player will cooperate if assured that the other will cooperate as well, and will not if not. Thus, mutual cooperation and mutual defection are both Nash equilibria. Which of the two Nash equilibria will obtain depends on the player's beliefs about what the other will do. Despite the strong temptation to defect out of either selfishness or fear of being exploited by the other player, many experiments have found that a considerable fraction of subjects prefer to cooperate rather than defect in the prisoner's dilemma. Sally. 1995. One famous real-life, high-stakes example is the popular TV show Friend or Foe, where contestants play a prisoner's dilemma with stakes varying between $200 and $22,000. About half the contestants choose to cooperate even though they are guaranteed to earn more money by defecting, no matter what their partner does. Even more striking, contestants are no more likely to defect when the stakes are higher. List 2006, Oberholzer GETAL 2010. Similar behavior is observed in the laboratory. Kiyonari et al. 2000, had Japanese university students play the prisoner's dilemma with real monetary payoffs. The experimenters ran 3 distinct treatments. The RST treatment was a standard simultaneous prisoner's dilemma in which both players choose whether to cooperate or defect without knowing the partner's choice. The second was a sequential second-player prisoner's dilemma in which one player had to choose between cooperating and defecting after being informed that the partner had already chosen to cooperate. The third was again a prisoner's dilemma, which we will call a RST player prisoner's dilemma, in which a player was told that he would choose RST, but his decision to cooperate or defect would be transmitted to his partner before the latter made his own choice. The experimenters found that 38% of the subjects cooperated in the standard simultaneous treatment, 62% cooperated in the second player treatment, and 59% cooperated in the RST player treatment. The decision to cooperate in each treatment cost the subject about $5, 600 yen. This shows unambiguously that a majority of subjects, 62%, were conditional altruistic cooperators. Almost as many, 59%, were not only cooperators, but were also willing to bet that their partners would be, provided the latter were assured of not being defected upon, although under standard conditions. Without this assurance, only 38% would in fact cooperate. Experiments conducted by Watabe et al. 1996, Morris et al. 1998. Hayashi et al. 1999, McCabe et al. 2000, and Clark and Sefton, 2001, found similar Subject Behavior. Chapter 3 presents experimental and other evidence that social preferences are common in the cultures for which we have evidence. The same evidence shows that the fraction of most populations motivated solely by immoral self-regarding preferences is quite modest. 2.3 Genes, culture, groups, and institutions. We deem culture as the ensemble of preferences and beliefs that are acquired by means other than genetic transmission. Culture is an evolutionary force in its own right, not simply an effect of the interaction of genes and natural environments. An alternative but we think incorrect approach holds that while preferences and beliefs that are transmitted culturally may constitute the proximate causes of behavior, they in turn are entirely explained by the interaction of our genetic makeup and the natural environment. According to this view, for example, the Lamalira whale hunters we discuss in Chapter 3 would be said to share valued resources because they have social preferences, but they have social preferences because they live in a place where hunting whales is the best way to make a living, and those who hunt large game do better if they learn how to share. It is of course true that natural environments and genes affect the evolution of culture. But it is also true that culture affects the relativeness of genetically transmitted behavioral traits. C. J. Lumsden and Edward O. Wilson, 1981, Luigi Luca Cavalli. Sforza and Marcus Feldman, 1981, Robert Boyd and Peter Richardson, 1985, William Durham, 1991, Richardson and Boyd, 2004, and others have provided compelling instances of these cultural effects on genetic evolution. Recognizing the intimate interactions between genes and culture in humans, ed. Ward Wilson, Charles Lumsden, Robert Boyd, Peter Richardson, Luigi Luca Cavalli. Sforza and Marcus Feldman began working in the 1970s on the parallels between genetic and cultural evolution and their interactions, their work initiating the modeling of gene-culture coevolution, the second concept underpinning our explanation of the origins and distinctive nature of cooperation among humans. According to gene culture coevolution, human preferences and beliefs are the product of a dynamic whereby genes affect cultural evolution and culture affects genetic evolution, the two being tightly intertwined in the evolution of our species. To see how gene-culture coevolution works, think about the ways that an organism may acquire information. The genome encodes information that is used to construct a new organism, to instruct the new organism how to transform sensory inputs into design outputs, i.e., to endow the new organism with a specific preference structure, and to transmit this coded information virtually intact to the new organism. Since learning about one's environment is costly and error-prone, efficient information transmission is likely to ensure that the genome encode information relevant not to ephemeral aspects of the organism's environment but rather those that are constant, or that change only very slowly through time and space. Environmental conditions that vary more rapidly can be dealt with by providing the organism with the capacity to learn from one's environment, and hence phenotypically adapt to specific conditions. For most animals, genetic transmission and individual learning are about all there is as far as information acquisition is concerned. Humans, by contrast, also acquire information from one another through a process of social learning. To see just how inadequate individual learning and genetically transmitted information would be in supporting human life in the absence of social learning, consider this sad story. 4. Hapless Europeans in 1860 attempted to cross the Australian continent from south to north and back, armed only with their ability to devise ways of living in an unfamiliar environment with the help of then sophisticated equipment and ample stocks of food. Carried on imported camels, Henrik and McElrath 2003. After a series of reverses, and having eaten the unfortunate camels, they resorted to foraging, attempting vainly to learn how to trap rats and birds and to catch sh in the occasional well-watered spot. Despite the generous gifts of food from the aboriginal groups who they encountered as they struggled on, 3 perished and the last was saved by a community of Yan Truantat people living in the desert, where he fully recovered and was eventually found by a European search party. Thus there is a distinctively human intermediate case that is not well handled by either genetic encoding or learning from one's environment de novo in each generation. When environmental conditions are positively but imperfectly correlated across generations, each generation acquires valuable information through learning that it can not transmit genetically to the succeeding generation, because such information is not encoded in the germ line. In such environments, an animal could benefit from the transmission of information concerning the current state of the environment through some non-genetic information channel. Such information, called epigenetic by biologists, is quite common, Jablonka and Lamb 1995, and achieves its highest and most exhibible form in cultural transmission in humans and to a considerably lesser extent in other primates, Bonner 1984, Richardson and Boyd 1998. Cultural transmission, also called social learning as opposed to individual learning, takes the form of vertical, parents to children, horizontal, peer-to-peer, and oblique, non-parental elder to younger, transfer of information. The parallel between cultural and biological evolution goes back to William James 1880, and Julian Huxley, 1955. The idea of treating culture as a form of epigenetic transmission was pioneered by Cavalli, Sforza and Feldman, 1973, Karl Popper, 1979. And Richard Dawkins, who coined the term meme in the Selch gene, 1976, to represent an integral unit of information that could be transmitted phenotypically. There quickly followed several major contributions to a biological approach to culture, all based on the notion that culture, like genes, could evolve through replication, intergen, irrational transmission, mutation, and selection, Lumsden and Wilson 1981, Cavalli, Sforza and Feldman 1982, Boyd and Richardson 1985. Richard Dawkins added a second fundamental mechanism of epigenetic information transmission in the extended phenotype, 1982, noting that organisms can directly transmit environmental artifacts to the next generation, in the form of such constructs as beaver dams, beehives, and even social structures, example mating and hunting practices. Creating a relevant aspect of an environment and stably transmitting this environment across generations, known as niche construction, is a widespread form of epigenetic transmission, Odlingsme et al. 2003. Moreover, niche construction gives rise to what might be called a gene-environment coevolutionary process, since a genetically induced environmental regularity becomes the basis for genetic selection, and genetic mutations that give rise to mutant niches will tend to survive if they are enhancing for their constructors. Our own models of the coevolution of genetically transmitted individual behaviors and culturally transmitted group-level institutions provide additional examples of the same process. We will see, Chapter 7, that the presence of a culturally transmitted convention, resource sharing, is essential to the evolution of a genetically transmitted altruistic trait governed by natural selection. In Chapter 10 we show that the possibility of acquiring advantageous behaviors by social learning could generate the conditions under which a genetically transmitted capacity to internalize norms could evolve. Man cultures, along with the institutional structures they support, are instances of niche Construction, Lolland et al. 2000, Bowles 2000, Lolland and Feldman 2004. In our gene culture coevolution model of group-structured populations, the process of differential replication affects the frequency of both individual traits, generosity toward fellow group members, say, and group traits, a system of consensus decision-making or property rights. Though inspired by biological approaches, especially those of Cavalli-Sforza and Feldman, 1981, Boyd and Richardson, 1985, and Durham, 1991. Like these authors, we do not privilege biological explanation. Our approach may be summarized as follows. First, while genetic transmission of information plays a central role in our account, the genetics of non-pathological social behavior is for the most part unknown. Knoll. Edge of the genetic basis of the human cognitive and linguistic capacities that make cooperation on a human scale possible has expanded greatly in recent years, but virtually nothing is known about genes that may be expressed in cooperative behavior. Should these exist, no gene for cooperation has been discovered. Nor is it likely that one will ever be found, for the idea of a one-to-one mapping between genes and behavior is unlikely given what is now known about gene expression, and is implausible in light of the complexity and cultural variation of cooperative behaviors. Thus, when we introduce genetic transmission in our models, our reasoning operates at the phenotypic level. The A allele that accounts for altruistic behavior in Chapter 7 is just a phenotypic character that is transmitted exclusively from parent to child, thus abstracting from diploid reproduction, complex gene interactions, the vagaries of development and other aspects of real human genetic transmission, development, and phenotypic expression. Similarly, the strategies studied in Chapter 9 are just biparentally inherited haploid genotypes, that is, each gene has a single copy, inherited with equal probability from either parent. In Chapter 10, where we study the evolution of the human capacity to internalize norms, the internalization allele is just a behavior acquired from parents. This phenotype-based approach is a standard tool for the study of the evolution of social behavior in humans and other animals, and has a cogent justification as a device for abstracting from inconsequential complications surrounding the mechanics of genetic inheritance. Eschel and Feldman 1984, Grafen 1991, Hammerstein 1996. Eschel et al. 1998, Frank 1998. Moreover, because it uses observable phenotypes rather than unknown genotypes and developmental processes as the basis for analysis, the approach is readily applied to the kinds of empirical questions we address here. Second, as is conventional in all models of selection, relative payoffs, whether in terms of fitness, material reward, social standing, or some other metric, enhance the evolution of the population shares of various behavioral types, higher payoff behaviors, tending to increase their frequency in a population. The resulting so-called payoff monotonic dynamic is often implemented using as-if optimization algorithms, though in doing this we do not attribute conscious optimization to individuals. Nor do we conclude that the resulting outcomes are in any sense optimal. In general they are not. The aggregation of individually optimal choices is universally suboptimal, except under highly unrealistic conditions. Individuals with higher payoffs may produce more copies of their behaviors in subsequent periods either through the contribution of their greater resources to differential reproductive success or because individuals disproportionately adopt the behaviors of the more successful members of their group. The latter may occur voluntarily, as when youngsters copy stars, or coercively, as when dominant ethnic groups, classes, or nations impose their cultures on subjugated peoples. Of course, cultural transmission may also favor lower payoff behaviors, think of smoking or fast food. We will introduce just such a process when we study socialization and the internalization of norms in Chapter 10. Third, because positive feedbacks are common in the processes of behavioral and institutional change we study, otherwise identical populations may exhibit quite different trajectories, reacting the multiplicity of equilibria that is typical of models with positive feedbacks. The outcome that occurs need not be that with the higher average payoff. The process of selection among equilibria may be on such a long time scale that two populations described by exactly the same model may exhibit dramatically different distributions of behaviors for thousands of generations. The process of determining which of many possible equilibria will occur, termed equilibrium selection, thus assumes major importance. Fourth, the emergence, proliferation and biological or cultural extinction of lect ions of individuals such as foraging bands, ethno-linguistic units, and nations, and the consequent evolutionary success and failure of distinct group-level institutions such as systems of property rights, marital practices, and socialization of the young, is an essential, sometimes the preeminent, influence on human evolutionary processes. The maintenance of group boundaries, through hostility toward outsiders, for example, and lethal conflict among groups are essential aspects of this process. Within group, non-random pairing of individuals for mating, learning, and other activities also plays an important part. Fifth, chance, in the form of mutation, recombination, developmental accidents, behavioral experimentation, deliberate deviance from social rules, perturbation of the structure of social interactions and its payoffs and other stochastic influences, plays an important role in human evolution. Finally, an explanation of the evolution of human cooperation must hinge on the empirical evidence. The question is not which model works. They all work, if mathematical coherence is the bar. The question we are asking is about something that actually happened in the human past. Thus we measure the empirical plausibility of alternative explanations against the conditions under which early humans lived during the Pleistocene, roughly 1.6 million years before the present, until the advent of agriculture beginning about 12,000 years ago, and especially the last 100 or so millennia of this period. Here is Christopher Boehm's 2007 summary, based on the common characteristics of the 154 foraging societies, about half of those in the ethnographic record, thought to approximate ancestral highly mobile, storage-free economic systems. These highly cooperative nomadic multifamily bands typically contain some unrelated families, and band size, while seasonably variable, seems to be around 20 to 30 individuals, with families often moving from one band to another. Band social life is politically egalitarian in that there is always a low tolerance by a group's mature males for one of their number dominating, bossing, or denigrating the others. Economic life also tends to be quite egalitarian because of nomadism and a strong sharing ethic, which damps selfish and nepotistic tendencies. Regional social networks exist, and socially or militarily facilitated group defense of resources is far from infrequent. Drastic resource unpredictability, another likely factor contributing to group conflict, could have been especially important in the changeable Pleistocene. We will consider the relevant archaeological, climatic, genetic, ethnographic and historical evidence in detail in Chapter 6. Of course, models of the emergence, proliferation and persistence of modern human behaviors must apply to the whole sweep of human history and prehistory as well, including the past 12,000 years. 2.4 Preview. In the next chapter, we consider experimental and other evidence showing that even in one-shot, meaning non-repeated, interactions many individuals, most in some settings, willingly cooperate with strangers even at a cost to themselves. Moreover, they enthusiastically punish shirkers who seek to exploit the cooperation of others. These endings pose the evolutionary puzzle to which the remainder of the book is addressed. How did humans come to have these social preferences? In Chapter 4 we review approaches commonly used by biologists to explain cooperation, including inclusiveness models based on family or group-structured populations in which cooperative individuals are more likely to interact with other cooperators than would occur by chance. We also study a quite different set of models in which, because interactions are repeated and reputations can be built, helping others may confer indirect benefits on the actors such that apparently altruistic acts could be motivated by self-interest with a long time horizon, consistent with the reasoning of Tocqueville's Americans. While all of the approaches capture important aspects of human cooperation, none, at least in the simplified forms presented in Chapter 4, is entirely adequate. In Chapter 5, we ask if recent advances in the theory of repeated games, as exemplified by the so-called folk theorem and related models, address the shortcomings of the self-interest-based models, ending that they do not. The remaining chapters provide our explanation. In Chapter 6 we show that prehistoric human society was a social and natural environment in which group competition could have worked with great force to proliferate altruistic behaviors, by conferring benefits on cooperators. Chapter 7 explains how group competition favored the coevolution of the distinctive institutions of hunter-gatherer society along with a predisposition for altruistic behavior. In Chapter 8 we study the process by which hostility toward outsiders and a warlike disposition could have proliferated, and how its strength and the group competition process is essential to the evolution of altruistic cooperation. Chapter 9 explains how the punishment of individuals who exploit the cooperation of their fellow group members could have initially emerged and proliferated. In Chapters 10 and 11 we move from the evolutionary processes accounting for human cooperation to the proximate motives for cooperation. In Chapter 10 we study deliberate socialization to internalize group norms, how this capacity for internalization could have evolved, and why the norms internalized tend to be group beneficial. In Chapter 11 we study the role of social emotions such as guilt and shame in supporting cooperation, and how these could have evolved. Arnold chapter reviews our explanation and considers the future of cooperation. 3. Social preferences. Is there one word which may serve as a rule of practice all one's life? The Master said, is not reciprocity such a word? Confucius, The Analects, Book 15, Chapter 23. 4th CBP. A man ought to be a friend to his friend and repay gift with gift. People should meet smiles with smiles and lies with treachery. A man ought to be a friend to his friend and also to his friend's friend. But no one should be friendly with a friend of his foe. The Edda, 1923 13th c. verses 42, 43. Cooperation is common in humans in large part because people are motivated by social preferences, they care about the well-being of others and value fairness and other norms of decent behavior. Our explanation is that these social preferences are the proximate cause of altruistic cooperation. In this chapter we establish that these preferences are indeed ubiquitous. Consider the ultimatum game, Goethe et al. 1982. This is a one-shot, anonymous game in which one subject, called the proposer, is allocated a sum of money, say $10. And is instructed to offer any number of dollars, from $0 to $10, to a second subject, called the responder. The responder, who knows how much the proposer was given, can either accept the offer or reject it. If the responder accepts the offer, the money is shared according to the offer. If the responder rejects the offer, both players receive nothing, and the game ends. The self-interest axiom introduced in Chapter 2 provides a clear prediction of how the game will be played. Because the game is one-shot and anonymous, the responder will accept any positive amount of money. Knowing this, a self-regarding proposer will offer $1, and this will be accepted. However, when actually played, the predicted outcome is almost never observed, and rarely even approximated. In many replications of this experiment in more than 30 countries, under varying conditions and in some cases with substantial amounts of money at stake, proposers routinely offer responders very generous shares, 50% of the total, generally being the modal offer. Responders frequently reject offers below 25%. Roth et al. 1991, Kamer and Thaler 1995, Kamer 2003, Oosterbeek et al. 2004. In post-game debriefs, responders who have rejected low offers often express anger at the proposer's greed and a desire to penalize unfair behavior. The fact that positive offers are commonly rejected shows that responders have social preferences. And the fact that most proposers offer between 40% and 50% of the pie shows that proposers too have social preferences, or at least believe responders do, which would motivate them to reject lower offers. Of special interest are those who reject positive offers. The explanation most consistent with the data is that they are motivated by a desire to punish the proposer for being unfair, even though it means giving up some money to do so. While initially considered odd, these and other experimental results violating the self-interest axiom are now commonplace. Here we survey 10 key endings from recent experiments and also ask, in 3.10, if people act in natural settings the same way they behave as subjects in behavioral experiments. Laboratory experiments add critical information to our understanding of human behavior because, as we will see presently, controlled environments and the experimenter's ability to manipulate the relevant incentives allow us to distinguish between subtly different hypotheses about preferences. Colin Kamer, 2003, and Armin Falk and James Heckman, 2009, provide overviews of the ELD. Table 3.1 lists the experimental games reviewed here and the pages on which the game is described. Game page reference. Ultimatum P19 Guth et al. 1962, Henrik, 2000. Prisoner's Dilemma P20 Dawes, 1980, Axelrod, 1984. Gift Exchange P21 Akerlof, 1982, Fair et al. 1993. Public Goods P22 Yamagishi, 1986, Ostrom et al. 1992. Public Goods P24 Fair and G. Actor, 2000-2002. With Punishment. Third-Party Punishment P31 Fair and Fischbacher, 2004. Dictator P32 Kahneman et al. 1986, List, 2007. Trust P36 Berg et al. 1995, Burks et al. 2003. Table 3.1. Experimental games. 3.1 Strong reciprocity is common. In experiments we commonly observe that people sacrifice their own payoffs in order to cooperate with others, to reward the cooperation of others, and to punish free riding, even when they cannot expect to gain from acting this way. We call the preferences motivating this behavior strong reciprocity, the term strong intended to distinguish This set of preferences from entirely amoral and self-regarding reciprocation that would not be undertaken in the absence of some payback. Because the strong reciprocator would increase his game payoffs by not cooperating, the motives for behaving this way are, by the standard biological definitions, CA1, an altruistic preference and an important proximate cause of altruistic cooperation. We have already described the one-shot prisoner's dilemma game, the key feature of which is that mutual cooperation maximizes the sum of the player's payoffs, but defecting on one's partner maximizes a player's payoffs independently of what the partner does. This is illustrated in Figure 3.1, where each player contributes B0 to the other player by helping, at a cost C0 to himself. If BC, then both players benefit by mutual helping. However, among amoral individuals with self-regarding preferences, knowledge of the partner's strategic choice will make no difference in the outcome. The result should be mutual defection. The fact, as we saw in the previous chapter, that a high level of cooperation results when subjects are assured that their partner has already cooperated or that their own decision to cooperate would be transmitted to their partners prior to the latter choosing what to do is an indication that subjects are motivated by strong reciprocity. Knowing that your partner has cooperated changes the subjectively relevant payoffs in the game. One could still make more money by defecting, but the cooperativeness of the partner motivates reciprocation rather than exploitation. 3.2 Free riders undermine cooperation. In a social dilemma that is repeated for a number of periods, subjects tend to start with a positive and significant level of cooperation, but unless there are very few free riders in the group, cooperation subsequently decays to a very low level. The experimental public goods game is designed to illuminate such problems as the voluntary payment of taxes and contribution to team and community goals, Ledyard. 1995. The following is a common variant of the game. 10 subjects are told that $1 will be deposited in each of their private accounts as a reward for participating in each of the 10 rounds of the experiment. For every $1 that a subject moves from his private account to the public account on a given round, the experimenter will add $0.50 to the null payoffs to each of the subjects. At the end of 10 rounds, the subjects will be given the total of their null payoffs, and the experiment is terminated. The sum of individual payoffs will be maximized if, in each round, each puts the entire $1 in the public account, generating a public pool of $10. In this case, the experimenter adds $5 to the null payoff of each subject. At the end of the game, 10 rounds having been played, each subject would be paid $50 in each round. $1 contributed minus the 50 cents returned by the experimenter. However, every $1 a player contributes to the public account, while benefiting the 9 others by a total of $4.50, costs the contributor 50 cents. Therefore, the dominant strategy for a self-regarding player is to contribute nothing to the pool, and if all subjects do this, each then earns just $10. The experimental public goods game is thus an n-person prisoner's dilemma. 4.5. In fact, as in Prisoner's Dilemma experiments, Fair and Fishbacher 2002, FIS. Chbacher and Giachter 2010, in public goods experiments, only a fraction of subjects conform to the self-interest axiom, contributing nothing to the public account. Rather, subjects contribute on average about half their private account in round 1, but in later rounds, contributions decay to a level close to zero. This decay is significant for the following reason. A supporter of the self-interest axiom is inclined to interpret other regarding behavior in experiments as confusion on the part of the subjects, who are not accustomed to anonymous interactions. There be Behavior therefore wreaks their beliefs, that is, their understandings of the effect of their actions on the probability of achieving various outcomes, not their preferences, namely, their assessment of the value of these various outcomes. In everyday life, one's actions are normally seen by others, so even if not contributing is the dominant strategy. In the game, a failure to contribute would entail a loss of reputation, and hence a loss of future profitable exchanges. The anonymity of the laboratory may be sufficiently extraordinary that subjects simply play by these prudent and self-regarding rules of everyday life. Accordingly, the initially substantiated and later decline in contributions in the public goods game might be seen as a confirmation of this belief-based interpretation. Subjects are not altruistic, rather, they are simply learning how to maximize their payoffs through game repetition. However, were this explanation correct, if the same subjects were permitted to play a second multi-round public goods game identical to the RST, they should refuse to contribute on the very RST round. Andreoni, 1988, and Cookson, 2000, tested this prediction and found it to be wrong. When the public goods game is played with several groups and after every series of rounds group membership is reshuffled and the game is restarted, subjects begin each new series by contributing about half, but each time cooperation decays in the later rounds. If one believes that the decay in contributions within a game is due to learning how to maximize payoffs in the context of anonymity, one would also have to believe that subjects unlearn the money maximizing behavior between series. In fact, the only reasonable explanation for the decay of cooperation is that public-spirited contributors want to retaliate against free riders, and the only way available to them in the game is by not contributing themselves. Subjects often report this reason for the unraveling of cooperation retrospectively. Another indication that free riding and the retaliation against free riders is the cause of the unraveling of cooperation comes from an experiment by Page et al. 2005. The experimenters compared 4 baseline sessions, each of which included 16 subjects, in a 20-round public goods game, with 4 sessions in which, after 3 20-round games, subjects were given a list of the average contributions of the other players in all 4 groups, and were permitted to rank their preference for playing with one or more of these subjects. Subjects who ranked each other highly were assigned to the same group, and subjects who were not ranked highly by others were also assigned to the same group. In baseline treatments with random assignment to groups, contributions began at an average of 60% of the maximum possible and declined to 9% in the last round, for an average contribution rate of 38% of the endowment over the 20 rounds. Where subjects could choose their partners, cooperation did not decay over time, and the average contribution rate was 70% of the endowment. Note that this high average cooperation rate includes the performance of low contributors, who were obliged to play with one another. To understand this result, note that when subjects could choose their partners, there was a strong tendency for subjects to play with others who approximately share their level of contribution. This is because the experimenters would always satisfy the request of 2 players who preferred to be together before the request of a pair only one of whose members preferred to associate with the other. Thus the top of the 4 elective groups maintained an average contribution rate of over 90% with no tendency to decay, except for an endgame effect in the last 3 rounds that brought contributions down to about 60%. The second most preferred group maintained an 80% average, with a similar end-round effect, while the third group averaged about 65%, with a relatively weak tendency to decay. from about 75% in the RST rounds to 60% in rounds 12 to 16. And then to about 50% in the null 3 rounds. The lowest group showed the usual decay from 75% contribution in the RST3 rounds to 10% in the null round, for an average of 45%. These results are consistent with the idea that the decay of cooperation is due to relatively high contributors reacting to low contributors by lowering their own contribution. When subjects in the same group are relatively uniform in their contributing behavior, this decay mechanism is attenuated. These experiments show that when those predisposed to cooperate can associate preferentially with like-minded people, cooperation is not difficult to sustain. We return to this basic rule in the next and subsequent chapters. 3.3 Altruistic punishment sustains cooperation. In social dilemmas, strong reciprocators, by punishing free riders, induce their cooperation in subsequent play, thereby allowing cooperation to be sustained over time. Experiments by Orbel, Dawes, and Van de Kragt, 1986, Sato, 1987, Yamagishi, 1988a. 1988b, 1992, and Ostrom, Walker, and Gardner, 1992, and many experiments since, show that when subjects are given a direct way of retaliating against free riders rather than simply withholding their own cooperation, they use it in a way that helps sustain cooperation. A particularly clear example of this was given by Fair and G. Actor, 2002, who designed a repeated public goods game with an option of costly retaliation against low contributors in some treatments, called the public goods with punishment game. Ernst Fair and Simon G. Actor used 4-person groups, employing 3 different methods of assigning members to groups. Under the partner treatment, the 4 subjects remained in the same group for all 10 periods. Under the stranger treatment, the subjects were randomly reassigned after each round. Finally, under the perfect stranger treatment, the subjects were randomly reassigned in such a way that they would never meet the same subject more than once, so subjects knew that costly retaliation against low contributors could not possibly confer any pecuniary benefit to those who punish. Subjects were informed which treatment would obtain for their experiment. Figure 3.2. Public goods game with punishment, average contributions over time. Part Na, stranger and perfect stranger treatments are shown when the punishment condition is played RST, Fair and G. Actor 2000a. Results are similar when the punishment condition is played second. Fair and G. Actor ran the experiment for 10 rounds with punishment and 10 rounds without. Their results are illustrated in Figure 3.2. The experimenters found that subjects were more heavily punished, the more their contributions fell below the average for the group. As a result, when costly punishment was permitted, cooperation did not deteriorate, and in the partner treatment, despite strict anonymity, cooperation increased to almost full cooperation, even on the null round, top line, left panel. When punishment was not permitted, however, the same subjects experienced the deterioration of cooperation found in previous public goods games. This result is telling because in the stranger and perfect stranger treatment, punishing free riders is itself a public good, and is no different from contributing to the public good itself. Both confer benefits on others at a cost to oneself. In both treatments, not contributing and not punishing are dominant strategies, they maximize payoffs regardless of the actions of the others. We term punishment in this setting altruistic for this reason. Yet as we saw, subjects treat contribution and punishment differently. After the initial rounds in the standard public goods without punishment game, experiment Tal subjects decline to contribute altruistically, but once punishment is permitted they avidly engage in the altruistic activity of punishing low contributors. Part of the reason for the difference is that people have an intrinsic motivation to punish shirkers, not simply an instrumental desire to alter their behavior or to affect the distribution of payoffs to either reduce unfairness or enhance one's own relative payoffs. This intrinsic desire to punish miscreants is similar to what Boyd and Richardson, 1992, call retribution punishment, and the negative analog of Andreoni's, 1990, warm glow altruism. That subjects view punishment of shirkers also as retribution rather than ply as instrumental toward affecting behavior is consistent with the recent public goods with punishment experiment of Falk et al. 2005. The game was one shot, ruling out behavior modification as a motive for punishing low contributors, and the punishment technology was such that punishment could not alter the difference in payoff between the punisher and the target. The cost to the punisher was the same as that enacted on the target. Nonetheless, 60% of cooperators punished defectors. Further evidence for our assumption that punishment is in part non-strategic comes from the public goods experiment of Drew Fudenberg and Parag Pathak, 2010. As in the standard game, following each round of contributions, subjects were given information on the contributions of fellow group members and had the opportunity to deduct some of their own payoffs in order to lower the payoffs of another in the group. But unlike the usual treatment, in which the targets of punishment were informed of the level of punishment they received after each round, in the Fudenberg and Pathak experiment, the levels of punishment were not to be revealed until the experiment was over. And those who punished others knew this. Thus the experimental design ruled out modifying the behavior of shirkers as a motive for punishment. Consistent with what the authors term a pure preference motivation for punishment, subjects nonetheless punished shirkers, leading the authors to conclude that agents enjoy punishment, where enjoyment includes anger and a desire for retribution. There is considerable further evidence for our non-strategic modeling of punishment, Decay Irvine et al. 2004. 3.4 Effective punishment depends on legitimacy. Another public goods with punishment experiment confirms that altruistic punishment enhances cooperation among members of a group. But it raises a new question: do groups that punish free riders actually benefit, or do the costs of punishing outweigh the benefits to cooperation that result? Benedict Herrmann, Christian Thoni, and G. Actor, 2008, chose an unusually diverse set of subject pools from 15 populations ranging from familiar experimental sites such as Boston and Zurich to the less frequently studied Riyadh, Muscat, and Chengdu, China, to implement a 10-period public goods game similar to that in the Fair and G. Actor experiment. As expected, cultural differences among the subject pools were significant, but in all of them subjects contributed substantial amounts in the RST period and, in the absence of the punishment option, in subsequent periods cooperation unraveled. As in earlier experiments, when the punishment option was available it was widely used, especially in the early periods, and as a result the unraveling of contributions did not occur. What surprised the experimenters was the fact that, averaging over the 10 periods, most of the subject pools had higher average payoffs when the punishment option was precluded. They readily identified the problem: in many societies a significant amount of punishment was directed at high contributors, possibly as a retaliation against punishment received in earlier rounds by subjects who believed that it was the high contributors who were doing most of the punishment. Figure 3.3. The result was vendetta-like retaliation against punishment, leading to costly arms race dynamics of wasteful. Figure 3.3. Free riding and antisocial punishment in the public goods game with punishment around the world. The gray bars refer to punishment of those contributing the same or more than the punisher. The black bars indicate punishment of those contributing less than the punisher. Source: Herman, THONI, and G. Actor, 2008. Punishment expenditures. The authors termed this antisocial punishment. Other experiments have found the same patterns. Sinyabugama et al. 2006, Erden et al. 2009. A closer look at the data reveals that all but 2 of the subject pools improved their net payoffs over time, with about half gaining net minutes by the penultimate period. In most subject pools, subjects took advantage of the last round to free ride on the contribution stage, expecting, in most cases falsely, it turns out, that their fellow group members would also free ride and not punish in the last period. In most subject pools, it appears, there was an initial learning period in which those predisposed to free ride by not contributing were heavily punished. The result was both low net minutes in early rounds and more cooperative behavior in contributing in subsequent rounds, which obviated the occasion for such frequent punishment. However, as is clear in Figure 3.4, the impact of antisocial punishment on average payoffs was very strong. To test the possibility that the net returns to having a punishment option are high when the game is repeated a sufficient number of periods, G. Actor, Elk Renner and Martin Sefton, 2008, implemented the identical game, but allowed the subjects to act over 50 periods rather than just 10. They found, as the learning interpretation sug just above had led them to expect, that after the initial rounds, the net minutes to the group with the punishment option significantly exceeded those of the no punishment. Figure 3.4. Antisocial punishment lowers average payoffs. Shown is the group of age earnings in the treatment in which punishment was allowed divided by the average earnings in the no punishment treatment. Excepting the endgame effects, lower contributions, greater punishment, subjects in Chengdu, Boston, and Melbourne on average benefited from the opportunity to punish once they achieved a high level of contribution, which then induced little punishment. This did not occur in Athens and Muscat. Source: Herman, THONI, and G. Actor, 2008. Group with the difference in net payoffs growing monotonically over time, except for the null round in which the hapless endgame free riders were heavily punished, Fig. 3.5. Given that most social dilemma interactions, in neighborhoods, work teams, and the like, extend over far more than 10 periods, we end the concern that altruistic punishment lowers group minutes to be misplaced. The experiment of Dreber et al. 2008, does not constitute evidence for the counterproductive punishment hypothesis for the additional reason that their two-person game made punishment irrelevant, for one could always retaliate on a defector simply by withdrawing cooperation, thus obviating the need for any special kind of punishment. But while the 50-period design of the G. Actor et al. Experiment corrects one of the design biases that suggested counterproductive punishment in the earlier experiment, their design still misses something essential to altruistic punishment in the real world. It is effective only if it is regarded as legitimate according to widely held social norms. We model this legitimacy aspect of altruistic punishment in Chapter 9. Erden et al. 2009, designed an ingenious experiment to explore this possibility. They allowed experimental subjects prior to playing the public goods game to vote on whether punishment should be allowed, and if so, should it be restricted in any manner. Here is what they found. From their RST opportunity to vote, no group ever allowed punishment of high contributors. Most groups eventually voted to allow punishment of Figure 3.5. The time horizon effect. Punishment raises average payoffs in the long run. With a short time horizon, 10 periods, punishment promotes cooperation but lowers average payoffs, whereas with a long time horizon, 50 periods, punishment increases the level of cooperation and average earnings. Subjects were University of Nottingham. Students. Source: G. Actor, Renner, and Sefton, 2008. Low contributors in the baseline treatments, and the result was both high contributions and high efficiency levels. In the laboratory, groups solved their free rider problems by allowing low contributors alone to be punished. Apparently, the determination of the punishment system by majority rule made the punishment not only an incentive but also a signal of group norms. This experiment suggests a possible explanation of the Hermann et al. 2008 study of 15 different cultures. Punishment of free riders, even if they were strangers, was legitimate in Boston, Melbourne, and Chengdu, but it was not in Muscat and Athens. We will see in Chapter 6 that ethnographic studies of the punishment of group members is sometimes neatly tuned to achieve legitimacy. It is coordinated by gossip and rarely carried out by a single individual. We will also see that in small-scale societies punishment can be highly effective even when it takes the form of ridicule or gossip and it inflicts no material costs on its targets. The importance of the moral signal conveyed by punishment rather than simply the material incentive that it provides is also suggested by experiments. 3.5 Purely symbolic punishment is effective. People are sensitive to others' evaluation of their moral worth or intentions and will cooperate in social dilemmas when the punishment for free riding takes the form of criticism by peers rather than a reduction in material payoffs. To test this idea, Masclet et al. 2003 allowed the subjects in a public goods game to assign disapproval points to the other group members after the subjects had been informed about each other's contributions. These disapproval points had no material consequences. They merely indicated the members' evaluation of one another. Allowing for the expression of disapproval raised the contributions to the public good relative to the baseline with no punishment opportunities. In another experiment, Bachet et al. 2006 compared the usual baseline public goods game with a chat room situation in which 4 group members communicate with one another through their computer terminals for several minutes before each round, and a face-to-face situation in which group members engaged in face-to-face communication. These treatments are often called cheap talk by game theorists, because any promises made cannot in any way be enforced. Nevertheless, the experimenters found that both forms of communication increased contributions considerably above the baseline level. Surprisingly, at least to the current author's generation, chat room communication was almost as effective in increasing contributions as face-to-face communication, and adding the option of material punishing, i.e., reducing the target's payoffs, increased contributions little more. Specifically, a face-to-face with punishment, chat room, and chat room with punishment all induced average contribution rates above 95%, and about 85% in the last of the 10 rounds. B. Punishment alone performed considerably less well, averaging about 70%, and 60% in the last PE. Ryad, C. The baseline, no communication, no punishment, treatment performed worst of all, starting at 60% cooperation and declining to 20% in the null period, for an average contribution of about 48%. This is consistent with the results of a public goods with punishment experiment implemented in 18 rural communities in Zimbabwe by Abigail Barr, 2001. The game was structured along the above lines, except for the punishment stage, in which there was no option to reduce the payoffs to others. Rather, following the contribution stage, Bar's assistant would stand beside each player in turn and say to the group as a whole, "Player number MR/MRS, contributed. Does anyone have anything to say about that?" A quarter of the participants were criticized for contributing too little, stingy, mean. Now I know why I never get offered food when I drop by your house. 5% were criticized for giving too much, stupid, careless with money. Those who made low contribution and were criticized made larger contributions in subsequent rounds. Moreover, those who contributed a low amount and escaped criticism, but had witnessed the criticism of others who had contributed a similar amount, increased their contributions by even more than those directly criticized. Also, those who had contributed a large amount and were criticized reduced their contribution in subsequent rounds. Where low contributions escaped criticism entirely, contributions fell in subsequent rounds. G. Actor and Fair, 1999, also found that, given some minimal social contact among strangers, making individual contributions publicly observable raises contributions to the public good substantially. Beyond this, G. Actor and Fair ask subjects to LL out questionnaires to measure the strength of their emotional responses toward cooperation and free riding on the part of others. They show that free riding elicits extremely strong negative emotions among the other group members. Moreover, in the post-experiment group discussions, the other group members verbally insulted the free riders. These experiments and those by Falk et al. 2005, and Freudenberg and Pothuk, 2009. Described earlier make two things clear. First, the objective of punishment is not simply behavior modification but punishment per se. And second, the target's positive response to punishment cannot be explained by a desire to maximize payoffs in subsequent play, but as the sheer careless attempt to right a wrong in the eyes of fellow group members. Thus the self-interest axiom explains neither the frequency nor the effectiveness of punishment. 3.6 People punish those who hurt others. People punish not only those who have hurt them, but also those who hurt others. This occurs when the action causing the hurt violates a social norm. Fair and Fishbacker, 2004, studied a third-party punishment game with 3 players, whom we will call Alice, Bob, and Carol. The game between Alice and Bob is a dictator game in which Alice gives a certain amount of money to Bob, who has no say in the matter. In this experiment, Alice was given an endowment of 100 tokens, of which she could transfer any amount to Bob. At the end of the game, the tokens are converted into real money. What differentiates the third-party punishment game from the dictator game is that Carol, the third party, has an endowment of 50 tokens and observes Alice's transfer. After this, Carol can assign punishment points to Alice. Each punishment point assigned to Alice costs Carol 1 token and Alice incurs a penalty of 3 tokens. Because punishment is costly, a self-regarding Carol will never punish. However, if there is a sharing norm, Carol may well punish Alice if she gives too little. In the above experiments, Alice's were never punished if they transferred 50 or more tokens to Bob. If they transferred fewer than 50 tokens, the punishment was the stronger. The less Alice transferred. An Alice who transferred nothing received on average 9 punishment points from Carol, so Alice's payoff was reduced by 3 times this, or 27 tokens. A selfish Alice in this game might still prefer not to give, but in a real-world situation with several Carols, her cumulative punishment might be sufficient to induce even a selfish Alice to make an equitable gift to Bob. Engelman and Fischbacher, 2009, studied indirect reciprocity and strategic reputation building in an experimental helping game. 4.6. Indirect reciprocity occurs when Carol is likely to punish Alice when Alice has been unfair to Bob, and is likely to reward Alice when Alice has been nice to Bob. Strategic reputation building occurs when Carol behaves in the above manner only when her actions are seen by others, and hence can help build a reputation for social behavior. Of course, unless there are indirect reciprocators, strategic reputation building can have no effect. Nevertheless, it is interesting to see that even self-regarding individuals may engage in third-party punishment if they believe that this will induce other regarding individuals to behave favorably toward them. In their experiment, at any time only half the subjects were capable of building a reputation by having their behavior observed by the group. N. Gelman and Fischbacher found that, while non-strategic indirect reciprocity appears to be important, helping behavior was enhanced at least as much by strategic considerations. Strategic reciprocators did better than non-strategic indirect reciprocators and, of course, such types had the highest payoffs of all. The motive supporting indirect reciprocity when reputation forming is impossible are a form of strong reciprocity, and this experiment shows that people will punish violators of social norms even when they themselves are not directly hurt by the violator. Punishment is thus not simply retaliation in response to personal damages but appears to wreak more general ethical norms. Yule et al. 2009. 3.7 Social preferences are not irrational. The desire to contribute, to punish shirking, and otherwise to act on the basis of social preferences, like the desire to consume conventional goods and services, can be represented by preferences that conform to standard definitions of rationality. Savage. 1954, Hector and Kanazawa 1997, Gintis 2009a. These preferences imply observable trade-offs, depending on the costs, and experiments confirm that the higher the cost of processual behavior, the less its frequency. Many observers of experimental games have interpreted the fact that people sometimes sacrifice material gain in favor of moral sentiment as an indication of irrational ity, the term rationality being misused as a synonym for consistent pursuit of self-interest. But subjects appear to be no less rational when deciding to cooperate and punish than when they compare prices to decide what to cook for dinner. This suggests that the preferences that lie behind their social behavior are consistent with the basic axioms of rationality, namely intransitivity, consistency, and completeness. Andreoni and Miller, 2002, tested the rationality of processual choices by asking 176 subjects to play a version of the dictator game. Recall that in the dictator game, Bob is given a sum of money by the experimenter, and asked to transfer whatever proportion of the money that he wishes to another, anonymous, subject Alice. After Bob makes his decision, the money is transferred, and the game is over. In the Andreoni-Miller version of the game, the cost of giving was varied by the experimenter. Bob is given a sum ma per p and is asked to keep an amount s, while transferring an amount o to Alice, such that social preferences 33 a over c. Moreover, these violations were almost all very minor. Indeed, 98% of the individual choices were consistent with transitive preferences. Similarly, in a public goods with punishment experiment in which punishment can not be motivated by self-regarding preferences similar to that of fair and G-actor. 2000a, Anderson and Putt-Ehrman, 2006, found that the level of altruistic punishment that subjects enacted on others varied inversely with the cost of punishing The fact that other regarding preferences support price-responsive behaviors conforms to our representation of social preferences as distinct motivations within the framework of transitive preferences rather than some sui generis irrational or non-rational mode of behavior requiring a special model of decision-making. The fact that, for many experimental subjects, virtue is its own reward is perfectly consistent with the fact that, as in the case of people with self-regarding preferences, they would consider the price. 3.8 Culture and institutions matter. As experimental evidence accumulated in the 1990s showing that many, perhaps most, individuals are not entirely self-regarding, it appeared natural to wonder if an alternative equally simple representation of human behavior, but one stressing ethical and other regarding motives, might be universally valid. As the previous century drew to a close, we were impressed by how similar were the experimental results coming in from experimental laboratories around the world, from Beijing, Tel Aviv, Pittsburgh, Zurich, and Ljubljana. Could Homo economicus simply be replaced by Homo sociologicus, Homo altruisticus, or, as we once suggested, Homo reciprocans? It is too early to say, but we doubt that such a universal model will prove viable. More recent experimental results are consistent with the view that the social preferences that become salient in a population depend critically on the manner in which a people's institutions and livelihood frame social interactions and shape the process of social learning. An expected result, confirmed by a growing body of international comparative evidence, is substantial cross-cultural differences in the nature and extent of social preferences. We have already, 3.4, discussed the remarkable differences across recent subject pools from around the world in the public goods with punishment game. Here we report ultimatum game experiments in which the subject pool is not, as is usually the case, university students, but instead members of 15 small-scale societies with little contact with markets, governments, or modern institutions. With our colleagues, a team of 15 anthropologists and economists, we designed these experiments to explore whether the results reported above are common in societies with quite different cultures and social institutions. Henrik et al. 2004. The 15 societies included hunter-gatherers, herders, and low-technology farmers. Our results strongly affirmed cultural differences in experimental play. Among the O and Na people in Papua New Guinea, ultimatum game offers of more than half the pie were common. Moreover, while even splits were commonly accepted, both higher and lower offers were rejected with about equal frequency. This behavior struck the economists on our team as odd, to say the least. But to the anthropologists it was not surprising in light of the widespread practice of competitive gift-giving as a means of establishing status and subordinacy in these and many other New Guinea societies. By contrast, among the Macagenga in Amazonian Peru, almost 3/4 of the offers were a quarter of the pie or less, and yet of 70 offers, there was just a single rejection, a pattern strikingly different from the student experiments conducted thus far. However, even among the Macagenga, the mean offer was 27.5%, far more than would have maximized the proposer's payoffs given the scant likelihood of a rejection. Analysis of the experiments led us to the following conclusions: behaviors are highly variable across groups, not a single group approximated the behaviors implied by the self-interest axiom, and between group differences in behavior seem to reach differences in the kinds of social interaction experienced in the everyday life of the social group in question. The evidence for this latter conclusion is quite compelling. For example, the ACHE in Paraguay share equally among all group members some kinds of food, meat and honey, acquired through hunting and gathering. In our experiment, most posers contributed half the pie or more. Similarly, among the Lamalira whale hunters of Indonesia, who hunt in large crews and divide their catch according to strict sharing rules, the proposer's average allocation to the responder was 58% of the pie. Moreover, the Indonesian whale hunters played the game very differently from the Indonesian university students who were the subjects in another set of experiments, Cameron 1999. Indeed, where voluntary public goods provision was customary in real life, for example, the Harambee system among the Orma herders in Kenya, whereby individuals contribute resources to build a school or repair a road, contributions in the experiment Tal public goods game were patterned after actual contributions in the actual Harambee system. Those with more cattle contributed more. By contrast, in the ultimatum game, for which there apparently was no everyday life analog, the wealthy behaved like the other Orma. It seems likely that the correspondence between the typical livelihood of a group and its customary forms of interaction on the one hand, and the experimental behaviors of its subjects on the other, results from the fact that appropriate behavior is enunced by both custom and livelihood, and these behaviors are then generalized and applied to novel situations such as our experiments. Evidence that institutions serve as cues for appropriate behaviors comes from ultimatum game experiments with U.S. subjects in which simply naming the game the exchange game, or assigning the role of proposer to those who did well on a current affairs test, resulted in lower offers and a significant reduction in rejections of low offers. Hoffman et al. 1994b. If individuals cared only about their money payoffs, neither manipulation would have changed the game. The fact that significantly less strong reciprocity occurred in the exchange game and the current events test version suggests that social structure affects behavior in ways other than those captured by the money pay-offs of the game, in this case by suggesting appropriate behavior, the exchange game, or identifying some individuals as deserving, the test manipulation. Finally, experimental play in the ultimatum game and public goods with punishment game also suggest that institutions may enunciate behaviors in ways that go beyond the incentives and constraints that they implement. Recall that experimental subjects in the public goods with punishment game readily punish low contributors, despite the fact that in doing so they are adopting a strategy that is dominated in the game's payoffs, meaning that some other strategy would guarantee higher payoffs to the player, regardless of what the other players do. Yet the same willingness to adopt a dominated strategy in the interests of the public good is uncommon in the standard public goods game, where there is no punishment option. Our interpretation is that, like institutions in natural settings, by providing the option of reducing the payoffs of others once one knows how much they contributed, the word punishment is never used. The game structure conveys information about appropriate behavior and enunciates beliefs about the actions of others. Similarly, in the ultimatum game, people in the role of proposer often make an offer that approximately maximizes expected income from the game, the expectation being based on the ex post empirically observed rejection behavior of the responders. But in the role of responder, the very same people rarely maximize expected income, for doing so would entail accepting any positive offer. For example, among the Hadza hunter-gatherers whom we studied in Tanzania, the mean ultimatum game offer was almost exactly that which maximized expected income, given the empirically observed rejections of low offers. But a quarter of all offers were rejected, and over 2 FTHs of offers of 20% or less were rejected. In this case, the social roles created by the game, proposer, and responder, apparently cue different behavioral reactions. Among the Hadza, in the role of proposer, considerations of fair treatment are apparently not salient, while in the role of responder, they are. The study of 15 small-scale societies described here was replicated by using proved methods and a partially overlapping set of small-scale societies with consider. Ably sharpened results, Henrik et al. 2010, Barr et al. 2010. 3.9 Behavior is conditioned on group membership. In experimental and natural settings, people often behave differently toward others. Depending on the organizational, linguistic, ethnic, and religious groups to which they belong. People choose to associate with others who are similar to themselves in some salient respect. Lazarsfeld and Merton 1954, Thibaut and Kelly 1959, Homans 1961. Among the salient characteristics on which this choice operates are racial and ethnic identification, and religion, Burscheid and Walster 1969, Tagfel et al. 1971, Cohen 1977. Kandel 1978, Abbott 1988. Conversely, people often seek to avoid interactions with those who are different from themselves. Those who condition their behavior on the group membership of the other may do this because group membership is thought to provide information about the other's likely behavior. Or group membership may matter because people would like to help or to interact with members of some groups more than others. In the RST case, the AC Tour's beliefs are involved. In the second case, group-sensitive preferences are at work. Group-sensitive preferences may be other regarding, valuing the well-being of bears of one's own group, for example, or self-regarding preferences, e.g. experiencing anxiety in culturally unfamiliar interactions. Laboratory experiments, with student subjects, have confirmed the salience of group membership in many settings. In the minimal group experiments initiated by Henry Tagfel and his colleagues, Tagfel et al. 1971, experimental subjects were assigned to groups on the basis of some trivial distinction, commonly, for example, their preference for paintings by Paul Klee over those of Vasily Kandinsky. In group favouritism was quite pronounced in these experiments, with Klee lovers discriminating against and having a low opinion of the Kandinskians, who reciprocated this in-group bias toward the Klee enthusiasts. Later Prisoner's Dilemma and Common Pool Resource game experiments found higher levels of cooperation when the players are members of the same minimal group than when they are not members of the same group, Kramer and Brewer 1984. However, a series of experiments by Toshio Yamagishi and his associates, Yamagishi et al. 2007, show that experimental subjects' allocations favor in-group members not because of altruistic sentiments toward those who are similar to themselves, but because they expected reciprocation from in-groupers and not from out-groupers. In contrast to the minimal group experiments favored by psychologists and sociologists, behavioral economists have used the trust game, introduced by Berg et al. 1995, generally with experimental subjects drawn from real-world ethnic groups. In this game, Alice is awarded a sum of money and given the opportunity to transfer any amount of it to Bob, knowing that the experimenter will triple the amount transferred. If Alice gives X, Bob receives 3X. Bob then has the opportunity to return some of this augmented sum to Alice. This ends the game. Alice is sometimes called the truster or investor, and Bob the trustee. If Alice cared only about payoffs, and assumed that Bob had the same self-regarding preferences, she would transfer nothing, for she would correctly infer that whatever Bob received would be kept rather than returned. But when the game is played anonymously, Alice typically contributes a significant amount, and significant amounts are returned by Bob. A number of experimenters have implemented the trust game played between subjects who were, while otherwise anonymous, aware of the ethnic, religious, or linguistic identity of their partner. Firstman et al. 2002, implemented this game in Belgium. Played between students at Flemish and Walloon universities. Both Flemish and Walloon alices make lower offers to outsiders than insiders but offer as much to a partner of unknown insider-outsider status as they do to known insiders. When the same experiment was run in Israel, ultra-Orthodox Jews in the role of Alice give more to other ultra-Orthodox Jews than to secular partners, but do not discriminate against secular partners by comparison with anonymous partners. Discrimination against outsiders or in favor of insiders is far from ubiquitous, however. In another study using Belgian subjects, Boucaert and Denny, 2004, found no evidence of either type of discrimination in a trust game played by small business men of Belgian and Turkish origin. In the experiment just mentioned, Yamagishi found that when he redesigned the game so that subjects realized that they could not increase their own payoffs by contributing to their own group, they contributed equally to both groups. Other studies suggest that in some circumstances, in-group favoritism is quite limited or even absent. In a series of experiments in ethnically and linguistically divided poor neighborhoods of Kampala, Uganda, there was no evidence of favoritism toward Cothniks in allocating sums or in choosing partners in a problem-solving task. James Habyarimana and his co-authors, 2009, concluded. We nd no evidence for a commonality of tastes within ethnic groups, or greater degrees of altruism toward Cothniks or for an impact of shared ethnicity on the productivity of teams. Rather, successful collective action among homogeneous ethnic communities is attributable to the existence of norms and institutions that facilitate the sanctioning of non-contributors. And here, ethnicity does appear to matter. Norms may dictate ethnic favoritism, and in public settings subjects may fear sanctions were they to not respect these ethnic norms. Remarkably, ethnic favoritism, which was absent in an anonymous dictator game, was evident among some subjects when the dictator's identity was public information. Habyarimana and his co-authors, 2009, explained that subjects believed that others would think less of them were they not to favor Cothniks. A series of experiments with subjects drawn from differing ethno-linguistic groups. In the highlands of Papua New Guinea, Bernhard et al. 2006, Efferson et al. 2011. Provides further evidence on the relevance of group boundaries. We describe these in Chapter 8, as they have a direct bearing on the evolution of what we term parochial altruism modeled there. Nonetheless, taking account of ethnic, racial, and other characteristics of those with whom one interacts appears to be a quite common human trait. We seem quite attuned to noticing and treating as salient the ascriptive markers of group difference. For example, Americans of European and African origin are better at recognizing faces of their own ancestral group, and faces of their own group induce greater activation in the part of the brain associated with face recognition. Elizabeth Phelps et al. 2000, used brain imaging techniques, functional magnetic resonance imaging, fMRI, to study the neural substrates involved in the unconscious evaluation of black and white social groups. They found that upon exposure to the unfamiliar faces of African American males, by comparison to the faces of European Americans, European American subjects exhibited heightened activation of the amygdala, an area of the brain associated with fear processing. Moreover, the extent of amygdala activation was correlated with an indirect, unconscious, measure of racial prejudice, the implicit association test, but not with a direct, conscious, expression of race attitudes. Importantly, these patterns were not obtained when the stimulus faces belonged to familiar and positively regarded individuals, example Martin Luther King Jr., Denzel Washington. Phelps and her co-authors. See the amygdala activation as reactions of social learning within a specific culture at a particular moment in the history of relations between social groups. The effects of cultural evaluations of social groups, personal experience with social group members, and one's own group membership. p. 734. Due to the acute attention humans give to group boundaries, we might also be called the parochial species. The forms taken by parochialism today, religious intolerance, racism, xenophobia, vary across cultures and have evolved over time. But the various forms taken may share a common provenance in the evolutionary processes that have made group boundaries salient to people. Like altruism, discriminatory preferences are an evolutionary puzzle, as they often impel people to forego opportunities for beneficial exchanges and other interactions. We will address this puzzle in Chapter 8. 3.10 People enjoy cooperating and punishing free riders. The most parsimonious and compelling proximate explanation of behavior in the ultimatum game, public goods game, and other social dilemma experiments is that people think that cooperating is the right thing to do and enjoy doing it, and that they dislike unfair treatment and enjoy punishing those who violate norms of fairness. Some studies of collective action in natural settings are consistent with this view. An ethnographic study of people who exposed themselves to mortal risks in support of an agrarian insurgency against an authoritarian regime in El Salvador, for example, identified both ethical and religious commitments and the pleasure of seeking to rectify past injustices as a key motivation. Wood 2003. Recent studies of brain functioning provide some support for this hedonic view of cooperative behavior. Using positron emission tomography, PET, fMRI, and other techniques, neuroscientists, economists, and others have begun to study the activation of the different brain areas of subjects playing experimental games. Fishbacker et al. 2005. There is some evidence, for example, that ultimatum game responders who reject a low offer exhibit heightened activation of the bilateral anterior insula, an area associated with negative emotional states such as anger and disgust. Sanfei et al. 2003. Kamer et al. 2005. Comment: it is irresistible to speculate that the insula is a neural locus of the distaste for inequality and unfair treatment. Our view that subjects enjoy cooperation is consistent with the results of a series of experiments in which mutual cooperation is associated with elevated activity in one of the reward-related areas of the brain. Rilling et al. 2004, found that mutual cooperation along with a monetary payoff enhances activity in the striatum, the brain area involved in processing rewards resulting from a decision, more than the same payoff resulting from performance of an individual task. Moreover, mutual cooperation with a human partner produces a higher level of striatum activation than does cooperation with a computer partner. Irvine et al. 2004, studied brain activation of subjects in a social dilemma who had the opportunity to punish a partner who had abused their trust. Among those punishing trust violators, they found enhanced activity in the dorsal striatum. Moreover, those who enacted more punishment exhibited higher levels of activation than did those punishing less. A related study by Tanya Singer found that male subjects, but not female, experienced pleasure, evidenced by activation in a reward processing part of the brain, the nucleus accumbens, rather than empathy, while Observing pain inflicted on a partner who had defected in response to a cooperative offer by the subject in a sequential prisoner's dilemma, Singer 2005. The above studies do not suggest that cooperating and punishing defectors is innate. Some foods that evoke disgust in one culture are delicacies in others. Cross-cultural. Experimental evidence is consistent with the view that behaviors in social interactions that trigger aversive reactions likewise vary from one society to another. Inference from these studies concerns the proximate causes of behavior, not its evolutionary origins. The field of neuroeconomics is still in its infancy and our understanding may be substantially molded by subsequent work. But the evidence available to date suggests that the brain processes the punishment of defectors and the achievement of mutual cooperation much as it processes other pleasurable behaviors. If this view is correct, altruistic cooperation and the altruistic punishment of defectors need not be explained by constraints on behavior but rather by their status as objectives, pursued by reward-seeking individuals and thus an aspect of individual preferences. This does not mean that ethical values are unimportant. Quite the contrary, the experimental evidence that norm violators are punished supports Trivers, 1971, notion that behavior is often motivated by what he termed moralistic aggression, an interpretation strengthened by the fact that altruistic punishment is directed not only toward those who harmed the punisher but also toward those who have harmed others. 3.11 Social preferences in laboratory and natural settings. Of course, experimental results in the laboratory would not be very interesting if they did not wreak real-life behavior. There is some evidence that they do or, to put it behaviorally, the experimental results have external validity. Edward Glaser et al. 2000, explored whether experimental subjects who trusted others in the trust game also behaved in a trusting manner with their own personal belongings, for example, lending their bike to a friend. The authors found that experimental behavior was a quite good predictor of behavior outside the lab, while the usual measures of trust, based on survey questions, provided virtually no information. Similarly, Dean Carlin, 2005, used a trust game and a public goods game to predict the probability that loans by a Peruvian microfinance lender would be repaid. He found that individuals who were trustworthy in the experiment were less likely to default. Also, Nava Ashraf et al. 2006, studied Filipino women, identifying through a baseline survey those women who exhibited a lower time discount rate. These women were significantly more likely to open a savings account, and after 12 months, average savings balances increased by 81 percentage points for those clients assigned to a treatment group based on their laboratory performance, relative to those assigned to the control group. In a similar vein, Fair and Get, 2007, found that in a group of bicycle messenger workers in Zurich, those who exhibited less loss aversion in a laboratory experiment exploring the subject's preferences over lotteries, namely those for whom the subjective expected value of a gain of a Swiss franc exceeded the subjective expected cost of the loss of a Swiss franc, also exhibited less loss aversion when faced with real-life wage rate changes. Meyer and Sprenger, 2010, found that people who display present bias in a laboratory setting are more likely to assume credit card debts. Moreover, Jeffrey Carpenter and Erica Saki, 2011, found that Japanese shrimp-shermen who contributed more in a public goods experiment were more likely to be members of cooperatives that shared costs and catch among many boats than to sh under the usual private boat arrangements. A similar pattern was found among Sherman in the Brazilian Northeast, where some sh offshore in large crews whose success depends on cooperation and coordination, while others exploit inland waters. Shing singly. The oceanchers were significantly more generous in a public goods game, ultimatum game, and dictator game than the inlandshers, Liebrandt et al. 2010. A better test of the external validity of experiments would include a behavior-based measure of how cooperative the individuals were, not simply whether they took part in a cooperation-sensitive production process. The Brazilianchers provide just such a test. Shrimp are caught in large plastic bucket-like contraptions. Holes are cut in the bottom of the traps to allow the immature shrimp to escape, thereby preserving the stock for future catches. Smaller holes catch more shrimp but compromise the future stock. The Sherman thus face a real-world social dilemma. The present value of expected income of any given shrimper would be greatest if he cut only small holes in his own traps, while others cut large holes in theirs. Small trap holes are a form of defection, and just as in the public goods game the small trap hole defection is the dominant strategy for a self-regarding individual, whatever the others do, a self-regarding shrimper would cut small holes. But a shrimper might resist the temptation to defect if he were both public-spirited toward the othershers and sufficiently patient to value the future lost opportunities that larger holes would entail. Fair and Liebrandt implemented both a public goods game and an experimental measure of impatience with the shrimpers. They found that both patience and cooperativeness in the public goods game predicted significantly larger trap holes. Fair and Liebrandt 2010. The effects, controlling for a large number of other possible influences on hole size, are substantial. A shrimper whose experimentally measured patience and cooperativeness is a standard deviation greater than the mean is predicted to cut holes in his traps that are half a standard deviation larger than the mean. Additional evidence of external validity comes from a set of experiments and ELD studies with 49 groups of herders of the Bale Oromo people in Ethiopia who were engaged in forest commons management. Reciprocity and his co-authors implemented public goods experiments with a total of 679 herders. They also studied the success of the herders' cooperative forest projects. The most common behavioral type in the experiments, constituting a bit more than a third of the subjects, were conditional cooperators who responded positively to higher contributions by others. Controlling for a large number of other influences on the success of the forest projects, the authors found that groups with more conditional cooperators were significantly more successful, in terms of number of new trees planted, than groups with fewer conditional cooperators. This was in part because members of groups with more conditional cooperators spent significantly more time monitoring the use of the forest by others. As in the case of the Brazilian shrimpers, the effects of group composition were large and statistically significant. A 10% increase in the fraction of experimentally identified conditional cooperators in a group was associated with an increase in trees planted or time spent monitoring of about 3%, Reciprocity et al. 2010. But these examples of correspondence between experimental and real-world behavior are hardly decisive. Consider, for example, the dictator game, in which one subject, the dictator, is assigned an endowment of money and asked to allocate some portion of it, including none, to a passive recipient. Typically more than 60% of subjects allocate a positive sum to the recipient, which on average is about a fth of the endowment. But we would be sadly mistaken if we inferred from this that 60% of individuals would spontaneously transfer funds to anonymous passers-by, or even that the same subjects would offer a fth of the bills in their wallet to a homeless person asking for help. Subjects who reported that they had never given to a charity allocated 60% of their endowment to a named charity in a lab experiment, Benz and Meyer 2008. Thus there are counterexamples to the above evidence of experimental validity. A more subtle problem with the studies of experimental validity is the low bar that is implicit in most of these tests. Merely a positive, statistically significant correlation between experimental play and real behavior is taken as evidence for validity. A more demanding test would ask whether the effect size or covariance is what one would expect from a valid measure. Validity concerns arise from four aspects of human behavioral experiments that do not arise in most well-designed natural science experiments, Lovett and List 2007. First, experimental subjects typically know they are under a researcher's microscope, possibly inducing different behaviors than would occur under total anonymity or under the scrutiny of neighbors, family, or workmates. Second, in experiments, interactions with other subjects are typically anonymous and without opportunities for ongoing face-to-face communication, unlike many social interactions. Third, subject pools may be quite different from the real-world populations of interest, in part due to the process of recruitment and self-selection. Finally, many of the experiments that provide evidence for the salience of social preferences are deliberately structured as strategic interactions, like the ultimatum game that give scope for ethical or other regarding behavior that may be absent in competitive markets and other important real-world settings. It is not clear whether these four aspects of behavioral experiments induce the greater expression of social preferences in the lab or the opposite. For example, the fact that in most cases subjects are paid a show-up fee to participate in an experiment might attract the more materially oriented, while the fact that most subjects are students may bias the results in other ways. Available evidence, however, suggests that the students volunteering for experiments are not more processial than those who do not, and that if anything university students are more likely to be self-regarding than older non-students, Fair and List 2004, Carpenter et al. 2005, Cardenas 2005, Sutter and Coker 2007, Belmar et al. 2008, Falk et al. 2010, Burks et al. 2011. Moreover, studies typically nd that older subjects exhibit at least as much processially as college-age subjects, Sutter and Coker 2007, Belmar et al. 2008. We report on several studies supporting this conclusion in A9. While warranting caution in generalizing the details of experimental behavior to the real world, none of these validity concerns is sufficient to dismiss the experimental evidence that social preferences are important behavioral motivations. This especially is the case when experiments identify motives that allow a consistent explanation of the otherwise anomalous real-world examples of self-sacrifice and generosity in wage setting, voting, and tax compliance mentioned in Chapter 2. 3.12 Competing explanations. Nevertheless, the fact that subjects who had never contributed to a charity gave some of their endowment to an anonymous other in the dictator game is a reminder that one can never extrapolate directly from the laboratory to behavior in natural settings. But much stronger doubts have been raised against the experimental evidence. Some have suggested that the importance of social preferences is vastly overstated and distorted by questionable experimental design, especially not properly incentivizing subjects and not giving them sufficient time to learn the proper money-maximizing behavior. In their prominent critique of the experimental endings presented in this chapter, Kenneth Benmar and Avner Shaked, 2010, maintain that the allocation that would be a Nash equilibrium were the self-interest axiom true is attained in most games with money payoffs that have a unique Nash equilibrium, provided that the payoffs are sufficiently large and the subjects have ample time for trial and error learning. In spite of much rhetoric to the contrary, the one-shot prisoner's dilemma is a case in point. But the experimental evidence suggests otherwise. In the case of the one-shot ultimatum game, Slonim and Roth 1998, and the gift exchange game, Fair and Tugareva 1995, other regarding behavior remains even at high stakes and for experienced players, and there is to our knowledge no experimental evidence that indicates otherwise. Other experiments agreeing with the above are Roth et al. 1991, Hoffman et al. 1994a, Straub and Murnyan, 1995, and Cameron, 1999. The high-stakes version of the prisoner's dilemma with a long learning period, mentioned by Binmar and Shaked, has not been experimentally implemented, to the best of our knowledge. The supporting evidence Binmar and Shaked cite, Ledyard, 1995, and Sally, 1995, in fact provide no evidence for their assertions. Ledyard reports that cooperation unravels in the repeated public goods game when punishment is not allowed. This is true, but we already have seen that this not due to players learning the Nash equilibrium, but rather to cooperators' reactions to the free riding of other subjects. Moreover, the study of the sequential prisoner's dilemma described in 2.2 illustrates that a large fraction of subjects strictly prefer cooperating to defecting in the one-shot prisoner's dilemma, and especially strongly so when they are guaranteed that their partner will cooperate, Kiyonari et al. 2000. In addition, Kolick, 1998, allows subjects to rank possible outcomes in the game, and shows that subjects strongly prefer the outcome of mutual cooperation. These results suggest that defection in the one-shot prisoner's dilemma is often the result of aversion to betrayal rather than selfishness. Bonnet et al. 2008. In short, Binmar and Shake's generalization that subjects play the Nash equilibrium for payoff maximizers in simple games when this equilibrium is unique, the subjects are experienced, and the stakes are sufficiently high does not have empirical support. It is worth noting that even if the degree of other regarding behavior were to be less where the stakes were higher, as we have seen was the case in the experiments of Andreoni and Miller, 2002, this would not indicate the absence of social preferences, but rather that subjects are less likely to perform an action when it becomes more costly to do so. The fact that we would eat less ice cream at $10 a cone than at $3 a cone is not evidence against the hypothesis that we love ice cream. It indicates only that we have a limited budget and ice cream competes for a share of our purchases with other things we like. Are there other plausible interpretations of cooperative behavior in the various games we have analyzed above? One might suggest that subjects simply do not understand the games, and cooperate by mistake. This is surely true for some subjects in some games, but as generalization it is not very plausible, because most of the games are extremely simple and experimenters generally require subjects to exhibit understanding before permitting them to participate. Moreover, if failure to understand were the problem and the self-interest axiom were true, subjects who play several ultimatum games in succession with different partners, for instance, should eventually learn to accept any positive offer, which they do not. Slonim and Roth 1998, List and Cherry 2000. Another possibility is that because the anonymous, non-repeated face-to-face interactions are not a part of everyday life, we should expect subjects to confuse the experimental environment with a repeated interaction and, for example, in the ultimatum game, to reject low offers in order to establish a reputation for hard bargaining. But we do not believe that this argument is correct. Of course, experimental Subjects bring to the laboratory the moral sensibility and practical knowledge that their personal experiences and received cultural wisdom have conveyed. We have seen this in the sharing behavior of the Lamlira whale hunters, the Orma herders, and the ACHE hunters in our own cross-cultural experiments. But the confusion of a one-shot with a repeated interaction, or adhering to a maxim that says act the same way in anonymous one-shots as in real-life repeated interactions, is not likely to be among these received wisdoms. We are very capable of distinguishing individuals with whom we are likely to have many future interactions from those with whom future interactions are less likely. Indeed, the sharp endgame drop-off in contributions exhibited in figures 3.5 and 4.4 show that experimental subjects are very sensitive to this distinction, cooperating much more if they expect frequent future interactions than if future interactions will not occur. Kessler and Van Winden 2000, G. Actor and Falk 2002. Other data support the notion that responders reject positive offers, not because they are confused or falsely believe they can establish a reputation for hard bargaining thereby, but simply because they want to punish an unfair proposer. For instance, in a variant of the game in which a rejection leads to the responder getting nothing but allows the proposer to keep the share he suggested for himself, responders rarely reject offers, and proposers make considerably smaller, but still positive, offers. Bolton and Zwick 1995. A quite different concern about the experimental evidence is the ubiquity of framing effects, which are payoff irrelevant facts that affect behavior. Most individuals are strongly influenced by the cues of appropriate behavior offered by the situation in which an action is taken, Ross and Nisbet 1991, and there is no reason to think that experiments are immune to this context-dependent aspect of individual behavior. We have already seen that naming the game, example the exchange game, matters. Another exam. PLE, Andreoni, 1995, shows that, when a public goods game is framed as an individual investment game in which subjects can invest in their private accounts, even though this imposes a cost on the other players, subjects exhibit little cooperation. Given that the actual payoffs to the game are the same whether the experimenter stresses the gains to social cooperation or the gains to personal investment, but the level of cooperation is equally affected, the preference for cooperation appears to be a fragile commitment, easily manipulated by the experimenter. However, it would be very odd if other regarding preferences, such as for fairness, reciprocity, or honesty, were not sensitive to framing affects. The reason is that the ethical values an individual applies to a given situation depend on how the individual conceptualizes the social norms appropriate in that situation, and this conceptualization is subject to experimenter manipulation. The fact, then, that the experimenter can ante a set of conditions under which subjects behave selfishly is not an argument against the importance of other regarding preferences. Anal critique of the experimental evidence for the ubiquitous nature of social preferences is that other regarding and moral preferences are confused expressions of a desire to maintain a good reputation in the eyes of others. In recognition of H.L. Mencken, we will call this the somebody may be looking critique. Note that the critique is not that establishing a reputation in the game may be a way of gaining higher payoffs in some later interactions, as one's behavior in the game is anonymous. Rather, the somebody may be looking contention is that people are very concerned about the way they are evaluated by others, independent of any material reward or punishment they might receive by being judged. This is of course true, as we have already seen. Masklet et al. 2003, showed that considerable cooperation could be induced in a public goods game where punishment consisted merely of being assigned negative points for free riding. Similarly, Reg and Telly, 2004, showed that having participants in a public goods game write their contributions on an announcement board in full view of the other participants increased contributions markedly, even though the subjects were unlikely ever to meet again. Perhaps the most dramatic effect of this type is the tendency of subjects in perfectly anonymous settings to respond to the presence of imaginary viewers, as revealed by the so-called eye-spot experiments. For instance, Battison et al. 2006, studied contributions to an honor box for the use of tea, coffee, and milk in the common kitchen of the 48 members of the Division of Psychology at the University of Newcastle over a period of 10 weeks. In alternating weeks, they placed a picture of ours and a picture of a person's eyes looking straight at the viewer above the note to contribute to the honor box. They found that on average, people paid 2.76 times as much under the eye spot condition than under the hours condition. The experimenters conclude that this evidence, which is supported by other researchers, Haley and Fessler 2005, Burnham and Hare 2007, suggests that the self-interested motive of reputation maintenance may be sufficient to explain cooperation in the absence of direct return, p. 413. The conclusion is a non sequitur. It is incorrect to infer from the fact that people act more generously when there appear to be witnesses that people exhibit other regarding preferences only when they believe, consciously or otherwise, that they are being served. The above evidence is completely consistent with our view that individuals have moral values that they uphold for their own sake, although their self-assessment as moral beings is highly sensitive to how they fare in the eyes of others. The idea goes back to Adam Smith, 1759. Nature, when she formed man for society, endowed him with an original desire to please and an original aversion to offend his brethren. She rendered their approbation most endearing and most agreeable to him for its own sake, and their disapprobation most mortifying and most offensive. Part 3 Section I, Paragraph 13, italics added. The most likely source of this heightened sensitivity to the opinion of others was investigated long ago by the sociologist Charles Horton Cooley, 1902, who coined the term looking-glass self to describe the dynamic whereby individual psychic well-being depends on self-esteem, and self-esteem is the product of being esteemed by others with whom one shares a moral community. According to Cooley, and after him the sociologist George Herbert Mead, 1967-1934, we strive to please others not only for reputation, material reward in either present or future, but also because our self-esteem depends on others' evaluation of us. There have been several interpretations of the looking-glass self as a model of self-esteem. The one best supported by the evidence, Lung and Martin 2003, is the internalization of norms model, according to which we internalize norms that provide for us moral and processual preferences, and our self-esteem depends on meeting moral and processual expectations. While some individuals are capable of maintaining high self-esteem from personal self-assessment, most individuals are acutely dependent upon the positive evaluation of their behavior by others. The looking-glass self is thus an amalgam of personal self-assessment and the assessment of others. It is entirely plausible, therefore, that even the subconscious neural cues of being watched in the eye-spot experiments would lead many individuals, those dependent upon the evaluation of others for self-esteem, to increase their other-regarding behavior. This, however, in no way supports the notion that experimental evidence for social preferences is spurious. However one interprets the eye-spot phenomenon in dictator game experiments. there is no indication that ispots have any efficacy in social situations in which, unlike the dictator game, there are strategic interactions among participants. For example, in an ispot experiment using the trust game, the presence or absence of ispots has no statistical effect on the behavior of the subjects. Schneider and Fair 2010. Many economists, biologists, and others will assert, as they have for at least a century, that altruism beyond one's immediate family members is highly exceptional and ephemeral. The experimental evidence of the last 2 decades tells strongly against this view. But the belief that self-interest is unrivaled among human motives has never depended on empirical tests. Rather, it has appeared self-evident because the evolution of the human species by a process of natural selection was bound to produce a selfish animal. In the absence of a plausible evolutionary explanation of the origin of altruistic preferences, excepting close genealogical kin, the self-interest axiom was commonly accepted by default. But, as we will see, the idea that selfish genes must produce selfish individuals is false. The sociobiology of human cooperation. Like successful Chicago gangsters, our genes have survived, in some cases for millions of years, in a highly competitive world. This entitles us to expect certain qualities in our genes. I shall argue that a predominant quality to be expected in a successful gene is ruthless selfishness. This gene for selfishness will usually give rise to selfishness in individual behavior. Richard Dawkins, The Selfish Gene, 1976, p. 2. Selfish and contentious people will not cohere, and without coherence, nothing can be effected. A tribe possessing a greater number of courageous, sympathetic and faithful members, who were always ready to warn each other of danger, to aid and defend each other, would spread and be victorious over other tribes. Thus the social and moral qualities would tend slowly to advance and be diffused throughout the world. Charles Darwin, The Descent of Man, 1998, 1873, ch. 5, pages 134 to 135. Humans are cooperative. But our genes, like Richard Dawkins' Chicago gangsters, are selfish. Can selfish genes produce altruistic people? We think they can. In light of what we know about other animals and about human evolution, how could the preferences documented in the previous chapter have become common among humans? Recall that by definition, chapter 2, behaving altruistically helps others but reduces an individual's fitness or material payoff. Given the tendency of people to copy the successful and the fact that natural selection favors the more how did our altruistic preferences overcome the cultural and biological evolutionary handicaps entailed by the reduced payoffs that they elicited? To answer this question, we draw on a remarkable ensemble of papers that revolutionized our understanding of the biology of social behaviors. Doug Aitken, 2006, is an introduction to the lives and contributions of the leading biologists of social behavior, from Kropotkin at the turn of the 20th century to the present. Valuable syntheses of this literature are presented in Keller, 1985, Doug Aitken, 1997, Frank, 1998, Keller, 1999, Kerr and Godfrey Smith, 2002, Russet, 2004, McElrath and Boyd, 2006. Lehman and Keller, 2006, Fletcher and Zwick, 2006, Nowak, 2006, Levin, 2009. And Sigmund, 2010. The RST of these seminal works is William Hamilton's The Genetical Evolution of Social Behavior, published in 1964, and his subsequent work, which introduced The concept of inclusiveness that is central to our explanation of human cooperation. Hamilton's focus on the importance of the social structure of populations framed thinking about the evolution of altruism for an entire generation. Hamilton did not invent the idea of inclusiveness, as Haldane's quip about his 8 drowning cousins attests. But his 1964 paper formalized and greatly expanded its reach. The central importance of social structure was picked up and expanded into a new biological approach to social behavior by Edward O. Wilson in his massively influential The Insect Societies, 1971, and Sociobiology, The New Synthesis, 1975. In 1970, George Price provided an ingenious method for the analysis of selection processes, operating at multiple levels, providing a way to study the evolution of social behavior in group-structured populations. The method was quickly embraced by Hamilton, and we use it extensively in our explanation of cooperation in humans. This was soon followed by Robert Trivers' The Evolution of Reciprocal Altruism, 1971, initiating one of the most vibrant research paradigms in animal behavior to this day, and suggesting some of the distinctive features of human behavior. 2 years later, Luigi Luca Cavalli Sforza and Marcus Feldman published Cultural versus Biological Inheritance, 1973a, initiating the modeling of gene-culture coevolution. The second concept underpinning our explanation of the origins and distinctive nature of cooperation among humans. Almost simultaneously, in 1973, John Maynard Smith and Price published The Logic of Animal Conduct. This paper launched the field of evolutionary game theory, applied this theory to the dynamics of animal behavior, and thus provided an analytical technique essential to our reasoning in the pages that follow. This cornucopia for the science of social behavior was capped off just 16 years after Hamilton's initial contribution by his collaboration with Robert Axelrod, The Evolution of Cooperation, 1981. In which Trivers' insights were formalized using evolutionary game theory and then deployed along with Hamilton's inclusiveness to provide a convincing explanation of the initial emergence of dyadic cooperative behaviors in a population of erstwhile uncooperative animals. These models are all logically and mathematically coherent, but are distinguished by 2 aspects of their empirical adequacy. The RST is whether they explain the forms of human cooperativeness that we observe in experiments and in natural settings. The second is whether the key mechanisms of the models could have operated over the long sweep of the human past in such a way as to favor the evolution of the distinctive cooperative behaviors we observe in humans. On both grounds we nd that William Hamilton's concept of inclusiveness provides the most adequate starting point. In the next section we introduce what we consider to be the most plausible approach, a Hamilton-inspired model of inclusiveness based on group differentiation and competition, clarifying what is meant by multi-level selection. In 4.1 we explain how multi-level selection works, and in the next section we distinguish between a strong form of multi-level selection, in which group competition offsets the selective pressures operating against altruistic members within a group, and a weak form, in which group competition selects among stable within group equilibria, meaning that within group selection pressures against altruistic members are absent, as a result favoring groups with a higher level of cooperation. We then turn to the Trivers-inspired models of self-interested helping, RST, 4.4, describing the basic model of repeated dyadic interactions, and then extending this model to situations in which there are many potential cooperators, 4.5, and in which helping is rewarded indirectly by third parties, 4.6. We then, 4.7, introduce models in which helping others enhances one's ness or other payoffs. because it is a credible signal of the individual's otherwise unobservable characteristics. As a potential mate, ally, or opponent. In 4.8 we point out that all of the models surveyed here work because those who provide help to others are more likely than by chance to receive help from others. The models differ in the processes that account for this behavioral assortment benefiting those providing help. In part for this reason, the models also differ in the proximate motives likely to account for helping behavior, providing further clues, which we consider in the concluding section, to the puzzle of how human cooperation evolved. 4.1 Inclusive Fitness and Human Cooperation. Hamilton's rule for the evolutionary success of altruism, Hamilton 1964, states that conferring itness benet b on another individual at a directness cost to oneself of c will be favored by natural selection if RBC, 4.1. Where R is the genetic relatedness between the actor and the beneficiary, 1/2 for siblings, 1/4 for nieces and nephews, 1/8 for cousins and so on. The coefficient of genetic relatedness between the helper and the beneficiary, R, is Hamilton's measure of social structure. It will vary from a value of close to 0 when most interactions are among total strangers to close to 1/2 when most interactions are among siblings or parents and their offspring. According to Hamilton's rule, helping another person increases the inclusiveness of the actor by an amount RB. C0 which if positive means that the population frequency of a hypothetical altruistic allele accounting for the helping behavior will increase. Rothorn, 2006, offers a clear explanation of how Hamilton's rule works when applied to siblings. The mathematical symbols for this and subsequent chapters are summarized in the table at the end of the chapter. But Hamilton's insight is far more general. His rule captures the key mechanism common to all models of the evolution of altruism, namely that an altruistic allele cannot proliferate if its bearers are no more likely to receive help from those with whom they interact than would occur by chance. All successful models of the evolution of altruistic behaviors share this positive assortment feature, including not only those stressing preferential interaction among siblings or other close genetic family members, but also models of group competition for reproductive success. Russet, 2002, Claries. The common features of family-based and group-based assortment. A group may be a tribe, sect, language community, or other ensemble of individuals in more frequent social interaction than with outsiders. In so-called group selection models, bearers of an altruistic allele benefit from their many interactions with other altruistic individuals that occur when most interactions are within groups and when the altruists are concentrated in some groups and the non-altruists in others. Following Hamilton, we apply the term inclusiveness to all models in which positive assortment allows the proliferation of an altruistic trait, while sharing the common feature of genetic assortment and relatedness among those who interact, the two variants of inclusiveness-based people's interactions being primarily with members of their tribe or band or members of their family, differ sociologically, that is, in the reasons for the positive assortment. They also differ in the forms of behavior likely to be supported, a willingness to sacrifice for close family members but not others in the RST case, and to die for one's group and to kill outsiders in the second, for example. Because these differences will emerge as important in our account of the nature and evolution of human cooperation, to avoid confusion we will use the term kin-based selection models to mean mutual helping relations among close family members, so that kin-based selection is exactly kin selection as originally defined by John Maynard Smith in his Initial Group Selection and Kin Selection. The evolution of characteristics which favor the survival of close relatives of the affected individual, 1964, p. 1145. Where, by contrast, the main source of non-random interactions in a population is the reproductive isolation of groups larger than families, and where the main selective pressures operating on individuals are competition for group survival, we refer to group selection or multi-level selection. The two terms are synonymous. As with the term kin selection, the term group selection may be confusing, as it is sometimes thought to refer not simply to the importance of group membership in an individual or gene-based evolutionary process, but instead to deem the unique unit of selection, so that a group selection model would be simply a model of competition among groups, with selection not operating on genes or individuals. Because our models always concern the relativeness of individuals, we prefer the term multi-level selection. Kin-based selection and multi-level selection are examples of Hamilton's concept of inclusiveness in that both take account of the direct effects of one's actions on the evolutionary success of a trait as well as the indirect effects that arise when family structure or group structure results in individuals being more likely than by chance to interact with those bearing the identical trait. Our kin-based selection is not synonymous with inclusiveness selection but rather, along with group selection, is a special case of inclusiveness selection. Because we are interested in the distinctive aspects of human cooperation, we prefer not to equate kin and inclusiveness, as is sometimes done, because as a practical matter, the term kin is still widely used in biology and understood by non-biologists to mean close genealogical relatives, so it would be confusing to use the term kin selection to explain human cooperation that extends considerably beyond the family and includes even total strangers. Helping close family members is one of the most prominent forms of human cooperation, and is often altruistic. But because one of the distinctive aspects of human cooperation is that it extends far beyond the immediate family, we treat kin-based altruism only in passing, recalling that helping another is altruistic only if the actor would gain hiredness by declining to help. We note that not all behaviors considered as examples of kin-based altruism are altruistic. The cost of helping one's genetic relatives may be more than offset by one's own resulting directness gains, in which case helping is not altruistic. The cost, in this case would be negative. This is likely to be the case if the relatives in question are one's children or grandchildren and are thus directly counted in one's THIRD-WORLDISM. But it is less likely to be the case for other equally close relatives, such as siblings or parents. Examples of kin-based altruism are preferential helping of close kin, which is widely observed in the care of offspring in many animals, and among humans in such diverse aspects of behavior as food sharing, case ETAL 2000, Gurvan ETAL 2002. Homicide, Daly and Wilson 1988, and Migrants Remittances, Bowles and Posel 2005. However, some cooperative behaviors among male chimpanzees, female bonobos, and some other animals are related weakly, if at all, to kin status. Gerloff ETAL 1999, Me. Tanny 2006, Silk 2006. About chimpanzees, Linda Vigilant et al. 2001, Right, kinship may explain cooperative behaviors directed against other communities, but is unlikely to explain the high levels of affiliation and cooperation seen for males within community interactions. Even for intra-household allocations among humans, kin-based altruism is far from an adequate explanation of helping behaviors. In some studies of food sharing in small-scale societies, kin altruism effects appear to be very modest or virtually absent. Kaplan and Hill 1985, Gurvan et al. 2000a, Kaplan and Hill 1985, Smith et al. 2002. In modern societies, important aspects of intergenerational inheritance patterns do not conform to the expectations of the inclusiveness model, in that the spouse, who is typically genetically unrelated or only distantly so, frequently gets a very substantial bequest. And children typically receive equal shares irrespective of their age, health status and other correlates of their reproductive value. Our study, with THIRD-WORLDISM, of migrant workers' remittances of a portion of their urban wages to their rural families of origin. In South Africa, Bowles and Posel 2005, shows that less than a third of the remittances sent home can be attributed to the relatedness of the migrant to the members of the household of origin. But as we have said, the primary weakness of kin-based altruism is not that it fails to explain altruism among close family members, but rather that it fails to explain the forms of human cooperation extending considerably beyond the family and even to virtual strangers. The key insight for the study of the distinctively human cooperation captured by Hamilton's rule is that if altruism is to proliferate among people who are not closely related, the ratio of benefits to costs must be substantial. Thus, to explain how quite costly forms of altruism could proliferate when interactions are among people with very modest degrees of genetic relatedness, we will need to show that the group benefits of some forms of altruism may indeed be substantial. We will see in subsequent chapters that this indeed was the case, where groups competed for survival both against one another and against nature. Our explanation of the evolution of human social preferences hinges on three facts. First, group living is essential to human survival. Second, groups differ in their evolutionary success, some expanding and dividing many times, while other groups are absorbed into more successful groups or pass out of existence in warfare or during environmental crises. Third, groups in which altruistic and other social preferences are common tend to cooperate, and cooperative groups tend to prevail in the frequent inter-group competition and to survive the severe environmental crises that, as we will see in Chapter 6, characterized the early human condition. Differential group success therefore plays a central role in the evolution of human behaviors and institutions, members of less successful groups copying the more successful or being eliminated by them. Examples of this process include the peopling of many parts of the world by individuals of European ancestry and the associated spread of European customs and institutions in the past half-millennium, and the spread of agriculture and its associated novel systems of social organization and behavior from the Middle East to Europe beginning 11 millennia ago. The fact that more cooperative groups tended to survive and expand explains two key facts. The RST is that altruistic individuals among our ancestors enjoyed enhanced reproductive success, resulting in the spread of altruism as a distinctive human trait. The second is that our altruistic dispositions motivate us to care about and help not only close family but even those related to us only distantly or not at all, as long as we share common group membership. The idea that the group-structured nature of populations and group competition would strongly affect evolution has long been recognized not only by sociologists and historians, Parsons 1964, Tilley 1981, but also by biologists, Lewontin 1965, 1970, Wilson 1977, Alexander 1979, Durham 1991, Dunbar 1993, Lolland and Feldman 2004. But until recently, most biologists have concluded that group-level effects that would favor the spread of genes contributing to altruistic behavior cannot offset the effects of individual within group selection operating against altruists, except where special circumstances heighten and sustain genetic differences between groups relative to For ranks within the group, Williams 1966, Crow and Kimura 1970, Borman and Levitt 1973, Maynard Smith 1976. The reason is that the speed of an evolutionary process is proportional to the differences on which it works, so in order for between-group selection to outrun within-group selection, between-group differences must be substantial. But due to group exogamy and other reasons for migration are thought to preclude this. However, beginning with Charles Darwin, whose position is clear from the opening quote of this chapter, a number of evolutionary thinkers have suggested that human evolution might provide an exception to this negative assessment of the force of group level, or as we call it, multi-level selection. Hamilton, 1975, summarized Darwin's view as follows: he saw that such traits as courage and self-sacrifice would naturally be counter-selected within a social group, whereas in competition between groups the groups with the most of such qualities would be the ones bested to survive and increase. p. 117. In The Causes of Evolution, Haldane, 1932, had already provided a plausible mechanism for how this might come about. He suggested that in a population of small endogamous tribes, an altruistic trait might evolve because the tribe splitting that occurs when successful groups reach a certain size would by chance create a few successor groups with a very high frequency of altruists, reducing within group differences and increasing between group differences, a process very similar to that we will model in chapters 7 and 8. The modest size of typical human groups during most of our evolution thus could play a crucial role in the chance occurrence of one or more groups with a high fraction of altruists, which would then, as Darwin said, spread and be victorious over other tribes. Haldane concluded, evolution in large random mating populations is not representative of evolution in general, and perhaps gives a false impression of the events occurring in less numerous species. Our ancestors were mostly rather rare creatures. Hamilton, 1975, took up Haldane's suggestion, adding that if the allocation of members to successor groups following tribe splitting was not random, but was rather what he called associative, between group differences would be even greater and multi-level selection pressures would be further enhanced. More recent research also suggests that impediments to multi-level selection may be less general than was once thought. Uyenwoyama and Feldman 1980, Harp Ending, and Rogers 1987. A number of writers have pointed out that multi-level selection may be of considerably greater importance among humans than among other animals. Given the advanced level of human cognitive and linguistic capabilities and consequent capacity to maintain group boundaries and to formulate general rules of behavior for large groups, and the resulting substantial influence of cultural inheritance on human behavior. Cavalli Sforza and Feldman 1973, Alexander 1987, Boyd and Richardson 1985, 1990, Sober and Wilson 1994, Boehm 1997. Among the consequences of these distinctive human capacities are the suppression of within-group phenotypic differences through egalitarianism, co-insurance, consensus decision-making and conformist cultural transmission. The reduction in within-group differences slows down the selection against altruistic individuals. Insider biases and individual preferences to interact with like individuals lead to large between-group differences in behavior and, to a lesser but not negligible extent, in genotypes too, as we will see. These insider biases result in frequent between-group conics as well as high levels of positive assortment in interactions both within and between groups. Other animals do some of these things, but none does all of them on a human scale. All of these aspects of human social life enhance the force of between-group selection. Relative to within group selection. A result, if we are correct, was the evolution this cooperative species. A rather different interpretation of human altruism and its evolution is that, on closer inspection, most apparently altruistic forms of helping are just self-interest with a long time horizon. This approach takes Trivers' reciprocal altruism as its starting point and shows how, when interactions are frequently repeated, individuals may enhance their ness by a mutualistic form of helping based on the expectation of reciprocation in the future. Variants of this approach developed in models of indirect reciprocity and costly signaling show that helping others may be repaid not only by the targets of one's help, but also by others wishing preferentially to be associated with the helpful. A schema of these various explanations of human cooperation is shown in Fig. 4.1, the main distinction being between Hamilton's inclusiveness approach in which helping behaviors that are genuinely altruistic can evolve and Trivers' approach, in which helping behaviors are not altruistic because they enhance the ness of the AC. TOR, in an equilibrium population of Trivers' reciprocal altruistic helpers, as we will see. In 4.2, 4.3, and 4.4, switching to not helping would result in loweredness. Trivers' contribution was to show that seemingly altruistic behaviors may evolve precisely because they are not in fact altruistic, reminiscent of the accounts given by Tocqueville's Americans. Trivers' term reciprocal altruism for these behaviors is obviously a misnomer. 4.2 Modeling multi-level selection. The multi-level selection model works because members of predominantly altruistic groups have above-averagedness and thus contribute disproportionately to the next generation. Here we apply multi-level selection to a process of genetic transmission, but the sociobiology of human cooperation 53. Evolution of social behavior. Darwin 1873. Inclusive fitness. Hamilton 1964. Kin-based altruism. Maynard Smith 1964. Group-based altruism. Multi-level selection. Wilson 1977. Aoki 1982. Rogers 1990. Network-based altruism. Atsuki et al. 2006. Signaling. Reputation. Spence 1973. Grafen 1990. Zahavi 1975. Indirect reciprocity. Alexander 1987. Sugden 1986. Repeated games. Folk theorem. Axelrod and Hamilton 1981. Freudenberg and Maskine 1986. Reciprocal altruism. Trivers 1971. And the evolution of altruism and the evolution of mutualism. Boyd and Punchinathan 2004. Nowak and Sigmund 1998. Bergstrom 1996. Fisher 1930. Haldane 1955. Kin-based selection. Taylor 1976. Figure 4.1. Models explaining cooperation in human society. The same model applies to any process of selection based on the differential replication of traits over time. To see how it works, consider a single altruistic behavior that is the expression of an altruistic allele, the quotation marks being a reminder that altruistic behaviors are unlikely to be the expression of a single allele. Thus, we consider a trait that may, A, or may not, N, be present in each individual. In a large population that is subdivided into a number of reproductively somewhat isolated groups, commonly known as demes. Suppose altruistic behavior costs the individual C and confers a total binet of B on a randomly selected other member of the group, where C and B are both measured in units of tness, and BC0. It follows that a member in a group composed entirely of A's has an expected payoff of the amount B C0 greater than a member of a group composed of all NS. In any mixed group, however, the expected payoff to A's will be lower than that of the NS by an amount C. These payoffs are the same as in figure 3.1, so the interaction is a prisoner's dilemma. Let Pij D 1 indicate that individual I in group J is an A and Pij D 0 if I is an N. Let P represent the fraction of A's in the population at the start of a given time period, and let P0 be the fraction of A's at the start of the next period. D, which is the expectedness of an individual of type I in group J, and let which D O C PJG C Pij I 4.2, where G and I are respectively the effects on which of variations in Pj, the frequency of the A allele in the group, and Pij, the presence of the A allele in individual I, and O is a baseline replication rate based on factors not considered here. In equation 4.2, the two effects, between and within group selection, are separable, so that the size of the group effect on an individual is independent of whether the individual is altruistic 54 Chapter 4 or not, and the individual effect of being an altruist is independent of the frequency of altruists in the group. The assumption that the two effects are separable is unrealistic, but it allows an illuminating simplification. Price, 1972, showed that in this case the change in the frequency of altruists in the population, P0, P, can be partitioned into additive between group and within group effects. Frank, 1997, provides a clear explication of the price equation. We derive the price equation in A10, where we show that the partition can be written as WP D G var.pj slash C I var.pij 4.3, where W is the population-wide averagedness, which we normalize to unity, as we assume the population size is constant, and var.pij is given by var.pij d x j fj var.pij 4.4, where fj is the fraction of the population in group J and var.pij is the genetic variance. In group J. The terms var.pj and var.pij respectively are the between deemed genetic variance and weighted average within deemed genetic variance, the weights fj, based on group size. The coefficient G is the effect of variation in Pj on the averagedness of members of deemed J, that is, on Wj, which is determined as follows. If we sum 4.2 over the individuals in a group and divide by group size, we see that Wj d O C Pjg C I slash 4.5. So G dWj dPjd I C G 4.6. Recall that a behavior is altruistic if adopting it, hypothetically switching from an N to an A, lowers one's expectedness while increasing the averagedness of members of one's group. Our definition of altruism thus maps neatly onto the terms of the price equation, and we are interested in the cases where G greater than 0, altruism is group beneficial, and I0, the individual who switched from N, Pij D 0, to A, Pij D 1, would as a result have loweredness. The separability assumption now allows us to represent equation 4.3 in terms of the payoffs I, D, C and G, D, B. Thus using this information, equation 4.6, and recalling that W, D, 1, equation 4.3 can be written P, D, B. C slash var dot pj slash C var dot pij slash 4.7. The RST term captures the group effect, which is positive, by the definition of altruism. While the second represents the effect of within group selection, which is negative, also by the definition of altruism. Setting aside degenerate cases such as zero variances, it follows that the frequency of the trait will be stationary, i.e., p d 0, where the two terms in equation 4.7 are of equal absolute magnitude, assuming that the s and variances making up these terms are themselves stationary. Because the second term is negative, the frequency of the A trait within all groups will fall over time. But as the Sociobiology of Human Cooperation 55 b. C is positive, this tendency will be offset by the decline in the size of groups with low frequencies of the trait and the expansion of groups with many altruists. Let us deem the variance ratio FST as the ratio of the between-group variance in the fraction of altruists to the total population variance, which is the within-group plus the between-group variance of the fraction of altruists, or FST d var.pj slash var.pij slash c var.pj slash 4.8. The variance ratio is thus a population-wide measure of the degree of non-randomness in who interacts with whom, resulting from the tendency of altruists to ND themselves disproportionately in groups with many other altruists. The variance ratio FST is SE. Wall writes inbreeding coefficient, right 1922, measuring the degree of genetic differentiation among groups. This ratio measures the difference between the probability of being paired with an altruist conditional on being an altruist, P.A. J. A/, and conditional on being a non-altruist, P.A. J. N/, that arises because the population is group structured, Crow and Kimura 1970. Thus, FST D P.A. J. A/. P.A. J. N/ 4.9. An example illustrating this result is given in A10. Being paired with an altruist means being the recipient of the randomly assigned binet, B, that altruists confer on fellow group members. This is more likely to occur if there are many A's in one's group. If A's tend to be in groups with many other A's, they enjoy an advantage over NS, i.e., FST measures the extent of this advantage. Using the definition of FST, 4.8, and rearranging terms in 4.3, we see that the condition for P to be 0, so that the fraction of altruists in the population is stationary, is FST D C B 4.10. If FSTC equals B, the fraction of altruists may be expected to increase, and if FSTC equals B, it decreases. Comparing equations 4.10 and 4.1, we see that 4.10 is just Hamilton's rule, with FST the measure of population structure. Equation 4.10 also indicates the most costly form of altruism that may proliferate by this method, when the variance among group means is 0, so that FST D 0, A's no longer have the advantage of being in groups with disproportionately many A's. In this case, multi-level selection is inoperative, so only a costless, that is, non-altruistic, form of group beneficial behavior could proliferate. By contrast, when var.pij d 0 for all J groups are either all A or all N, and one meets only one's own type, independently of the composition of the total population. In this case, within group selection is absent. and between group selection is the only selective force at work. Thus, the force of multi-level selection will depend on the magnitude of the group Binet relative to the individual cost, B and C, and the degree to which groups differ in their frequency of the trait, relative to the within-group variance of the trait. In Chapter 6 we will use genetic, archaeological, and other data to estimate the Bs, Cs, and FSTs that are relevant to the evolution of social behavior among early humans. 56 Chapter 4. Figure 4.2 shows how the group structure of the population may overcome the disadvantage of bearing the costs of altruistic behaviors. The GUR indicates the variance ratio FST, namely the difference P.A. J. A slash P.A. J. N slash, which is just sufficient to equate the expectedness of the two types and thus to maintain a stationary value of P. As is evident from the GUR. This is the FST that satisfies equation 4.10, namely FSTB D C. The slope of both expectedness functions is B and the distance between them is C. How large P.A. J. A slash P.A. J. N slash must be depends, as we have seen and as the GUR makes clear, on the costs and benefits of the altruistic behavior, B and C. It is clear from the GUR that for a given level of B, slope of the lines, the greater is the cost of altruism. C, the vertical distance between the lines, the greater must be the degree of positive assortment P.A. J. A slash P.A. J. N slash in order for altruism to proliferate in the population. In a 10 we provide a numerical example that will clarify how the price equation and this model based on it work. The price equation does not represent a complete dynamical system giving the movements of P. This would require a set of equations giving the movements over time of the between and within group variances. It is easy to check, for example, that the variances given in the numerical example in the appendix that render P stationary are not themselves stationary. Because they will be different the next period, the values of B and C that made P stationary in the period under study will not ensure stationarity in subsequent periods. Except in degenerate cases of little interest, equations giving the movement of the relevant variances over time are not attainable. This is the reason that exploring evolutionary processes under the influence of group selection typically requires that we resort, in subsequent chapters, to agent-based computer simulation models. P.A. J. A slash probability of being paired with an A. WN O B C 0 C B 1 WA O P.A. J. N slash. Figure 4.2. The evolution of an altruistic trait in a group-structured population. The vertical axis measures average population widenesses of the non-altruists and altruists, WN and WA respectively, minus the baselineess O. If the population structure's variance ratio is such that the difference in the conditional probabilities of being paired with an A, P.A. J. A slash P.A. J. N slash is as shown, P is stationary, because the expected tnesses of the two types, WA D B P.A. J. A slash C O and WN D B P.A. J. N slash OR equal. The Sociobiology of Human Cooperation 57. 4.3 Equilibrium Selection. The above model illustrates what we call strong multi-level selection, which occurs when the second term in the price equation is negative, indicating that those with group beneficial traits are altruistic and hence would attain higherness by abandoning their helping behaviors. But the second term may be 0, so that those who confer benefits on others suffer no disadvantage within groups, while profiting from the group beneficial effects of their behaviors. When this is the case, we say weak multi-level selection is operative. The cooperative traits that may be supported in the equilibria selected by this process are not altruistic, because cooperators would not gain interest terms were they to defect. There are two main cases of weak multi-level selection. The RST type of weak multi-level selection occurs when both the A trait and the N trait are evolutionarily stable strategies, so that two stable within group equilibria exist, one with all NS and the other with all As, each of which cannot be invaded by a small group of migrants or mutants exhibiting the other type of behavior. This is the case, we will see, when the conditions for the proliferation of cooperation by means of reciprocal altruism, indirect reciprocity, or costly signaling obtain. These models provide mechanisms by which a non-altruistic, cooperative behavior could be stabilized within a population. Note that in this case the second term of the price equation is 0 because if Pj d 1 or Pj d 0 then var.pj/ d Pj.1 Pj/ d 0. This would also be the case, for example, in the repeated game setting studied in the next section, in which both unconditional defection and conditional cooperation are mutual best responses. But here we model the case of weak group selection by extending the above model of a one-shot dyadic interaction between As and Ns. Two stable equilibria could exist in this case, for example if, following an An interaction, the As in the group collectively attempted to punish the N. The As would then be akin to the strong reciprocators whose preferences were described in the previous chapter. Suppose their attempt to punish the N succeeds with a likelihood equal to the fraction of As in the population, and if successful, the cost imposed on the N is Cp. Assume each A incurs a cost of K in attempting to punish the N. Then the expectedness of the As in group J is Waj d Pjb c K.1 Pj/ c O, while the tness of the Ns is Wnj d Pjb P2jcp c O. These payoffs give the expectedness functions within a single group illustrated in upper panel of figure 4.3, for the case where CPC, so the target of the punishment, bears a greater cost than does an A by helping a fellow group member. Note that if Pj, which is the value of P such that Waj d Wnj, As will have higherness B C rather than 0, and thus eventually eliminate the Ns, while if the reverse inequality holds, Ns will have higherness and thus eventually eliminate the As. A population composed of many groups with this interaction structure could contain some with all As and some with all Ns. But the all A groups would have higher averagedness, and if the total population is constant, the Ns would eventually be eliminated. Boyd and Richardson, 1985, showed that conformist cultural transmission. 58 Chapter 4. A tendency to copy the more common behaviors, can have the same effect, giving rise to homogeneous groups among which weak group selection can support the proliferation of an altruistic trait. B. Cp. B. C.1. C. N slash. Pj. A. C. Waj. O. 1, 0. WAJ. O. 1, 0. B. C. WNJ. O. PJ. B. C. CN. WNJ. O. PJ. K. C. PJ. A. Figure 4.3. Weak multi-level selection. The horizontal axis gives the fraction of A's in the group. In the upper panel, PJ is an unstable equilibrium and constitutes the boundary between the basin of attraction of the all N and the all A equilibria. In the lower panel, where A is the rate at which NS are socialized into A's and N is the rate at which A's revert to NS through imitation, because the NS have higher payoffs, PJ is a stable equilibrium. In both cases, within group selection will result in a stationary distribution of A's and NS with no within group selection operating against the A's. By contrast, figure 4.2 illustrates the case of strong multi-level selection, in which in the absence of positive assortment, selection within groups results in a reduction in the frequency of A's. In the second type of weak multi-level selection, cooperative individuals coexist with others in a stable within group equilibrium, and groups differ in the resulting frequency of A's. Multi-level selection works because groups in which the equilibrium number of cooperators is greater produce more offspring than other groups. In this case, at the equilibrium for a particular group, the second term of the right-hand side of the price equation is zero, because the t-ness of the two types within a group must be equal, otherwise it is not an equilibrium, and as a result, the A trait suffers no t-ness deficit. An example is in a model of cultural rather than genetic evolution, in which non-altruists may turn into altruists, by being socialized through group rituals to behave altruistically, and altruists can revert back to non-altruists, attracted by the possibility of not paying the cooperation costs. C. Equilibrium now occurs when the two movements. The Sociobiology of Human Cooperation 59. From altruist to non-altruist and back lead to equalness of both phenotypes. This is shown in the lower panel of figure 4.3, which depicts the model just described. The model on which the bottom panel is based is presented in A11. We present a more complete model along these lines in Chapter 10. In the upper panel, depicting the RST model, in which both cooperation and non-cooperation are evolutionarily stable strategies, FST. D. 1. Reacting the fact that all of the variance is between groups and none is within, so the second term on the right hand side of price equation is 0. This, or equivalently condition 4.10, tells us that altruism can proliferate no matter how small is the excess of benefits to others over cost to self. In the lower panel, in equilibrium, that is, at PJ, I. D. 0, as there is no within group selection operating against the A's, the second right-hand side term in the price equation is 0 in this case too, and equation 4.9 tells us that any positive FST will be sufficient to promote the spread of altruism. 4.4 Reciprocal altruism. Trivers' reciprocal altruism, the second workhorse model for the explanation of cooperation by biologists, was proposed independently by economist James Friedman, 1971. To see how this works, consider a pair of unrelated individuals from a large population who are randomly paired to play the prisoner's dilemma game repeatedly, A3. In every period the available actions are to help H, the other at a cost C0, thus providing a benefit to the other of BC, where B and C are measured in t-ness terms, or not to help, defect D, incurring no cost and providing no benefit. Clearly, each would gain if each helped, each receiving a net gain of B. C0. But considering just a single period, as we saw in Chapter 2, defecting is what is termed the dominant strategy. A player earns a higher payoff by not helping, no matter what his partner does. This may not be true if the game is repeated. Suppose the minutes and costs of the interaction are as in Figure 3.1, and the two available strategies for the repeated game are defect, do not help, with no minutes or costs, or conditional cooperation, which involves helping in the RST period, and in subsequent periods adopting the strategy played by the other in the previous period, sometimes termed the nice tit-for-tat strat. E.g. y, the nice referring to cooperating in the RST period. To study whether helping could evolve in this setting, we must RST determine if helping individuals, those playing nice tit-for-tat, could persist in a population in which they are common. In other words, is helping evolutionarily stable? We will presently ask if tit-for-tat helping could become common if it were originally rare. In other words, is helping evolutionarily accessible? We explore stability by supposing that virtually all members of the population are tit-for-tat helpers, and then ask if a mutant defector could proliferate in this population, eliminating the helpers. If this is not the case, then nice tit-for-tat is termed an evolutionarily stable strategy, S, and a population of all helpers is termed uninvadable. An evolutionarily stable strategy is a best response to itself, in the sense that no other strategy can do better playing against it. Robert Axelrod and William Hamilton, 1981. Showed that there are conditions under which conditional cooperation will be a best response to itself, so that each of two conditional cooperators will do better by helping the other as long as the other does the same, and when paired with a conditional cooperator, defect cannot do better than conditional cooperation. When these conditions are met, we would expect a large population of randomly paired conditional cooperators to persist in cooperating. Mutual defection in this population would also be evolutionarily stable, because defect is always the best response to defect. But at least mutual cooperation supported by tit-for-tat players would also be stable if ever it were to occur. What are the conditions allowing for the evolutionary stability of tit-for-tat helping? Assuming that after each round of play the interaction will continue for at least one more period with probability I, the expected duration d of the game is 1 equals 0.1 I/periods. To see this, note that d 1 c id, where the 1 represents the current play, and id represents the expected number of future plays, that is, with probability I the interaction continues, and if it does continue to the second round, then its expected duration at that point is d, just as it was at start of the RST round. The result follows by solving this equation for d. In A6 we show that I can also be interpreted as a time discount factor, that is, the reciprocal of 1 plus what economists term the rate of time preference, reacting an individual's impatience or other reasons for a higher valuation on payoffs nearer to the present in an interaction that is repeated. There we also show how a probability of continuation less than 1 can be combined with time discounting. To nd the condition under which conditional cooperation is a best response to itself, we compare the payoff to a conditional cooperator when paired with another conditional cooperator, namely b c per period times the expected duration of the interaction 1 equals 0.1 I/, with what a defector would get when paired with a conditional cooperator, that is, b for the RST period and then 0 thereafter, given that the tit-for-tat playing conditional cooperator will respond to the defection by defecting in the next and subsequent periods. Thus conditional cooperation will be a best response to itself if B, C, 1, I, B, 4.11, or, rearranging I, C, B, 4.12, which says that the probability of the interaction continuing must exceed the cost Binet ratio of the helping action. When compared to Hamilton's rule, 4.1, condition 4.12 makes it clear that the repetition of the interaction, which happens with probability I, is analogous to genetic relatedness as a support for cooperative behaviors. If equation 4.12 is satisfied, then in a population composed only of nice tit-for-tat players, the tit-for-tat strategy is not altruistic because adopting it maximizes the expected payoffs of the actor, and defecting would reduce the actor's expected payoffs. But remember that mutual defection is also uninvadable, meaning that in a population of defectors, playing tit-for-tat would yield lower payoffs than defecting. In such a population, nice tit-for-tat could not be motivated by self-regarding preferences, but instead is a form of strong reciprocity, motivated by altruistic preferences. Moreover, if equation 4.12 is not satisfied, the same conclusion, that nice tit-for-tat is a form of strong reciprocity, holds for any distribution of defectors and tit-for-tat players in the population. This makes it clear that while in some interactions, the one-shot prisoner's dilemma or public goods game, for example, one can denote strategies as either altruistic or not independently of the distribution of behaviors in a population, this is not generally the case. While mutual defect is also an equilibrium, Axelrod and Hamilton showed that reciprocal altruism can piggyback on kin-based altruism to get started. If the interacting pairs are close family members, for example, and if the continuation probability is sufficiently high, conditional cooperators can invade an all-defector population, thus accounting for the emergence of cooperation when initially rare. Once conditional cooperators become prevalent, their payoff advantage no longer requires relatedness among the interacting pairs. Thus the tit-for-tat equilibrium may be both evolutionarily stable and accessible. Reciprocal altruism paired with kin altruism thus provides a simple and elegant example of a mechanism that could account for the emergence and persistence of cooperation among empirically plausible human actors. Of course, the above argument is hardly denitive because we have not analyzed what happens if there are behavioral or perception errors, and we have not considered invasion by strategies other than defect. But it turns out that in dyadic interactions, the conditional cooperator strategy is quite robust to such adverse conditions, because it has three attractive characteristics. It is nice in the sense that it never defects RST. It is punishing in that it does not let an opponent get away with not helping without paying a penalty, and it is forgiving in that if a partner who has defected returns to cooperation, the conditional cooperator will return to cooperation as well. However, other strategies with these three characteristics can often outcompete the conditional cooperators, Nowak and Sigmund 1993. We will see presently that for interactions of more than two individuals, and in the presence of errors in either behavior or perception of others' behavior, nice tit-for-tat runs into trouble, casting doubt on the robustness of Trivers' approach for explaining cooperation in larger groups. Many biologists have considered reciprocal altruism to be a common form of cooperation among non-kin in non-human animals. And because cooperation based on reciprocal altruism was thought to be common in the non-human animal world, it was natural for biologists and social scientists to accept it as the standard explanation for human cooperation as well. However, there is little evidence of reciprocal altruism in non-human animals. Peter Hammerstein, 2003, writes, after 3 decades of world-wide research on reciprocal altruism and related phenomena, no more than a modest number of animal examples have been identified. A major impediment is that reciprocal altruism requires that animals act as if future payoffs are not greatly discounted. But non-human animals are extraordinarily impatient, No 1990, Clements and Stevens 1995, Connor 1995, Hammerstein 2003, Whitlock et al. 2007, Russell and Wright 2008, Cluttenbrock 2009, Connor 2010. Behaviors that at RST appeared to be reciprocal have frequently, on further study, been better explained as simple mutualism in which the benet to the actor compensates for the cost of the action regard less of the action taken by the other, Dugatkin and Mesterton Gibbons 1996, Milinski 1996, Stevens et al. 2002. Non-human primates may eventually provide exceptions to this generalization. There is some evidence, Duvall and Davis 2003, that reciprocity plays a role in alliance formation among macaques and chimpanzees, in the latter among unrelated individuals in high-risk power struggles, both in the wild as well as among captive animals. Capuchin monkeys have been observed experimentally to share more food with a partner whose assistance was needed to acquire the food, Duvall 2000, and chimpanzees to give food to those who groomed them in the past, Duvall 1997. Among humans, the experimental and ELD evidence for the contribution of repeat interactions to cooperation is overwhelming and well known. An experiment by G. Actor et al. 2011 suggests its importance. 400 and FTY6 Swiss students were randomly assigned to 2 roles similar to those of employer and employee in a natural setting. In a gift exchange game setting similar to the one described in 3.1, the employer offered a wage, a deduction from his prots, and the employee responded with a level of effort, which was costly to provide. The contrast between 2 treatments that the experimenters implemented is instructive. In the stranger treatment, the pairs were fed every period, so that each period was a one-shot interaction for the participants. In the partner treatment, the 2 remained paired over 10 periods. For both treatments, the set of 10 periods was itself repeated 3 times. The dominant strategy for a self-regarding employee in the stranger treatment, which, recall, meaning the response giving the highest payoff no matter what the other player does, was to offer 1 unit of effort, and knowing this, the employer's best response was to offer the lowest possible wage. In fact, employers made wage offers far more generous than the minimum, and employees proved much more than the minimum effort, just as in the FAIR ETAL experiment. Figure 4.4 gives the effort responses by employees in the 2 treatments over time. Figure 4.4. Repetition supports cooperation in a gift exchange, wage effort, X. Experiment. In the partner treatment, the 2 players play 10 consecutive rounds. In the stranger treatment, the pairs are reshifted after each round. Source: G. Actor. K. Einstein and Kessler, 2011. Strikingly, the effort offered in the stranger treatment is much higher, 4 times higher, than would have been optimal for a self-regarding employee. But more important for the questions under consideration here, the repeated interaction resulted in much higher levels of effort than the stranger treatment, and except for a dramatic endgame drop-off, effort rose within the 3 sets of play. The fact that repetition contributed to cooperation and that the subjects readily understood the difference between repeated and non-repeated interactions is evident by the sharp reduction during the last 2 periods of play. The end-game drop-off cannot be due to learning, as high levels of effort are restored and even exceeded when the second and third set are initiated. The fact that in the last period effort did not fall to the level of the stranger treatment could have occurred because, while repetition engaged the self-regarding motives stressed by the reciprocal altruism model, it also tapped social preferences that the stranger treatment did not evoke. Among humans in dyadic interactions, reciprocal altruism provides a convincing explanation of at least some of the cooperation we observe. Cooper et al. 1996, Kessler and Van Winden 2000. Many forms of cooperation in our ancestral past, judging by the practices of foragers in the ethnographic record, had precisely this structure. The sharing of some food in foraging groups does not take the form of the redistribution of food that has been pooled on a group-wide basis, what we term common pot redistribution, but rather is network-based. Kaplan and Gurvan 2005. Thus, sharing may take the form of reciprocation in dyadic relationships. In these cases, repeated interactions that reward cooperators with hiredness or other payoffs make helping a form of mutualism, as in the model of Axelrod and Hamilton, 1981. 4.5 Reciprocal altruism in large groups. The plausibility of the model, however, does not extend to large groups in which bears sometimes make mistakes. Interactions of this kind are common today and certainly were so in our ancestral past, including such relevant activities as common defense and predation, sharing information, cooperative hunting and gathering, and sustaining social norms through the punishment of transgressors. Because reciprocal altruism models are dyadic, how one would extend them to groups with more than 2 players is not even clear-cut. In this section we consider the most plausible extension. Because tit-for-tat models are based on prisoners' dilemmas, we want a prisoner's dilemma-like interaction, meaning mutual cooperation is beneficial but mutual defect is the dominant strategy, with n2 players. The public goods game is an example. In the one-shot n-player public goods game, each player has 2 strategies, contribute and defect. Contributing generates a benet B shared equally by all other members of the group, at a cost CB to the contributor. Note that while in 4.1 and 4.2, the benet of the helping action was conferred with equal probability on all members of the group, including the helper, here the benet of the contributor's action goes only to other members of the group. The difference is merely a matter of mathematical convenience. To mimic nice tit-for-tat in this non-dyadic setting, we say that individuals cooperate on the RST round of a repeated public goods game with n2 players and on subsequent rounds if a sufficient number of other players contributed on the previous round. We will see what a sufficient number means shortly. All players decide simultaneously whether to contribute or defect, after which the game is over. Clearly, if all members contribute, each earns B C0, but each individual has an incentive to defect, in which case his payoff is greater by the amount C than his payoff to contributing, no matter what the other players do. Hence, in a one-shot public goods game, self-regarding agents will all defect. As in the dyadic case, by repeating the public goods game many times, with a XED probability of ending after each round, however, cooperation can be sustained under the right conditions. But these conditions are quite stringent. We will show that this game supports cooperative outcomes only if the group is small, the returns to cooperation are high, the behavior of each group member is known with a high degree of accuracy by all of the other group members, errors in execution are infrequent, and group members are very patient and interactions typically endure for many periods. The reason for the ineffectiveness of reciprocal altruism for groups with several members is simple. In groups of 2, a free rider cannot go undetected because a player's payoff reveals the other player's behavior. Equally important, when one member defects in order to punish a defector, the punishment is uniquely targeted on the defector. But, in groups larger than 2, a player cannot infer who has defected from the knowledge of his own payoff. Moreover, a retaliatory defection punishes not only the initial defector, but also all other members of the group. Moreover, other group members may not have observed the initial defection and hence may think that a retaliatory defection is a free-riding defection, inviting further retaliatory defections. Thus the information structure among the players plays a critical role in the viability of the various models. The signals concerning the actions of other players may be perfect, completely accurate, or imperfect, inaccurate with positive probability. The signals can also be either public, the same signal received by all individuals, or private. Different individuals get different signals, or no signal at all, see figure 4.5. As in the previous chapter, we may think of imperfect public signals as caused by performance errors, which are then seen by all other players, while private signals are caused by limited scope, in which players observe the behaviors of only a subset of their group members, or perception errors that are not common to all players, so that a player who has cooperated is signaled as having cooperated to some subset of players, and signaled as having defected to the remaining players. Note that with private signals, a player who cooperates in a given period does not know which players, if any, received an inaccurate signal indicating that he defected. To illustrate the consequences of extending the reciprocal altruism model to groups larger than 2, we will develop an agent-based model. We explain the structure and logic of agent-based models in A2. Here is the structure of our agent-based model. A large population consists of n groups of n members each, and each group plays a public goods game repeatedly d times. We will call this series of d rounds an encounter. At the end of each encounter, players resort randomly into new groups of size n and carry out another encounter. By cooperating, a player confers a binet of B on the other members, i.e., a binet of B equals n. 1/ per other member, and a cost C to himself. We generalize the conditional cooperator strategy to groups of size n2 by assuming that there are n. C. 1 possible. The Sociobiology of Human Cooperation 65. Accurate signals. Accurate signals. Identical noisy signals. Different noisy signals. Received by all. Received by some. Received by all. Received by different people. Perfect. Private. Public. Imperfect. Figure 4.5. Information structures. Most models of cooperation assume perfect public information, but in all but the simplest human interactions, some critical information is both private and imperfect. Types of players, called T-cooperators, for T. D. 0, : and a T-cooperator cooperates in the current round provided at least T other players cooperated in the previous round. We call an N-cooperator, who never cooperates, a defector, and we call a zero cooperator an unconditional cooperator. On the RST round, all players apply the T criterion as though everyone cooperated in the previous round, so all types cooperate except the N cooperator, who defects on all rounds. Finally, we assume that a player who attempts to cooperate will accidentally defect with probability 0. We call this an execution error, and we call the execution error rate Note that when n, d, 2, our model reduces to standard conditional cooperation, where the conditional cooperator is a 1 cooperator, universal defect is a 2 cooperator, and an unconditional cooperator is a 0 cooperator. Our central question will be the frequency of cooperation that can be sustained in the long run of the system, for different choices of the Binet B error rate, duration of the encounter d, and the group size n. We created a population with 25 groups of size n, d, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14 playing a public goods game repeatedly for 25 periods. d, 25/, in which by cooperating, an individual contributes b to the other players at a cost of c, d, 1 to himself, where b, d, 2 or b, d, 4. We begin, initialize, the simulation by assigning to each individual a value of t in the range t, d, 0, n, 1 with equal probability. The exact initial conditions are unimportant because a small mutation rate ensures that no strategy becomes completely extinct, and in fact the simulation attains its long-run distribution of play, called the model's stationary distribution, in the very short time of several hundred periods, as long as some of each type is present from the start. After each encounter, 5% of individuals are replaced by new individuals, using a Darwinian criterion according to which the probability of reproduction is proportional to the individual's payoff relative to others in the entire population, the replicator. Dynamic equations describing this process are explained in the appendix. We assume a mutation rate of 2% per newly created individual, which means there is one mutation about every 50 encounters. Also, we assume an execution error rate varying from d, 0 to d, 0:1. To promote cooperation in the face of errors, we assume that an individual who accidentally defected, we assume this fact is known to all group members, so it is public information, cooperates unconditionally on the next 2 rounds, thus allowing cooperation to be restored. This behavior is known as contrite. 66 Chapter 4. As seen in the 2 upper panes of Figure 4.6, if n, d, 2 and b equals c, d, 2, if the error rate is 0, full cooperation results. However, intuitions based on the working of this dyadic case and 0 error rates do not extend to larger groups and plausible error rates. Even at a group size of n, d, 4 and an error rate of only 2%, very little cooperation occurs. When b equals c, d, 4, we see in the upper right pane of Figure 4.6 that cooperation can be sustained for n, d, 4, but for larger group sizes, and at error rates of 4% or more, very little cooperation results. This shows clearly that reciprocal altruism need not support cooperation in groups of size larger than 2 unless errors are virtually absent. These simulations assume a very high probability that the interaction will be continued. Indeed, only in the null period will the interaction not be repeated, so the probability of continuation is d, 1/d, which is 0.96 in our simulations, d, 25. Thus the relevant I in equation 4.12 is I, d, 0:96. This is near its plausible upper limit. If a period is a year, given human mortality rates, even setting aside other reasons for devaluing the future and terminating interactions, such as myopia and migration, simulations with more empirically plausible assumptions concerning I give even more Negative results. But there is even more bad news when it comes to applying this model to real populations. We have assumed that all group members receive the same information, indicating the cooperation or defection of each other group member. That is, we assume public signals. Moreover, we have assumed that the only kind of error is executional, in the sense that an individual tries, but fails to cooperate. It is instructive to move from public to private signals, in which each group member receives an independent signal with a perceptual error rate as to whether each other member contributed. In this new setting, an individual can have an execution failure rate of, and in addition, a cooperating individual may be perceived as having defected also with probability. Independently, by each other group member, we use the same error rate in both cases for ease of exposition. Our simulations of this situation, illustrated in the two lower panes of figure 4.6, show that virtually no cooperation is possible for N2 and 2%. When B equals C, D, 2, and very little is possible even for N4 or 6% when B equals C, D, 4. Students of economic theory may be surprised by these results, because the Folk theorem of repeated game theory appears to assure us that for any group size and any error rate, cooperation may be sustained if the discount factor is sufficiently high. In the next chapter we show that this is not the case when we allow information to be private, or we require that cooperation be sustained in a stable equilibrium. The Sociobiology of Human Cooperation 67. Figure 4.6. Reciprocal altruism in a public goods game, the effects of group size, errors, and information structure. The top two panes show the rate of cooperation in the reciprocal altruism game with public signals, for various group size and error rates. The net cooperation rate is the mean fraction of individuals who attempted to cooperate on a single round. Each encounter lasted 25 game repetitions, so the implicit discount rate is 4%. Each bar represents the average over the null 10,000 periods of 20 independent simulations of 25,000 encounters. The bottom two panes show net cooperation with private signals, using the same parameters. 68 Chapter 4. 4.6 Reputation, Indirect Reciprocity. In a sizable group, an individual may interact frequently with a large number of partners, but infrequently with any single one. If the time lag between encounters with a given individual is sufficiently long, unless individuals are innately patient and have good memories, the conditions for reciprocal altruism may not hold. An alternative mechanism of cooperation that addresses this problem is for each individual to keep a mental account of group members who cooperated with their partners in the previous period and those who did not. Let us call an individual who cooperated in the previous period in good standing, and specify that the only way an individual can fall into bad standing is by defecting on a partner who is in good standing. Thus, an individual can always defect when his partner is in bad standing without losing his good standing status. In this more general setting, the conditional cooperator strat, e.g. Y is replaced by the following standing strategy: cooperate if and only if your current partner is in good standing, except that if you accidentally defected the previous period. Cooperate in this period unconditionally, thereby restoring your status as a member in good standing. This standing model, due to the economist Robert Sugden, 1986, is an ingenious formalization of the biologist Richard Alexander's, 1987, indirect reciprocity notion. As in the case of conditional cooperation, we need to discover the conditions under which the standing strategy is a best response to itself, so that in a population following the standing strategy, no individual has an incentive to defect intentionally. As before, individuals are paired randomly to play with the same payoffs as before. We assume that after each play the game continues with probability I, with 0, 1 and there is a probability of accidentally defecting. Suppose all individuals follow the standing strategy, and now consider an individual in good standing. He receives B with probability 1. Because with probability his partner fails to deliver the binet, and he pays C. Then with probability I, the game is repeated, in which case with probability he is in bad standing, because he accidentally defected the previous period, and with probability 1 he is in good standing. Thus, in a population of individuals who have adopted the standing strategy, the expected value of being in good standing is given by Vg d b.1 slash c c ivb c .1 slash vg slash, where vb is the expected value of being in bad standing. This equation says that in the RST period the payoff is b.1 slash c, and if the interaction continues, which occurs with probability I, the expected payoff from then on is the weighted average of the payoffs to being in bad and good standing, the weights respectively being the probability that the player has mistakenly defected, and its complement. If an individual is in bad standing, he receives B with probability 0.1 slash, because with probability his partner is in bad standing and delivers the binet to restore good standing with probability 1. Hepa C to restore his good standing, and with probability I, the game is repeated, in which case with probability he is in bad standing. Because even though he paid C, he mistakenly defected, and with probability 1 he is in good standing. Thus, in the same population, the expected payoff of being in bad. The Sociobiology of Human Cooperation 69. Standing is given by VB D B.1 slash C C IVB C .1 slash VG slash. If we solve the previous two equations simultaneously for VG and VB when VG D B.1 .1 C I slash slash C C by 2.2 slash 1 I 4.13 VB D VG B.1 slash 2 4.14. The numerator in this expression for VG is approximately, with an error on the order of 2, the net expected payoff per period, and 1 equals 0.1. I slash is the expected number of periods in the game. The loss due to the need to punish execution errors is approximately by per individual per period, which is not large unless the error rate is quite high. It is a best response to cooperate as long as VG B.1 slash C IVB, where the right hand side is the present value of defecting now and hence of falling into bad standing. This inequality simplies to by 0.1 slash 0.1 C I 0.1 slash 2 C 2 slash 1 C I C 4.15 for any given I0 as long as BC, ignoring terms in 2 or higher because for small error rates they will be very small. The above inequality simplies to by 0.1 slash C 4.16. Note the similarity to Hamilton's rule 4.1 with the degree of relatedness are replaced by the generally much larger I.1 slash. Like the reciprocal altruism model, this result is restricted to dyadic interactions and hence cannot explain many important kinds of cooperation. But Parthik Punchanathan and Richard Boyd, 2004, proposed an ingenious use of indirect reciprocity as an adjunct to the n-player public goods game. Suppose a group of size n plays an indirect reciprocity game using the standing strategy with execution error rate 0 as described above, and also plays a public goods game. They start with the one-shot public goods game, at the end of which they play the indirect reciprocity game, except individuals start out in good standing if and only if they cooperated in the public goods game. At the end of the indirect reciprocity game, they repeat the sequence of a one-shot public goods game followed by an indirect reciprocity game, indefinitely. To see why this works, suppose the Binet to others and cost to himself in the public goods game are BG and CGC. Punchanathan and Boyd, 2004. Show that, so long as B.1 slash C 1 I CG 4.17 contributing in the public goods game and adopting the standing strategy in the indirect reciprocity game is a best response to itself, so cooperation can be sustained. Parameters 70 Chapter 4. Favoring this solution are that the cost CG of cooperating in the public goods game be low, the probability of repeating the indirect reciprocity game I be near unity, and the net Binet B.1 slash C of cooperating in the indirect reciprocity game be large. The public goods game has two serious weaknesses that the Punchanathan-Boyd model repairs. First, in some cases it is played very infrequently, as in case of war with other groups, response to famine, and the like. In this case, the probability of repetition in a single time period would be very low, so the cost of defecting would be low as well. Second, as we saw earlier, the only way to punish defectors in the public goods game is for cooperators to withdraw their contributions, thus hurting all other players, not only the defector. The Punchanathan and Boyd solution is for group members to refuse to cooperate in everyday social exchange with defectors in the public goods game. In this way, punishment of defection becomes targeted, frequent, and costless to the punisher. He avoids the cost of extending help. Everyday social exchange is thus represented as an indirect reciprocity game, with 4.17 being the condition for the game to foster cooperation in the public goods game. There is a major weakness of this model, however, one that it shares with other indirect reciprocity models. The standing strategy has very demanding informational requirements. Its ability to target defectors makes it an improvement on the repeated game models of the previous section, but this comes at steep price. Each individual must know the current standing of each member of the group, the identity of each member's current partner, and whether each individual cooperated or defected against his current partner, since this information is necessary to ascertain the status of one's partner in the indirect reciprocity game. But real-world dyadic interactions are often private, and hence are unlikely to be directly observed by more than a small number of others, vitiating the model for groups of any significant size. Because in the repeated game models of the previous section, punishment is not directed at defectors, they require only that an individual know how many of his current partners defected in the previous period, something that one can infer from one's own payoff. Especially problematic in the case of indirect reciprocity is the fact that if the dyadic interactions involved are at all complex, it will be virtually impossible for an outsider to ascertain whether an individual's action is or is not a defection. Hence, in many cases, the standing of one's current partner will be subject to considerable error. Equally, Important, if individuals are entirely self-regarding, they have no reason to report truth fully what they have observed. Though an active area of research, explanations of how private information could be converted to accurate public information in a population of amoral self-regarding individuals have not been presented. Because the truth-telling that is necessary to convert private to public information cannot be expected in the absence of social preferences, and because public information is essential to the empirical plausibility of both the simple reciprocal altruism model and its indirect reciprocity variant, these models do not provide adequate explanations of cooperation among amoral and self-regarding individuals. We return to the problem of converting private to public information at the close of the next chapter, suggesting that the way real societies accomplish this is heavily dependent on the social preferences of those entrusted with the production and distribution of public information. 4.7 Altruism as a signal of quality. Another form of mutualistic cooperation is that which results when a cooperative act is a difficult-to-fake signal of some characteristic of the actor, such as strength, skill, or bravery, that is otherwise difficult to observe. The basic idea of difficult-to-fake signaling as a social behavior goes back well over a century to the American economist Torsten Veblen and his account of how conspicuous consumption is a signal of one's wealth that is more readily practiced by the rich, and hence is believable. But its application to biological reasoning is recent. In the biological models, a cooperative behavior may be favored in selection because it enhances the individual's opportunities for mating and coalition building. This would be the case, for example, if sharing valuable information or incurring dangers in defense of the group were taken by others as an honest signal of the individual's otherwise unobservable traits as a mate or political ally. In this case, self-regarding individuals might engage in group beneficial activities in anticipation of reproductive, political, or other benefits. Cooperative behaviors would thus result in advantageous alliances for those signaling in this manner, and the resulting enhancedness or material success would then account for the proliferation of the cooperative behaviors constituting the signal. Models of this process were developed by the economist Michael Spence, 1973, initially applied to educational credentials as a signal, and by the biologist Amos Zahavi, 1975, to explain helping behavior in Arabian babblers, Turdoides squamiceps. Costly signaling has been proposed as an explanation for some types of food sharing in human societies, such as providing game that is large and or difficult to harvest, or providing large quantities of food for consumption at ritual feasts. Boone, 1998, Gurven et al. 2000b, Smith and Bleichberg 2000, Sosis 2000, Hawks et al. 2001. Indirect reciprocity and signaling models are similar in that the payback for the individual's cooperative action comes from third parties cooperating with those in good standing, in an indirect reciprocity model, or sharing the prey of a successful hunt with fellow group members in a signaling model, lead those who have observed these actions, but not necessarily benefited from them, to confer advantages on the actor. The two models differ in a subtle way. In the signaling model, the third party responds favorably because the signal is correlated with some desirable but unobservable property of the actor. In the indirect reciprocity model, the signal, cooperating with those in good standing, is the desirable property itself. In the case of indirect reciprocity, I want to associate with the hunter who shares his ample prey with other members of the group, because I too would like a share of meat. In the signaling model, I want to associate with him because the fact that he has lots of meat to share indicates that he is physically able and would be a good mate or coalition partner. With Eric Alden Smith, we modeled a signaling process as a multiplayer pub. Lick goods game that involves no repeated or assortative interactions, so that non-cooperation would be the dominant strategy if there were no signaling binates. Gintis. ETAL 2001. We showed that honest signaling of underlying quality by providing a public good to the rest of the group can be evolutionarily stable, provided that certain plausible conditions hold. The complete absence of such costly signaling by cooperative behavior is also an equilibrium. A signaling equilibrium, however, does not require that the signal confer binates on other group members. Antisocial behaviors could perform the same function. Beating up one's neighbor can demonstrate physical prowess just as convincingly as bravely defending one's group. If signaling is to be an explanation of group beneficial behavior, we must explain why group beneficial signaling is favored over antisocial signaling. There are several possible reasons. It may be that the level of public binet provided is positively correlated with the individual binet the signaler provides to those who respond to the signal. For instance, the signaler who defends the group may be more likely to confer a binet, say, protection, on his partner or allies than the signaler who beats up his neighbor. Group beneficial signals such as sharing one's prey may attract larger audiences than antisocial signals. Finally, competition among groups for material or resources would favor groups at group beneficial signaling equilibria over those either at non-signaling equilibria or at antisocial signaling equilibria. Thus, the effects of signaling and group competition on cooperation may be synergistic rather than simply additive. Group competition provides a reason why the signaling that we observe tends to be group beneficial, while signaling theory provides a reason why signaling of any kind may be evolutionarily stable in a within-group dynamic, thus contributing to between-group differences in behavior and, as we will see presently, thereby enhancing the force of group competition. Bergstrom and Lachman 2001. Where both antisocial and processual signaling are evolutionarily stable with groups, the latter can proliferate by means of weak multilevel selection. 4.8 Positive assortment. In the multi-selection model, as in the kin-based altruism models, the evolution of helping behaviors requires that those with a predisposition to help others receive help from those with whom they interact more frequently than would occur by chance. How this positive assortment comes about differs from case to case. Eschel and Cavalli-Sforza, 1982, provide a glimpse of the variety of causes of assortment: kin, deme, niche, and social group structure, neighborhood effect, idiosyncratic behavior, and discrimination in the choice of companions are some of the possible sources of deviation from randomness, critical for understanding the evolutionary stability of social structure. For the group selection model, we know from equation 4.10 that FST D P dot A J A slash P dot A J N slash C B. Hamilton's rule for the degree of positive assortment permitting an altruistic trait to proliferate when rare. This can be seen by returning to figure 4.2, noting that the same model applies to kin-based selection and using the fact that P dot A J A slash is the probability that the bearer of an altruistic allele will interact with another bearer of that allele, while P dot A J N slash is the probability that the bearer of the non-altruistic allele is paired with a bearer of the altruistic allele, so P dot A J A slash P dot A J N slash D R. Surprisingly, a similar expression gives the condition for reciprocal altruism in dyads to evolve even when the process of pairing to interact is random. This has been shown in a number of ways, beginning with Keller, 1985, and including Ney, 1989. And Fletcher and Zwick, 2006. Here, for comparability of notation, we will call the nice tit-for-tat players, i.e., those who conditionally cooperate, A's, while the NS conditionally defect. In this interaction, for groups of substantial size, A's and NS will be paired with an A with approximately the same probability, P. But positive assort meant of the A allele and the cooperative phenotype occurs nonetheless. The reason is that tit-for-tat is a conditional strategy, so an N paired with an A will benefit from the partner's cooperation for just one period because the a conditional cooperator, will switch to defect after the RST round. By contrast, the A paired with an A will benefit from the partner's cooperation for as many periods as the interaction endures. The key to the evolutionary success of the conditional cooperator in this situation is, as Fletcher and Zwick explain, there must be sufficient positive assortment between individuals with the altruistic genotype, and the helping phenotypes of others they interact with. P. 253. Thus, suppose we observe a large randomly paired population in which the fraction of A's is P, and we count the periods in which an A and an N respectively benefit from the cooperation of a partner, expressed as a fraction of the total periods of interaction. For each type, the former will exceed P while the latter will be less than P. The longer the interaction endures, the greater will be the difference in the degree of help received by the A and N genotypes measured by this difference. It remains to show that the condition for conditional cooperator to be an evolutionary stable strategy, S, is also just another version of P.A. J. A/P.A. J. N/C equals B. Recall that for the case of a repeated prisoner's dilemma, this condition, equation 4.11, is IC equals B, where I is the probability of continuation of the interaction at the end of each interaction, and B and C are respectively the benefits and costs of the cooperative act undertaken by the reciprocal altruist. Suppose that the expected total duration of an interaction from initiation to termination is normalized to unity, and that opportunity ties to alter one's action occur at the end of every period, each of which is a fraction 1 I of the expected duration of the interaction. Thus there are 1 equals 0.1 I/periods in the expected duration, and the probability of continuation at the end of each is I. We measure the advantageous pairing of the A types by the fraction of the expected total duration of the interaction in which they experience helping from the individual with whom they are paired. To determine if conditional cooperators is an S, we study the difference in the number of periods in which an A and an N respectively will experience cooperation from its partner. The duration of cooperation enjoyed by an A is P, because with probability P the A is paired with an A, in which case they both cooperate for the expected duration of the interaction, which is 1. The corresponding duration of cooperation N enjoyed by an N is P.1 I/ because with probability P the N will be paired with an A, who cooperates during the RST period, which is a fraction 0.1 I/ of the expected duration, and then defects for all subsequent periods. Letting P.C. J. A/ and P.C. J. N/ represent the expected duration in which an A and an N respectively experience cooperation from its partner, we have P.C. J. A/ P.C. J. N/ D. 1. P.1 I/ setting P. D. 1. To study the evolutionary stability of the 100% conditionally cooperator equilibrium, we therefore have P.C. J. A slash. P dot C. J. N slash. D. I. Thus I is a measure of positive assortment, given by the difference in the frequency of cooperative actions by one's partner, conditional on one's type. So we can rewrite the condition for conditionally cooperate to BNS as I. D. P dot C. J. A slash. P dot C. J. N slash C equals B. This demonstrates that the condition 74 Chapter 4 for helping behaviors to evolve by repeated interactions is the same as the condition for altruistic cooperation to evolve by means of kin-based selection or multi-level selection. An ingenious set of papers, Atsuki et al. 2006, suggests yet another example of this logic, and one that captures essential aspects of human society. Until now we have studied just two types of social structure, families, meaning kin of recent common descent, and demes, that is, subpopulations within a larger population. But within any group, some individuals are closer to some than to others, and this social proximity should make a difference in evolutionary dynamics. Atsuki and his co-authors show that it does. Suppose his cooperators and defectors are arrayed on a network and each plays a public goods game with all of the K neighbors with whom they are directly linked. As above, at a cost of C, each cooperative individual contributes an amount B to be shared among its K neighbors, whether they are cooperators, C, or defectors, D. Defectors bear no costs and contribute no benefits. Individuals periodically may alter their strategy by adopting a strategy of a neighbor with a probability proportional to the relativeness of that neighbor. Thus, the individual will adopt C with probability equal to the total payoffs of neighboring Cs divided by the total payoffs of all neighbors. Through extensive simulations using a wide range of network structures, Atsuki and his co-authors ND that the cooperators proliferate if 1 equals K, C equals B, where K is the average number of neighbors, the degree of the players. This surprising result occurs because by chance there will be one more C in the neighborhood of Cs than in the neighborhood of Ds independently of the size of the neighborhood. Thus, the smaller the neighborhood, the more different in their compositions are they. The fact that smaller neighborhoods are, relatively, more different one from another than are larger ones arises by a process similar to sampling error, where differences in the means of small samples exceed differences in the means of larger samples. In the simulations by Atsuki et al., the probability that any given one of my K neighbors will be a C differs by 1 equals K depending on whether I am a C or a D. Thus, 1 equals K is exactly equal to P dot A J A slash P dot A J N slash, affirming the positive assortment logic already demonstrated in the other models. Grafen, 2007, and Lehman et al. 2007, extend the results of Atsuki and his co-authors using the inclusiveness approach adopted here. Whether this model explains observed forms of human cooperation is open to some question, however. The networks of foraging and other small-scale societies are typically quite large, often including virtually all adult members of a group. If average degree, K, of an individual were 20, altruism could not proliferate by this mechanism unless costs did not exceed 5% of the benefits. The average number of exchange partners in the Southern African co-insurance, so-called HSRO, networks described in 6.1 is 17, while the families among whom food is shared on a regular basis among the Paraguayan ACHE exceeds 10 even for small packages, and 20 for large packages. Kaplan and Hill 1985, Wiesner 2002. Average degree in the co-insurance networks. Among the Pokot and Himba herders in Africa are much larger than this, Balag 2006. Thus, in order for a form of altruistic cooperation to be spread by this mechanism, it would have to have truly extraordinary ratios of Binet to cost. Not surprisingly, positive assortment is also at work in the indirect reciprocity and costly signaling models. In all cases, the degree of positive assortment determines the critical cost-Binet ratio for the proliferation of altruism. The differences among the sociobiology of human cooperation 75 models arise in the way that positive assortment comes about. These results are summarized in Table 4.1. Model, citation, rule interpretation reason for assortment. Kin-based altruism RB equals C, R, D. Average R, D. Difference in the limited dispersal. Maynard degree of genetic probability that the bearer of close relatives. Smith 1964, relatedness among of an A allele or the bearer. Interacting individuals of the N allele, RESP, will interact with another bearer of the A allele. Multi-level selection FSTC equals B, FST, DF, ST, D. Difference arising Deem structure of Aoki 1982, fraction of variance from the Deem structure A population of A allele that in the probability that an associative is between Deems Dn will be paired with Deemtion var.pj/na var.pij/c var.pj/ reciprocal altruism IC equals B, I didp.cja/p.cjn/ cooperative behavior. Trivers 1971, probability that the D difference in number strategically conditioned interaction is not interactions in which one's on-partner behavior terminated at the end partner cooperates, cond. Of a given period itional on strategy A or N. When P. D1. Network reciprocity 1 equals KC equals B. K. DK. Is inversely related to similar to Deem. Otsuki, Howard, average degree the extent of assortment structured population. Lieberman, and of the network generated by chance on chance plus small. Nowak 2006, a random network, 1 equals K is size generates. Thus analogous to FST substantial. Treating each node and P.A. JA/P.AJN/ its immediate neighbors as a group. Table 4.1. Positive assortment, helping, and altruism. Note, in all of the models, helping behavior can evolve because those who help are more likely to receive help than would occur by chance. The models differ in the demographic, sociological, and strategic reasons that account for this positive assortment. 4.9 Mechanisms and motives. In this chapter we have reviewed the two major biological explanations of cooperation. Inclusiveness in either a kin-based or a multi-level selection model, and reciprocal altruism and its indirect reciprocity and costly signaling variants. Three of these models, reciprocal altruism, indirect reciprocity, and costly signaling, identify the conditions under which the cost of helping others is more than offset by the corollary benefits for the actor. The evolution of helping behavior is possible by these mechanisms only when these conditions obtain, and when this is the case, by these mechanisms helping is not altruistic, because the actor would suffer reducedness by not helping. These models explain how helping behaviors that seem altruistic when considered narrowly, ignoring the effects of helping behaviors on future interactions, may evolve because they are not altruistic when a more comprehensive view of benefits to the actor is taken. Similar reasoning applies to some, but not all, Cases of kin-based altruism, for example, helping one's own children. Our preferred model differs from the others in that, in principle, it could explain the evolution of altruistic behaviors toward fellow group members, whether family or not. But its main result, equation 4.10, implies that at least this simplified version of the process is unlikely to pass the test of empirical relevance that we laid down at the start of the chapter. The reason is that evidence from hunter-gatherer groups in the ethnographic record suggests that the degree of genetic differentiation among human ancestral groups, measured by FST, is unlikely to have been greater than 0.10, and could have been half this number, see Chapter 6. The implication is that for an altruistic trait to have evolved by the process modeled here, the benefits of the altruistic behavior to others would have to have been an order of magnitude greater than the costs to the altruist, and perhaps twice this, suggesting that only rather uncommon forms of altruistic behavior, such as warning calls or sharing food when a fellow group member is on the verge of starvation, could have evolved by this mechanism. But this deliberately simplified model does not include critical aspects of early human social practices, most particularly cooperating to ensure group survival in the face of military or environmental challenges. Where group survival is at stake, the ratio of benefits to the costs of cooperating may indeed be extraordinary. In subsequent chapters, we will add these and other empirically grounded features to the model, with a more promising result. While explaining why humans might have come to behave cooperatively, the models differ in the sociological, strategic, and demographic mechanisms accounting for positive assortment and remain silent as to the proximate motives leading humans to engage in helping, and sometimes altruistic, behaviors. We have seen that positive assortment is a common feature of all of these models, so the distinctive character of each must lie in the processes explaining how positive assortment comes about, or in the kinds of social preferences likely to result. Thus, for example, if kin-based altruism were the main reason for the evolutionary success of helping behaviors, the motives involved in helping would include a love for one's children and other close genetic relatives and a concern for their well-being, sufficient to motivate self-sacrifice. Similarly, we would expect that if the sole mechanisms contributing to the evolution of helping behavior were reciprocal altruism, in direct reciprocity or costly signaling, the proximate motives for helping and the cognitive processes activating them would involve individual advantage, accompanied by detailed behavioral bookkeeping about one's fellows. Finally, we will see in subsequent chapters that the most plausible model of multi-level selection involves warfare and other forms of competition among groups. This mechanism would most likely favor feelings of solidarity and generosity toward the members of one's group extending far beyond relatives of recent common descent, accompanied by the lack of such feelings toward members of other groups. A common feature of all of these preferences that might have evolved from these different models is that helping is conditional on close genetic relatedness, on the likelihood of future interactions, on the possibility of reputation building or signaling, or on group membership. The fact that helping behaviors are indeed motivated by this wide range of proximate motives, from maternal love, to enlightened self-interest, to solidarity with one's coethnics or connationals, is consistent with our view that in all likelihood each of the mechanisms we have described here has played a significant role in human evolution. The importance of each depending on the forms of cooperation under consideration and the ecological and social conditions under which ancestral humans interacted. We will see in Chapter 6 that what can be known or reasonably conjectured from genetic, geological and other data about these ancestral human conditions suggests that neither Helping close family members nor reciprocal altruism provides an adequate account of the emergence of this cooperative species. In subsequent chapters we will show that multi-level selection models based on gene culture coevolution contribute substantially to a convincing explanation. But before we turn to the late Pleistocene human condition, we need to make sure we have not sold short the models based on reciprocal altruism. Our analysis in the preceding pages is based on the simplest of models. Over the past 2 decades, economists have made extraordinary advances in repeated game theory, allowing a new generation of models. Do these address the shortcomings of the biologists' reciprocal altruism? Models concerning large group size, plausible degrees of behavioral or perceptual error, and private information? Symbol meaning. B. Binet. O. Baseline replication rate. G. Effect of Pj on which. I. Effect of Pij on which. G. D. I. C. G. C. Cost. D. Number of rounds in an encounter. I. Continuation probability. Error rate. Fj. Fraction of total population in group J. FST. Wright's variance ratio. A rate of conversion of n's into a's. N. Rate of conversion of a's into n's. I. Index for individuals. J. Index for groups. K. Average degree of an individual in a network. P. Fraction of altruists in the population. Pj. Fraction of group J who are altruist. Pitch 1 if I in group J is altruist. 0 otherwise. R. Degree of relatedness. T. Time. Vg. Expected value of being in good standing. Vb. Expected value of being in bad standing. var.pitch / the within group term in prices equation. Which fitness of individual I in group J. W. Average population wideness. Wa. Average population wideness of altruists. Wnj. Fitness of non-altruists in group J. Waj. Fitness of altruists in group J. Wn. Average population wideness of non-altruists. Wj. Average group J-ness. Which fitness of individual I in group J. Table 4.2. Definition of symbols. 5. Cooperative homo economicus. It is not from the benevolence of the butcher, the brewer, or the baker that we expect our dinner, but from their regard to their own interest. Adam Smith, The Wealth of Nations. 1937 1776, Book 1, Chapter 2. 2 neighbors may agree to drain a meadow, which they possess in common. Because 'tis easy for them to know each other's mind, and each must perceive that the immediate consequence of his failing in his part, is the abandoning of the whole project. But 'tis very difficult and indeed impossible, that 1,000 persons shall agree in any such action, it being difficult for them to concert so complicated a design, and still more difficult for them to execute it. David Hume, Treatise on Human Nature, 1964 1793, Section 7, p. 304. In contrast to biology, where cooperative behaviors have become a central research focus only in recent decades, a major goal of economic theory since its inception 2.5 centuries ago has been to explain the mutual benefits provided by a widespread form of voluntary cooperation, market exchange among self-regarding individuals. This endeavor culminated half a century ago in the fundamental theorem of welfare economics, Arrow and Debreu 1954, Debreu 1959, Arrow and Hahn 1971. Sustaining Smith's insight that self-regarding behaviors might support socially valued economic outcomes. In the resulting model of exchange, individuals maximize their utility given a set of market-determined prices over which they exercise no control. They thus interact with a list of prices, not with one another. As a result, the essential condition for strategic behavior, recognition that the payoffs of each depend on the actions of others is absent. The reason that individuals are content to interact through prices alone, and hence have no incentive to engage in strategic personal interactions, is that all relevant aspects of exchanges are assumed to be covered by complete contracts, enforceable at no cost to the exchanging parties. A complete contract ensures that any aspect of an exchange in which the parties have an interest will be explicitly stated in the contract and implemented as specie. The enforcement of the contract in case of breach is entrusted to a third party, generally the courts, and is assumed to impose no costs on the injured party. Contracts may be incomplete because some aspect of the exchange cannot be specified in a sufficiently precise manner, fresh for sale, or the terms of the agreement cannot be enforced, such as a worker's promise to work hard or, in the case of bankruptcy, a borrower's promise to repay a loan. In the past half-century, a second major thrust of economic theory has eschewed these implausible complete contracts assumptions and developed models in which the outcomes of exchanges are determined by punishment, threats, and other forms of strategic interaction undertaken by the exchanging parties. Such contracts are thus endogenously enforced, an example being an employer who monitors the performance of an employee, using the promise of promotion and the threat of dismissal to induce the employee to provide high-quality services. In the context of social dilemmas, these game-theoretic models rein and extend the insights of Schubach, 1959, Trivers, 1971, Taylor, 1976, and Axelrod and Hamilton, 1981, that retaliation against defectors by withdrawal of cooperation may enforce cooperation among self-regarding individuals. This literature culminates in the folk theorems of Freudenberg, Levine, Maskine, and others, Freudenberg and Maskine 1986, Freudenberg et al. 1994. A virtue of these models, in contrast to the older non-strategic paradigm in economics, is that in recognizing that most contracts are incomplete, they describe the real-world interactions among most animals, including humans, Blau 1964, Gintis 1976, Stiglitz 1987, Tiroli 1988, Lafont 2000, Bowles and Hammerstein 2003. But do these game-theoretic models provide an adequate explanation of cooperation among self-regarding individuals? In this chapter, we will show that while the insight that repeated interactions provide opportunities for cooperative individuals to discipline defectors is correct, none of these models is successful. The reason is that, even presupposing extraordinary cognitive capacities and levels of patience among the cooperating individuals, there is no reason to believe that a group of more than two individuals would ever discover the cooperative Nash equilibria that the models have identified, and if it were to hit on one, its members would almost certainly abandon it in short order. Except under implausible conditions, the cooperative outcomes identified by these models are neither accessible nor persistent. We term them evolutionarily irrelevant Nash equilibria. 5.1 Folk theorems and evolutionary dynamics. All folk theorems are based on a stage game, that is, an interaction like the one in Figure 3.1, played an infinite number of times, with a constant, strictly positive probability that in each period the game will continue for an additional period, A3. The restrictions on the stage game tend to be minimal and rather technical, so that the public goods game and other social dilemmas involving costly cooperation fall within the aegis of the major folk theorems, Freudenberg and Maskine 1986, Freudenberg et al. 1994. Players receive signals concerning the cooperate versus defect behavior of other players in previous periods and reward or punish other players in such a manner as to render cooperation a self-regarding best response for all players. With either perfect or public imperfect signals, a folk theorem can be proved, as asserting that any feasible allocation of payoffs to a set of amoral self-regarding players that exceeds some minimal amount can be achieved, or approximated as closely as desired, as the equilibrium per period payoff to the repeated game, for some discount factor strictly less than unity, Freudenberg and Maskine 1986, Freudenberg et al. 1994, and for sufficiently small signal errors. For example, suppose Alice and Bob, who are amoral and self-regarding, play the prisoner's dilemmas shown in figure 5.1. Of course, in the one-shot game there is only one equilibrium in which both parties defect. However, suppose, as in our discussion of reciprocal altruism in the previous chapter, Alice and Bob play the stage game at times t, d, 0, 1, 2, this is then a repeated game, in which the payoff to each is the sum of the payoffs over all periods, where following each period the interaction continues with probability I, with 0, 1. Recall that we can equally consider I to be a time discount factor, in which case the expected payoff becomes the present value of a time stream of returns, A6. A strategy in this game that dictates following one course of action until a certain condition is met and then following a different strategy for the rest of the game is called a trigger strategy. 5, 5, 8, 3, C, 3, 8, 0, 0, D, C, D, Alice, Bob. Figure 5.1. Alice and Bob play the prisoner's dilemma again. We can show that the cooperative solution, 5, 5, which is unattainable in the stage game with self-regarding players, can be attained in the repeated game if I is sufficiently close to unity, and each player uses the trigger strategy of cooperating as long as the other player cooperates, and defecting forever if the other player defects on one round. We use the fact, see 4.4, that for any discount factor I with 0, 1, the expected duration of the game in number of rounds is 1 equals 0.1 I/. Now suppose both players use the trigger strategy. Then, the payoff to each is 5 equals 0.1 I/. Suppose a player tried to do better by using a different strategy. This must involve defecting forever, for once the player defects, his opponent will defect forever, the best response to which is to defect forever. A player who defects receives 8 immediately and 0 in each succeeding period. Thus the defect strategy is superior to the cooperate strategy if and only if 5 equals 0.1 I/3 equals 8. Thus, when I3 equals 8, the pair of trigger strategies cannot be invaded by defection. In fact, there are lots of other equilibria to this game. For instance, consider the following trigger strategy for Alice: alternate C, D, C, as long as Bob alternates D, C, D, if Bob deviates from this pattern, defect forever. Suppose Bob plays the complementary strategy, alternate D, C, D, as long as Alice alternates C, D, C. And if Alice deviates from this pattern, defect forever. Alice cannot increase her payoffs by deviating from her assigned strategy for I sufficiently close to unity, and neither can Bob. To see this, note that if it is protable for Alice to deviate, it will be most protable for her to defect when called upon to cooperate, in which case she has payoff 0 in the RST and all succeeding periods, since deviating by cooperating when the strategy calls for defection results in a payoff of 3 on the RST round and 0 thereafter. Alice's payoff when sticking to the trigger strategy is 3, 8. 3, 8, to evaluate the expected payoff of this inite stream of returns. Note that Alice gets 3 in the RST period, 8 in the next period, and then with probability I2, she gets to play the game all over again. 82 Chapter 5. Starting 2 periods from today. Thus, if X is Alice's expected payoff of the game, we have X, D, 3, C, 8I, C, I2X. Solving this, we get X, D, 0.8I, 3 / equals 0.1, I2 /. The trigger strategy beats defecting when X0, which requires that 8I, 3/0 or I3 equals 8. Once again, if I3 equals 8, the trigger strategy cannot be beat. The possible expected per period payoffs in the repeated game based on this stage game are exhibited in figure 5.2. The Folk theorem says in this case that the use of trigger strategies of the kind just illustrated can sustain any point in the shaded region OABC as an equilibrium of the repeated game, provided the continuation probability is sufficiently close to unity. For instance, it is easy to show that to attain point A, Alice can use a trigger strategy in which she plays cooperate in every period, but Bob is permitted to play defect in 7 particular periods out of every 17, example the RST 3rd, 6th, 7th, 12th, 14th, and 16th, playing cooperate in the other 10. If Bob cooperates less frequently than this, Alice pulls the trigger and defects for as long as the game lasts. Bob's trigger strategy is the mirror image of Alice's. If the continuation probability is I, D, 0:98, Alice earns 0 on average and Bob earns a bit less than 7. -3. 05. 8. A. B, 5,5. C. -3. E, -3,8. F, 8-3. Bob's, Alice's payoff. Figure 5.2. The Folk theorem. The average per period payoffs indicated by any point in the shaded region OABC can be sustained in an equilibrium of the repeated game, based on the prisoner's dilemma stage game depicted in figure 5.1. From this example one suspects that the result may be a little too good to be true. For how would Alice and Bob come to coordinate on this particular pair of trigger strategies? There is an infinite number of other pairs of strategies that would implement the other points along the frontier ABC. Why, for example, would Alice not seek to turn the tables by preemptively adopting Bob's trigger strategy, the best response to which for Bob would be to adopt its complement, implementing point C in the GUR, resulting in a reversal of the payoffs at point A. When we ask how players might actually come to coordinate on an efficient pair of trigger strategies, that is, one on the frontier ABC, or, for that matter, any set of trigger strategies at all other than mutual defect, the theorem is silent. Moreover, when groups are large, the problem is far worse than is suggested by the difficulty that a single pair of individuals, Alice and Bob, might have in coordinating on a set of strategies, for, as Hume observes about just this kind of problem in the head quote of this chapter, it is a lot easier to come to a working arrangement among two individuals than among many independent spirits, in the absence of a regulating social institution to which all are committed. To understand just how serious this coordination problem is, we need to consider what happens when the numbers of individuals involved are considerable, and the information each has on the other's actions is subject to error. 5.2 The Folk theorem with imperfect public information. The argument supporting the Folk theorem in the previous section depends critically on the fact that the signal is public and perfect. Errors can have disastrous consequences. when trigger strategies are used because a single defection signal causes an immediate collapse of cooperation forever. In this section, we present the Folk theorem with imperfect public signals, Freudenberg et al. 1994, which proposes more exable straight geese that are capable of recovering cooperation after a player unintentionally failed to produce the binet B or did produce the binet but was incorrectly perceived to have defected. For instance, a hunter may return with no game either because he had bad luck or because he spent the day sleeping under a tree. The signal is imperfect in the sense that it cannot distinguish between the cases of intentional and accidental defection, execution error, or incorrectly reports the individual's behavior, perception error. Table 5.1 shows the mathematical symbols used in this chapter. We will assume that the total expected binet produced if all n group members cooperate is NB, but the actual realized binet is subject to random variations, so group members cannot infer how many members cooperated by observing the actual value of binet produced in the period. However, each member receives an imperfect public signal with perceptual error that indicates a defect action accurately, but when the MEM ver cooperated, indicates a defection with probability 0. Full cooperation entails an expected payoff of B. C for each player. The Folk theorem in this case asserts that no matter how large the group and however closely we wish to approximate the full cooperation payoff, there is a set of rules for social interaction that achieves this degree of cooperation, provided I is sufficiently close to unity. Perhaps the most striking aspect of the Folk theorem with imperfect public signals is that it is true independent of group size and no matter how imperfect the signal, as long as it predicts defection with better than chance accuracy. In the previous chapter we found that the n-player reciprocal altruism model can sustain a high level of cooperation only in very small groups. The Folk theorem model thus achieves a degree of efficiency that far outstrips the reciprocal altruism model. This superior efficiency, as we shall see, derives from the assumption that punishment can be directed toward the miscreant rather than all players suffering equally through a breakdown in cooperation. Suppose, then, that a player who is observed to have defected is punished an amount equivalent to losing P in the current period, the punishment being administered by other members of the group, and the costs of punishment being shared equally among the punishers. We assume that the signal indicating that a player carried out his share of the punishment is public and imperfect, indicating with probability that he failed to punish when in fact he carried out the punishment. If a player is signaled as having failed to punish, he is punished by the others in the same manner and to the same degree as a defector is punished. This model has the property that if Alice is signaled as having failed to punish Bob, then Bob is required to participate in the punishment of Alice. Moreover, if Alice and Bob are both miscreants, each must participate in the punishment of the other. This arrangement may appear bizarre, but there are real-world examples of this, such as a convicted felon paying income taxes that support the costs of his incarceration. Moreover, we could change this assumption without affecting the conclusion, at the expense of a more complicated argument. Suppose the cost of punishing at level P is P where 0. Because perception errors occur with probability per individual per period, in a fully cooperative equilibrium, each player will observe an expected number n. 1 of defection signals from the other players, which will induce a total punishment of n. 1 p of the defectors. Because each punishment is shared among the other n. 1 players, each member each period will punish the others an expected amount p.n. 1 equals n. 1 d. P at cost p. For cooperation to be a best response, it must be the case that a player cannot gain by intentionally defecting for one period and then returning to cooperation in all future periods. If C is the single period payoff to cooperating assuming all other players always cooperate, and D is the single period payoff to defecting when all others cooperate, followed by returning to cooperation in the succeeding period, then, to maintain cooperation, we must have C. D assuming, as we do, that if payoffs are identical, the individual cooperates. We have C, D, B, C, P, P, 5.1, D, D, B, P, C, P, 5.2, where P is the individual's expected share of the total cost of punishing in a single period. Note that in 5.2, the second term on the right-hand side is the expected cost of punishing others, while the null term is the expected amount of punishment the agent will absorb. In 5.2, the cost C does not occur because the individual defects and hence does not incur this cost, and the cost of being punished becomes P, because defectors are punished with probability 1. We can economize on punishment costs by choosing P to satisfy C, D, D, which then gives P, D, C, 1. 5.3. The payoff to cooperating for each player will then be C, D, B, C, 1, C, 1, C, 1. 5.4. Where the second term in the parenthesis on the right-hand side is the extra cost of punishing due to errors. Note the error induced in FC and C, C.1. C slash equals 0.1 slash goes cooperative homo economicus 85 to 0 for infrequent errors, independent of group size. Thus, directed punishment appears to solve the problem of cooperation in large groups. There is a catch, however. Because punishing costs the punisher, self-regarding players have no incentive to carry out the punishment. Thus, this model does not work. Assuming self-regarding players. We have seen in Chapter 3 that people avidly punish defectors even at a cost to themselves, providing a solution to this problem, but one that is based on social preferences rather than self-interest. Recall that Punchinathan and Boyd solved the problem by letting the punishment of free riders take the form of withholding help that otherwise would be given to the free rider. Because the cost of punishing for each individual is P, where P is given by 5.3. Were social preferences admitted in this model, the cost to such an altruistic punisher would be C equals 0.1 slash, which is quite small for plausible parameter values. To save the Folk theorem, we must thus implement some mechanism to ensure that self-regarding players have an incentive to actually carry out the punishment dictated by the equilibrium. There are potentially many ways to accomplish this, but unfortunately, the proof of the Folk theorem does not specify any particular incentive mechanism. This is because the proof is not constructive, Freudenberg et al. 1994. That is, the authors show that an equilibrium with the desired properties exists, but they do not show how to construct one. As a result, in order to explore whether a plausible system of punishment that is incentive compatible for self-regarding agents can be devised, we must construct our own model. This will not be hard to do, and we shall develop the most reasonable model we can devise, but in assessing its plausibility, we must keep in mind there could be some incentive structure of which we are unaware that does not share the limitations of our construction. Here is the best we could devise. If all individuals cooperate and punish, the expected number of signaled defections will be n. Because n1 players punish each defection, there will be n.n. 1/ punishments of defectors, which will then generate another 2n.n. 1/ defection signals. Signals of failure to punish. These new signals of failure to punish engender 2n.n. 1/2 new punishment events. The total number of punishments engendered by 1 period's failure to cooperate signals is then n.n. 1/ c. 2n.n. 1/2 c. 3n.n. 1/3/ c. d.n. 1/ n. 1.n. 1/ because each individual punishes each miscreant an amount p equals .n. 1/ the total amount of punishment per individual per period will then be pn 1.n 1/ 5.5. Provided 1 equals n, we then can write, given 5.3 and 5.4, c. d. b. c. 1. c. n. 1. c. Point 1. n. 1// 5.6. Assuming is considerably smaller than 1 equals n, the payoff in this equilibrium is reasonably close to the highest possible equal payoff b. See, this is the major message of the Folk theorem. Although the theorem asserts that there is an incentive structure, doubtless more complicated than ours, that makes the fraction in 5.6 as small as desired. 86 Chapter 5. For I near unity. Note that I does not appear in our formulation. This is because we assume that the punishment of an infraction is con to a single period, which is not the general case. In particular, for n 1/1, a more complex argument must be devised. If we can pay our attention to groups no larger than about 15 and error rates on the order of about 5%, the condition n 1/1 will indeed hold. It is easy to check that for plausible parameter values, we use d 5%, c. d 1 and d 1, the maximum group size with positive payoff is n. d 11 for b. d 4, n. d 9 for b. d 3 and n. d 6 for b. d 2. Moreover, the efficiency of the equilibrium, measured by c equals b. c/ falls below 50% for n. d 8 when b. d 4 for n. d 6 when b. d 3 and n. d 4 when b. d 2. Of course, if it is less costly to punish than to be punished, 1. Larger group sizes can be supported while maintaining a significant level of efficiency. For instance, for d 1 equals 3, that is, it costs the punisher 1/3 to administer a unit of punishment, when b. d 4, b. d 3 and b. d 2, respectively, we can maintain 50% efficiency with groups of size 10, 8, and 5, respectively. But even this modest piece of good news evaporates if, as is generally the case, information is private. 5.3 The Folk theorem with private information. The case of private signals is more complicated because players cannot coordinate their behavior when a defection is detected. With private signals, some players perceive a Defection while others perceive cooperation on the part of the same player, and players do not know what perceptions other players may have formed. If defectors are punished by the withdrawal of cooperation in retaliation, Alice cannot tell if Bob defected to punish an observed defection of player Carol, or because Bob defected intentionally. Or even that Bob cooperated but Alice received a defect signal from Bob by mistake. For example, suppose Bob and Alice repeatedly play the prisoner's dilemma depicted in Figure 5.1 with continuation probability I. We assume the payoffs to Alice and Bob are distributed only at the termination of the game, so Alice cannot use current payoffs to determine whether Bob defected, and vice versa. However, suppose Alice receives a signal that informs her correctly when Bob defects, but with probability 0 tells her Bob defected when in fact he cooperated. Suppose Bob has a similar signal informing him of Alice's behavior. To see why private signals cause such a problem, we'll see how easy it will be if the two signals were public, so Bob always knows when Alice receives a defect signal and Alice always knows when Bob receives a defect signal. Suppose Alice adopts the one bad signal triggers defect strategy of cooperating on all rounds until the game ends, or she encounters a defect signal upon which she defects unconditionally on all future rounds. If Bob adopts the same strategy, we indeed have a Nash equilibrium because, when Alice receives a defect signal, she knows that Bob received the same signal and hence will defect thereafter. The best response to which for Alice is to defect forever as well. This is, of course, the same model as in 5.1, except now errors are possible. We show in A8 that the resulting Nash equilibrium is fairly efficient when the error rate is small. For instance, with I, D 0:9 and D 0:05, the expected payoff if both players could pre-commit to cooperating unconditional I is about 45, while the actual payoff to the Nash equilibrium is about 25, so the efficiency of the Nash equilibrium is about 56%. Suppose, however, the error signal is private. That is, if Bob cooperates but Alice receives defect signal, Bob does not know that this is the case. One might think that this would make little difference because the obst strategy gives rise to almost the same payoffs. This is indeed the case, as we show in A8. The problem is that the pair of obst strategies is not a Nash equilibrium of the repeated game. In fact, if Bob plays the obst strategy, Alice's does better to play the two bad signals trigger defect, TBSTD, strategy. We show in A8 that for low error rates, TBSTD has a higher payoff for Alice, and for Bob as well, when played against obst. The original pair of obst strategies thus did not form a Nash equilibrium. While Alice's TBSTD strategy is better for both Bob and Alice than her obst strategy when played against Bob's obst strategy, TBSTD is not part of a Nash equilibrium. Indeed, if Alice plays TBSTD, then Bob does better by defecting on purpose every other round, because this never induces Alice to defect until she receives a defect signal when Bob actually cooperated. What, then, is a Nash equilibrium with private signals? Two different sorts of models for dealing with the private signaling case have been offered. In the RST, developed in Sekigakai, 1997, and Bhaskar and Obara, 2002. Players cooperate with probability less than 1 on the RST round and then, in following rounds, they use a trigger strategy in which the RST time a player receives a defect signal, he defects forever. To explain the behavior in the RST period, and assess the efficiency properties of the equilibrium, assume that from the second period on, Bob and Alice play the prisoner's dilemma depicted in 5.1, which they play repeatedly. With continuation probability we show in A8 that the efficiency of the resulting equilibrium is only about 3%. There is another approach to constructing Nash equilibria for repeated games with private signals, Piccioni 2002, Ely and V. Alamaki 2002, Malath and Morris 2006. We will not describe this approach because the resulting Nash equilibria require that players use strictly mixed strategies, that is, they randomize over various actions rather than taking a single action in each period, and there is no reason for players to actually use such mixed strategies, or to conjecture that the other players will use such mixed strategies. We explain why this is so in the next section. 5.4 Evolutionarily irrelevant equilibria. The Folk theorem provides no reason to believe that players would ever coordinate on one of the equilibria whose existence the theorem demonstrates, or that should this occur by chance the equilibrium would long survive. This is why we say that the resulting equilibria are evolutionarily irrelevant. Nor has there been progress toward supplying a realistic dynamical adjustment process that would render such an equilibrium relevant. It is plausible that individuals are predisposed and able to best respond given full knowledge of the game and the choices of the other players. But when knowledge is imperfect or private and the choices of the other players are not known, surely the most plausible assumption, players will not implement the Nash equilibria whose existence is guaranteed by the Folk theorems. Recent research suggests that the conditions for achieving a Nash equilibrium are quite stringent and rarely satisfied, except in the simplest of cases, Aumann and Bran. Denberger 1995. The problem with achieving a Nash equilibrium is that individuals may have heterogeneous and incompatible beliefs concerning how other players will behave, and indeed what other players believe concerning one's own behavior. Therefore, individuals may choose best responses to strategies that the other players in fact are not playing, resulting in gameplay that is far from any Nash equilibrium. It is clear from this research that the conditions required for players to implement a Nash equilibrium in all but the simplest games cannot be deduced from the assumption that the players are rational, i.e., that they choose best responses. In addition to this general point, if cooperation involves the use of mixed strategies, which is the usual case in repeated game equilibria, then players have no incentive to play their equilibrium strategies at all. A mixed strategy for a player is a probabilistic combination of pure strategies, such as playing heads or tails each with 50% probability. In a pennies matching game. In a Nash equilibrium in mixed strategies, all the pure strategies a player uses with positive probability must have the same payoff against the mixed strategy choices of the other players, or else the player could increase his payoff by dropping a relatively low payoff strategy. But then it follows that the player has no incentive to play the Nash best response as opposed to any other combination of the strategies used in the Nash best response. Moreover, the other players know this, and thus have no reason to expect a player to choose the Nash best response, and hence have no reason themselves even to restrict the pure strategies they use to those appearing in the Nash equilibrium. The founders of game theory were poignantly aware of this problem. John Harsanyi, who was awarded the Nobel Prize in Economics at the same time as John Nash, offered a very creative resolution in his so-called purification theorem, Harsanyi 1973. Harsanyi showed that in a game with a unique Nash equilibrium, and where this equilibrium is a mixed strategy equilibrium, if there are small random errors in the payoffs, and if a certain technical condition holds, the players will play pure strategies in each period. But on average, the number of times each pure strategy is used approximates the weight of that strategy in the mixed strategy Nash equilibrium. This theorem applies to a number of simple games, but they do not include the repeated games of the form used in the folk theorems, because the required technical condition does not hold in such games. Bhaskar et al. 2004. The upshot of this argument is that the Nash equilibria, ensuring efficient cooperation in the public goods game and other social dilemmas, are evolutionarily irrelevant. While there are several models in which individuals learn over time to play a Nash equilibrium, Freudenberg and Levine 1997, Young 2006, the conditions under which these models apply are limited to simple one-shot games, and hence do not apply to repeated games. This is not to say that the Nash equilibrium concept is irrelevant in practice. In evolutionary game theory we nd that every stable equilibrium of a dynamical system, governed by a monotone dynamic, one in which higher payoff strategies have higher growth rates than lower payoff strategies, such as the replicator dynamic, Taylor and Jonker 1978, is a Nash equilibrium of the underlying game, Nachbar 1990, Samuelson and Zhang 1992. Here, the analysis runs from the construction of a dynamical system to the analysis of the stable equilibria of such a system, which then must be a Nash cooperative Homo economicus 89. Equilibrium of the stage game, CA5. There is no valid inference in the reverse direction. A Nash equilibrium need not be stable in any evolutionary dynamical setting. Moreover, if, as is surely the case in all real-world settings, some signals are PRI VAD, then trigger and other strategies that require sensitively coordinated responses to defections no longer work because players no longer agree on what happened in the past, and hence cannot coordinate their behavior based on a common understanding of the history of the game. Even in this case, an equilibrium at or near the Pareto frontier for sufficiently patient players can be shown to exist under some conditions. Sekigakai 1997, Piccioni 2002, Ely and Vialimaki 2002, Bhaskar and Obarad 2002, Malath and Morris 2006, but we have seen that these equilibria are not very satisfactory. Indeed, if there is a Nash equilibrium with private signals, individuals have no particular incentive to play the strategies that implement the equilibrium, because many other strategies have the same payoffs as the equilibrium payoffs. Moreover, as we have seen, the equilibrium exists only if private signals are very close to being public, so all individuals receive nearly the same signal concerning the behavior of any given group member. When this is not the case, the equilibrium will not exist. Thus, these models apply only to forms of cooperation where all members observe the actions of nearly all others with a high level of accuracy. 5.5 Social norms and correlated equilibria. There is an alternative game-theoretic equilibrium concept that does not share the weaknesses associated with the Nash equilibrium described above, the correlated equilibrium. A correlating device is something that sends out signals, private or public, to the players of a game, indicating which pure strategy each should play. A correlated equilibrium is a situation in which there is a correlating device such that, if all players follow the advice of the correlating device, no player can do better by switching to an alternative strategy. General arguments support the notion that correlated equilibrium rather than Nash equilibrium is the appropriate equilibrium concept for game theory. Aumann 1987. Vanderschraff 2001, Gintis 2009a. Assuming players have common knowledge of the game, its rules, and its payoffs, as well as a common belief concerning the probability of the natural events, the so-called moves by nature, associated with the game, The strategies chosen by rational individuals can then always be modeled as a correlated equilibrium with an appropriate correlating device. The notion of a correlating device is quite abstract, but one form of correlating device is well known and performs precisely the social function of signaling actions to individuals that, when followed, may lead to a socially efficient outcome. This device is the social norm which, like the choreographer in a ballet, is instituted to issue precise instructions that, when followed, produce the desired outcome. For instance, the system of traffic lights in a city's street network instruct drivers when to stop and when to go. And it is normally in the interest of drivers to obey these signals as long as others do so, to avoid accidents. For a more pertinent example, suppose Alice and Bob repeatedly play the prisoner's dilemma in figure 5.1. As we have seen, for a sufficiently large continuation probability 90 chapter 5. ity, a pair of average payoffs anywhere in the quadrilateral OABC of figure 5.2 can be achieved as a Nash equilibrium. A choreographer could implement a point on the boundary ABC by the judicious choice of instructions to the players. For instance, to achieve the point on of 1/3 the distance to A, the choreographer could instruct the players to play 5,5 with probability 5/12 and 3, 8/ with probability 7/12. This gives Alice the average payoff 1/3 and Bob the average payoff 27/4, which is indeed the desired result. Now of course there is no reason for the players to obey the choreographer in a one-shot game, but if the game is repeated, using the logic of the folk theorem where the choreographer promises to instruct both players to defect forever, should one violate the choreographer's orders, it is a best response for both Bob and Alice to obey the choreographer. A cooperative equilibrium supported by social norms is one in which not only is the equilibrium strategy evolutionarily stable, but also the social norms are themselves an evolutionary adaptation, stable against invasion by competing social norms. Sociologists, Durkheim 1933-1902, Parsons and Schills 1951, and anthropologists, Benedict 1934, Boyd and Richardson 1985, Brown 1991, have found that virtually every society has such social norms, and that they are key to understanding strategic interaction. Borrowing a page from sociological theory, we posit that groups have social norms, specifying how a game ought to be played, and that these norms are identified as social norms by group members. Learning a social norm includes learning that the norm is common knowledge among those who know it, learning what behavior is suggested by the norm, and learning that a large fraction of group members know the norm and follow it. Social norms do not ensure equilibrium, because error, mutation, migration, deliberate violation of the norm, and other dynamical forces may lead individuals to reject beliefs or behavior fostered by the norm. This may occur because the beliefs might connect with an individual's personal experience, or its suggested behavior may be rejected as not in the individual's best interest, i.e., the action fostered by a social norm must be a best response to the behaviors of the other group members, given the beliefs engendered by the social norm and the individual's updating. Moreover, social norms cannot be introduced as a deus ex machina, as if laid down by a centralized authority, without violating the objective to provide a bottom-up theory of cooperation that does not presuppose pre-existing institutional forms of cooperation. Social norm are thus discretionary, because any institution that is posited to enforce behavior should itself be modeled within the dynamical system, unless plausible reasons are given for taking a macro-level institution as unproblematically given. Nor are social norms ex ante in stone. A group's social norms are themselves subject to change, those groups producing better outcomes for their members sometimes but not always, displacing groups with less effective social norms, and changing social and demographic conditions leading to the evolutionary transformation of social norms within groups. 5.6 The missing choreographer. The economic theory of cooperation based on repeated games proves the existence of equilibria with socially desirable properties, while leaving the question of how such equilibria are achieved as an afterthought. The theory thus abstracts from problems of stability, convergence, and other aspects of out-of-equilibrium dynamics. The folk theorem shares this defect with the even more celebrated fundamental, invisible hand theorem of welfare economics mentioned at the beginning of the chapter, which purports to model decentralized market interactions, but on close inspection requires an extraordinary level of coordination that is not explained, but rather is posited as a deus ex machina. Kerman 1989, Ingrao and Israel 1990, Bowles 2004, Gintis 2007. We have shown, similarly, for the case of cooperation supported by retaliation as in the folk theorem, that highly choreographed coordination on complex strategies capable of deterring defection are supposed to materialize quite without the need for a choreographer. As in the case of the fundamental theorem, the dynamics are thus unspecified, and, if we are correct, impossible to provide without a fundamental change in the underlying theory. The failure of the models underlying both the folk theorem and the fundamental theorem is hardly surprising, for they sought to explain cooperation among large numbers of self-regarding strangers without recourse to pre-existing norms and cooperative institutions, something that most likely never occurred in the history or prehistory of our species. Humans are indeed exceptional among living creatures in the degree and range of cooperation among large numbers of substantially unrelated individuals. The global division of labor and exchange, the modern democratic welfare state, and contemporary warfare alike evidence our distinctiveness. These forms of cooperation emerged historically and are today sustained as a result of the interplay of self-regarding and social preferences operating under the influence of group-level institutions of governance and socialization that favor cooperators, in part by helping to coordinate their actions so as to target transgressions for punishment and thus protect them from exploitation by defectors. The norms and institutions that have accomplished this evolved over millennia through trial and error. Consider how real-world institutions address two of the shoals on which the repeated game models foundered. First, the private nature of information, as we have seen, makes it virtually impossible to coordinate the targeted punishment of miscreants. In many hunter-gatherer societies, the relevant information that would in other societies be private is rendered public by such cooperative customs as eating in public, so that violations of sharing norms can be easily detected. Cooperative Japanese shrimp fishermen who pool in come across boats deliberately land their catch at an appointed time of day for the same reason, Plato and Seki 2001. But in most modern societies, where larger numbers are involved, converting private information about transgressions to public information that can provide the basis of punishment often involves civil or criminal trials, elaborate processes that have evolved over centuries and that rely on commonly agreed upon rules of evidence and ethical norms of appropriate behavior. Even with the benefit of these pre-existing social preferences, these complex institutions frequently fail to transform the private protestations of innocence and guilt into common knowledge. Second, here and in the previous chapter we have seen that cooperation often unravels when the withdrawal of cooperation by the civic-minded intending to punish a defector is mistaken by others as itself a violation of a cooperative norm, inviting a Spiral of further defections. In virtually all surviving societies with substantial populations, this problem is addressed by the creation of a corps of specialists entrusted with carrying out the more severe of society's punishments. Their uniforms convey the civic purpose of the punishments they mete out, and their professional norms, it is hoped, ensure that the power to punish is not used for personal gain. Like court proceedings, these policing, penal, and related institutions work imperfectly. Both solutions to the problems of cooperation among self-regarding individuals that we have identified: court proceedings for converting private to public information, and specialized professional forces to legitimize the punishments that maintain order, presuppose that jurists, police officers, witnesses, and others are committed to upholding other regarding or ethical standards of behavior. It is difficult to imagine that these institutions could work in the absence of these commitments. The economic models of cooperation that assume pre-existing solutions to these problems thus do not accomplish their goal, namely explaining cooperation among amoral and self-regarding individuals. Modeling the complex processes that sustain human cooperation is a major challenge of contemporary science. Economic theory, favoring parsimony over realism, has sought to explain cooperation without reference to social preferences, and with a minimalist ortive description of social institutions. This research trajectory, as we have seen, has produced significant insights. But it may have run its course. Symbol meaning: cost of punishing / cost of being punished. B. Binet. C. Cost. I. Continuation probability. Error rate. P. Cost of being punished. C. Payoff to cooperating. D. Payoff to defecting. N. Group size. T. Time. Table 5.1. Definition of symbols. 6. Ancestral human society. Among prehistoric men, life was a continual free GHT, and beyond the limit and temporary relations of the family, the Hobbesian war of each against all was the normal state of existence. T.H. Huxley. The Struggle for Existence, a Program, 1888, p. 163. The philosophers have all felt it necessary to go back to the state of nature, but none of them has succeeded in getting there. J.J. Rousseau. Discourse on the Origins and Foundations of Inequality Among Men, 1755, p. 1. Could strong reciprocity, fair-mindedness, and other altruistic and ethical preferences documented in Chapter 3 be the legacy of an evolutionary past in which individuals behaving in these ways had higher-ness than they would have had they been entirely amoral and self-regarding? Trivers, 2007, reasons that unfair arrangements may exact a very strong cost in inclusiveness. In that sense, an attachment to fairness or justice is self-interested, p. 77. If Trivers is correct, fair-mindedness could have become common among humans if it benefited the individual or close relatives in repeated interactions, allowing fair-minded individuals to gain reputations that advance their genetic interests. This, indeed, is the explanation of the evolution of fairness norms given by Ken Binmar, 2005. The same reasoning may be applied to generosity and punishing those who transgress social norms. Richard Dawkins, 2006, advances exactly this view, having outlined kin-based altruism, reciprocal altruism, indirect reciprocity, and costly signaling as the four models likely to explain the origins of modern human altruism. Throughout most of our prehistory, humans lived under conditions that would have strongly favored the evolution of all four. Most of your fellow band members would have been kin, more closely related to you than members of other bands, plenty of opportunities for kin altruism. to evolve. And, you would tend to meet the same individuals again and again throughout your life. Ideal conditions for the evolution of reciprocal altruism. Those were also the ideal conditions for building reputations for altruism, and the very same ideal conditions for advertising conspicu. Us generosity. p. 220. Thus, it could be that humans became cooperative because in our ancestral environments we interacted frequently with the same group of close kin, among whom tit for tat and other strategies consistent with Trivers' reciprocal altruism were sufficient to support cooperative outcomes. Cooperation, according to this view, emerged as a form of mutualism. Others, including Lita Cosmides and John Tooby, 1992, share this view of the evolutionary origins of social preferences, but in contrast to Trivers hold that in modern settings they are reducing. Though the cooperation that was extended to family and reciprocating fellow group members enhanced the tness of cooperators among our ancestors, according to Cosmides and Tooby, in the modern world of more ephemeral social contacts its expression is a maladaptive legacy of the distant evolutionary origins of human motivation. Because our ancestors rarely encountered strangers, we just do not sufficiently distinguish, either in lab experiments or in real life, between one-shots and long-lasting interactions, treating strangers much as if they were intimates. Dawkins explains it this way: the lust to be generous and compassionate is the misread sequence of ancestral village life, p. 222. There is little doubt that reputation building in repeated interactions and a tendency of close family members to interact frequently contributed to the evolution of cooperation. But we think it unlikely that these mechanisms provide a sufficient explanation. First, as we have seen in Chapter 3, modern humans are perfectly capable of distinguishing between situations in which reputation building and retaliation against free riding are possible and situations in which they are not. It is not likely that processual behavior in the latter situation is just a mistake. Second, the view that early humans lived in worlds with little contact outside one's family. Dawkins' ideal conditions for self-interested cooperation to ourish is difficult to square with what is known about the late Pleistocene and early Holocene. Like Jean-Jacques Rousseau's philosophers, Dawkins, Huxley, and other biologists seem to have jumped on a faulty time machine and have journeyed to an imaginary ancestral world. The evidence for a quite different picture of our ancestral condition is necessarily indirect, but convincing. Prehistoric foragers left few archaeological traces, and the historical record contains few pre-contact histories extending over more than half a century. The best we can do is to make inferences from the available data, including hunter-gatherer demographics, late Pleistocene climate records, archaeological evidence on causes of deaths during the Pleistocene, and ethnographic and historical reports, as well as genetic evidence from recent foragers. We will see that neither the likely size of groups, nor the degree of genetic relatedness within groups, nor the typical demography of foraging bands is favorable to the view that late Pleistocene human cooperation can be adequately explained by kin-based altruism or reciprocal altruism. What is known or can reasonably be inferred about the late Pleistocene and early Holocene suggests that ancestral humans did not live in small closed groups in which family and self-interest with a long time horizon alone were the cement of society. Rather, our ancestors were cosmopolitan, civic-minded, and warlike. They almost certainly benefited from far-on co-insurance, trading, mating, and other social networks, as well as from coalitions and, if successful, warfare with other groups. In the next section we review the available archaeological and ethnographic evidence suggesting that while isolated groups surely existed, most humans had frequent contact with a substantial number of individuals beyond the immediate family. This conclusion is consistent with data on foragers reviewed in 6.2 on the extent of genetic differentiation among ethnographic foragers, by which we mean foragers in the historical and ethnographic record. Had ancestral groups been small and isolated, the extent of between-group genetic differences would have been considerably greater than is observed. We then provide evidence that ancestral humans engaged in frequent and exceptionally lethal intergroup contacts. In the penultimate section we turn to data suggesting that social order in pre-state small-scale societies was sustained in important measure by a process of coordinated peer pressures and punishment, a process that we will model and simulate in Chapter 9. 6.1 Cosmopolitan ancestors. Were ancestral groups small enough so that, in light of the results of our simulations in Chapter 4, cooperation could be supported by repeated interactions? The Minimal Feasible Foraging Band, Christopher Boehm, 2007, reasoned, would include VE hunters. The number of adult decision makers then would be triple or more. This number, counting women and the elderly. The average band, census, size among the 175 warm climate, non-equestrian hunter-gatherer groups identified by Frank Marlowe, 2005, as the groups in the ethnographic record most likely to be similar to ancestral humans is 37. Even if we exclude the old and the young, this would be about 12 adult decision makers. In figure 4.6 we showed that even for groups a half this size reciprocal altruism will evolve only for implausibly low rates of behavioral or perceptual error and extraordinarily high net cost ratios of the altruistic behavior. But the relevant number for human cooperation is not the average size of the elementary group of foragers. First, seasonal and other aggregations of many bands occurred for purpose of exchange, marital matching, sociality, and defense. Second, most ancestral humans necessarily lived in larger than average groups. For an evolutionary explanation, either cultural or genetic, it is the size of the group that a typical individual lived in that is relevant, not the much smaller average group size. This so-called typical group size may differ substantially from the average group size. Suppose there are two groups, one with 10 members and the other with 100 members. The average group size is 55. But the typical group size, weighting both groups' size by their share of the total population, or 0.100. 100. C. 10. 10/=110, is 92. Another way of seeing this is to note that 100 individuals have 99 neighbors and 10 individuals have 9 neighbors, so the average number of neighbors per individual is 0.100. 99. C. 10. 9/=110. 91. Using this concept, we calculated the typical group size for the same warm climate non-equestrian groups in Marlowe's sample. It was an astounding 77, more than twice the average group size. A group of this size would have 40 or more adult decision makers. We think even that this is probably an underestimate, given that during the late Pleistocene a far greater fraction of hunter-gatherers than today lived in large, partially sedentary villages in the relatively densely populated resource-rich coastal and riverine environments from which they were subsequently expelled by Holocene farmers. More than limited group size is required for repeated interactions to sustain cooperation. Frequent and ongoing interactions are also necessary, equation 4.11. But evidence of extensive contacts outside the group and cataclysmic demographic events make it unlikely that these requirements we met during the late Pleistocene and early Holocene. As we saw in Chapter 1, long-distance trade among foraging groups in Africa pre-dates the diaspora of modern humans. Exchange was also common among Australian Aboriginal groups. Shell, stone, ochre, pachuria, narcotic and wooden tools and weapons all circulated over hundreds of kilometers. Shell pendants crossed the continent. A wooden hooked boomerang was seen, at least 1,200 kilometers west of its area of manufacture. Mulvaney 1976, p. 80. Aboriginal cultural practices also were exchanged. 1. The Malongo ceremony, AP. Apparently traveled 1,600 kilometers between 1893 and 1918, Laurando's 1997. Exchange often involved seasonal meetings of 1,000 or more at which communal food-producing activities included, hunting drives that sometimes involved a human circle of 20 to 30 kilometers in diameter. These meetings were most often held close to territorial boundaries so as to avoid trespass and therefore further connect. Laurando's 1997, p. 65. Nor were the Aboriginal Australians atypical in this respect. Many groups of modern foragers meet in seasonal groupings of quite large aggregations of bands, constituting sometimes many thousands of individuals. Kelly 1995, Binford 2001. Exogamy also promoted contacts with strangers. The average distance between the birthplaces of husbands and wives among hunter-gatherers in tropical areas reported in MacDonald and Hewlett, 1999, is 40 kilometers, and much greater for some hunter-gatherers, such as the Kung, 70 kilometers, and Arctic peoples, Fix 1999. Among the pure Kung groups studied by Harp Ending and Jenkins, 1974, only 58% of the parents of the fertile adult members of the population were born in the same group as their children. These high levels of mobility, also noted in other southern African groups, such as the Hadza. Woodburn 1982, arise in part from the far-flung co-insurance networks, which among the Kung may include partnerships well over 200 kilometers distant. For example, describing the likely historical patterns of the Dobe, Kung, Howell, 2000, writes, the pattern of frequent long and short distance migrations, utilizing widespread kinship ties, must be an old pattern, with living groups forming and dissolving, coalescing, and splitting to adjust group size to the sources available. While no or few individuals may ever have covered the whole Kung range during a lifetime, nearly every individual can be expected to travel long distances, living in a number of places and encountering a wide range of other Kung, even if always in relatively small groups. p. 11. Arizona State anthropologist Kim Hill reports, in a personal communication, extensive social interactions among the pre-contact ACHE in Paraguay, amounting to several hundred adult contacts over a decade. In these environments, those who failed to distinguish between long-term and short-term or one-shot interactions would be at a synchronous disadvantage. It seems safe to conclude that all but the most isolated forager groups typically engaged in relationships, both beneficial and hostile, with other groups. Turning to evidence on cataclysmic demographic events, frequent catastrophic mortality due to conflicts, environmental challenges, and other causes is the most plausible way to reconcile two pieces of solid evidence about hunter-gatherer demography. Hill and Hurtado 1996. First, human population grew extraordinarily slowly or not at all for the 100,000 years prior to 20,000 years before the present, with estimated growth rates ranging from 0.002% per annum in the earlier period to 0.1% in the later. Bakatapel etal 2005. Second, population models and data on hunter-gatherer. Demographics show that they are capable of growth rates in excess of 2% per annum. Birdsell 1957, Hassan 1980, Johansson and Horowitz 1986. The forest ACHE, 4x. Ample, grew at 2% per annum over the 4 decades prior to contact, Hill and Hurtado. 1996. The two facts slow long-run growth in total population and high potential growth are easily reconciled if population crashes were frequent. Volatile climate must have contributed. Evidence of late Pleistocene temperature. Variability based on Greenland ice cores is presented in Figure 6.1. Deep sea cores in the Western Mediterranean and other data suggest that the climate variability shown in the GUR was a general Northern Hemisphere phenomenon, Martrat et al. 2004. Even these data, smoothed to 50-year averages to reduce measurement error, indicate that changes in mean temperature as great as 8 degrees C occurred over time spans as short as 2 centuries. By way of comparison, the Little Ice Age that devastated parts of early modern Europe experienced a fall in average temperatures of 1 or 2 degrees, and the dramatic warming of the last century raised average temperatures by 1 degree, comparing the unprecedentedly hot 1990s with a century earlier, Mann et al. 1998, McManus et al. 1999. The high levels of mortality and frequent population crashes and dispersals that probably characterized the late Pleistocene are unfavorable to the evolution of reciprocity altruism, even in dyads. Mortality hazard rates of contemporary foragers place an upper limit on the time discount factor of 0.98, even in the absence of myopia, weakness of will, and the like, Gurven and Kaplan 2007. The discount factor under these assumptions is 1 minus the probability of mortality. This purely demographic source of discounting raises doubts about results from repeated game theory that require the discount factor to be arbitrarily close to unity. If older members of the group are critical to the success of cooperation, then the maximal discount factor will be considerably lower. Moreover, due to frequent group conics and extraordinary climatic instability, group longevity was also probably quite limited, so that even if members of a group survived, they were unlikely to remain together over very long periods. Of 14 groups studied in Papua New Guinea over a 50-year period by Soltis et al. 1995, 5 ceased to exist. The expected duration of both the Yanomamo villages reported in Smouse et al. 1981, and of the Ganjay groups reported in Long et al. 1987, is about 3 generations. It is unlikely that groups survived longer than this under the turbulent climatic conditions of the late Pleistocene. The only small-scale society on which we have adequate long-term demographic records, the people of the isolated South Atlantic island Tristan da Cunha, provide a dramatic example. Roberts 1971. 3 population crashes occurred in the course of a D18O. I18O. Figure 6.1. Pleistocene temperature variations. Shown are measures of I18O taken from Greenland ice cores, from http://www.glaciology.gfy.ku.dk/ngrip/index-ang.htm. And described in North Greenland Ice Core Project Members, 2004. Surface temp. Temperature scales approximately linearly with the I18O signal shown in the GUR. Diff. Ferencs in temperature, centigrade, are about 1.2 times the difference in the signal. Shown the GUR, Johnson et al. 1992. Century and a half. The RST was a conflict-induction that resulted in the departure of more than half the population, while the second, a seafaring accident, killed all but 4 of the island's male population. The null crash occurred with the dispersal of the entire population in 1961 due to an eruption of the island's volcano, summing up a pattern of demographic instability likely to have been faced by the foraging bands of the late Pleistocene. Guy de Scheck, 1964, wrote, "Migrations, murders and suicides, warfare, and massacres, splitting and fragmentation of communities and bands or amalgamations and sudden mergers of groups, sudden social changes in mating practices and prohibitions, and such natural accidents and catastrophes as earthquakes, floods, typhoons, volcanic eruptions, droughts, famines, and plagues all have a major influence in determining the genetic composition of small groups." p. 121. These are hardly conditions under which reciprocal altruism could be expected to our ish, Gintis 2000. Genetic evidence is consistent with this view. 6.2 Genetic evidence. The extent of genetic differentiation among groups of human foragers is the result of mating practices, selection pressures, reproductive inequalities, migratory patterns, group size, the process of grouption and fusion, and other aspects of population dynamics over the very long run. While contemporary foraging populations are not pristine replicas of ancestral human groups, genetic evidence on foragers nonetheless provides a rare lens with which to study the prehistory of human social and demographic structure. Genetic material collected from foraging populations over the past half-century allows estimates of the degree of genetic distance between groups on scales ranging from elementary foraging bands to metapopulations composed of many ethno-linguistic units. These estimates, taken from Bowles, 2006, augmented by more recent data, appear in Table 6.1. Many foraging populations are highly differentiated. Some geographically adjacent groups are as different genetically from one another as are the major ancestral groups of the world. Foraging populations do not appear to be less differentiated genetically than horticultural and more technologically advanced small-scale populations, but our joint work with Stephanie Moreno Gomez and John Wilkins of the Santa Fe Institute indicates that if ancestral groups indeed had been small and closed, the degree of differentiation among groups predicted by the standard model of equilibrium differentiation would be substantially greater than what we observe. Moreno Gomez et al. 2011. The genetic data thus are more consistent with ancestral groups being of considerable size and with ever-changing composition. To see how genetic information can provide clues about demographic structure, a little background in population genetics is needed. Equilibrium genetic differentiation among groups balances the effects of small group size and the resulting genetic drift that tends to enhance differentiation on the one hand and between group migration, tending to reduce it on the other. The equilibrium level of differentiation, denoted F(st), is that at which these two effects are exactly offsetting, leading to long-run constancy of the FST in the absence of exogenous changes in the underlying data. For autosomal genetic markers, assuming that the alleles in question are not subject to selection or mutation, and letting me and NE be measures respectively of the rate of migration among groups and group size, we have the following approximation for small me, right 1935. FST D 1 1 C. For me NE 6.1. The migration and group size terms in the denominator are based on an idealized demographic structure in which group size is constant, the number of expected number of progeny is equal among males and females, who are also equal in number, and migration conforms to the random island model in which migrants are randomly assigned. Population index value. Indigenous circumpolar Eurasian populations FDT 0.076. Native Siberian populations FDT 0.170. Native Siberian populations FDG 0.114. Kungdeems, Southern Africa, FDG 0.007. Southern African groups FGT 0.075. Southern African Deems, from 18 groups, FDT 0.081. Aboriginal Australians, 14 groups, FGT 0.042. Kayadilt Lardial groups, Australia, FDT 0.081. Asmat Mapi, Lowland Western New Guinea, FDT 0.056. Mbuti, Central Africa, San, Southern Africa, FGT 0.149. aka, between villages in the same group, FDG 0.042. aka, between groups, FGT 0.057. aka, between villages in all groups, FDT 0.097. Pygmy, 9 groups, FDT 0.052. Pygmy, 4 Baka language Deems, FDG 0.061. Aboriginal Australians, 10 Arnhem and Northern groups, FDT 0.136. Ainu Eskimo, Japan Alaska, FGT 0.109. Ainu Chukchi, Japan Eastern Siberia, FGT 0.075. Eskimo Chukchi, Alaska Eastern Siberia, FGT 0.047. Table 6.1. Genetic differentiation among hunter-gatherer populations. Note, FDG Maya. Shore's genetic differentiation among Deems, D, in the same etholinguistic group, G. While FGT and FDT respectively measure differentiation among groups and Deems in a metapopulation, T. The mean value is 0.080, 0.041, and the median is 0.075. If, within ethnolinguistic unit estimates, FDG, are excluded, the remaining 15 estimates have a mean of 0.087, 0.038, and a median of 0.076. The RST15 rows are from Bowles. 2006. The next two, Pygmy, are from Verdu, 2009, the next, Arnhem and Northern, are from Walsh et al. 2007, and the null 3 rows are from Cavalli Sforza et al. 1994. The Pygmy and Australian data are based on hypervariable microsatellite loci, corrected to be comparable with the remainder of the table. These data and the COR rect ions are described in a memo at www.santafe.edu/Bowles. FST estimates between putative ancestral genetic clusters of African hunter-gatherers, rather than observed population groups, yield much higher values, Hen et al. 2011. To groups independent of spatial or other proximity. Variance effective group size, NE, is the number of individuals in a single generation that would result in the same amount of genetic differentiation among groups due to genetic drift, as would occur among the empirical groups under study, given the deviations from the idealized demographic assumptions that are observed in their actual demographic structure. Because by comparison to more realistic assumptions, the idealized demographic structure minimizes the drift-induced genetic differentiation among group, the variance effective group size is less than the observed, so-called census size. The effective migration rate, MI, is the fraction of individuals who migrate in the random island model that would have the same effect on between-group genetic differentiation as would the observed, non-random DOM, patterns of migration among the groups under study. Because non-random aspects of observed migration patterns deviate from the random island model in ways that reduce the homogenizing effects of migration. The effective migration rate is less than the observed migration rate. Under the idealized assumptions above, the observed measures of differentiation are consistent with equilibrium predictions for groups of modest size and migration rates. But it is unlikely that the assumptions underlying equation 6.1 obtained during the Pleistocene. No human societies exhibit these idealized features, and the level of genetic differentiation predicted for observed demographic structures is greater than under idealized conditions. Reproductive skew, volatile population dynamics of the type documented above, including rare group extinctions, lineage-based grouption, and non-random migration, all must have been common during the late Pleistocene. Each of these violations of the assumptions of the right model reduces either the effective group size or the effective migration rate, and thus, from equation 6.1, contributes to elevated equilibrium genetic differentiation among groups. Using data on recent foraging populations to take account of these effects, Moreno-Gomez et al. 2011, we found that predictions from the equilibrium model are consistent with the data in Table 6.1. Only if group size and migration are substantial, so that the number of migrants per year could have to be double or perhaps even triple the number implied by the calculation, based on Wright's idealized assumptions in the previous paragraph. Thus, if observed genetic differentiation reeks of population equilibrium, the data are inconsistent with the common view that our ancestors lived in closed worlds in which social interactions were confined to a small number of relatives or lifelong close associates. More detailed studies suggest a similar conclusion. Based on the pattern of genetic differentiation among Aboriginal Australian groups, for example, Keats, 1977, concludes that local groups traveled large distances and often came into contact with one another for the purposes of trade, which sometimes included exchange of people. From each group, 1977, p. 327. Inferences from these genetic data are thus consistent with evidence of both long-distance exchange, McBrearty and Brooks 2000, and hostile connect, Bowles 2009a, among ancestral groups, and among recent foragers. Thought to be plausible models of ancestral humans, significant levels of long-distance exchange and migration, occasional large-scale seasonal agglomerations, and far-on co-insurance partnerships, Laurandos 1997, Wiesner 2002, Marlowe 2005. These data thus are consistent with the above evidence that ancestral conditions were not favorable for the evolution of group-level cooperation by means of reciprocal altruism. The genetic data also support a similarly negative judgment for the adequacy of the kin-based selection model. Members of groups were not very closely related, though helping siblings and other close family members would have been supported for plausible Binet cost ratios. Relatedness within typical foraging bands would not support cooperation among band members generally unless the Binet cost ratio were extraordinarily high. Consider a concrete example of an exceptionally highly related band, of just 7 adult members, with 2 parents and their 2 sons and wives, and 1 unrelated outsider. If the spouses are unrelated, the average pairwise degree of genetic relatedness in this group is 0.12. Hamilton's rule, 4.1, shows that kin altruism would be supported among group members only if the Binet cost ratio were to exceed 8, i.e., the inverse of 0.12. Moreover, the level of within-group relatedness in this example is far from typical. A survey of band composition in 32 populations of hunter-gatherers, Hill et al. 2010, shows that many members of a band share no recent common ancestor and are related only through marriage. The authors found that among a total of 19,634 within band pairs of adults in 58 pre-contact bands of ACHE, in Paraguay, the genetic relatedness was R. D. 0:054. The implication is that for altruism toward randomly paired band members to proliferate by Hamilton's rule, the binets would have to be 20 times the costs. The estimates of the fraction of the total genetic variance that is between demes reported in Table 6.1 suggests an average degree of relatedness in demes that would preclude the evolution of altruistic behaviors unless the binets were an order of magnitude greater than the costs. The genetic data thus make it unlikely that a predisposition of family members to cooperate explains group-level common projects such as hunting, predation, and defense, except in cases of extraordinarily high ratios of binets to costs. These data also cast further doubt on any explanation relying solely on reciprocal altruism. The reason is that the group census size that we estimated with Moreno, Gomez and Wilkins from the observed FSTS implies a number of adult decision makers that is an order of magnitude larger than the maximum group size for which repeated interactions supported high levels of cooperation in the presence of plausible error rates in the simulations reported in figures 4.6. The typical group census size that we calculated directly in 6.1, namely 77, bears the same conclusion. Of course, the same data present a challenge to any model of the evolution of altruistic cooperation based on positive genetic assortment, including multi-level selection models. In the next chapter, we will see that between-group competition may have provided the necessary extraordinary binets of group-level cooperation. The main reason why this is so is that conflict among hunter-gatherer groups was common and exceptionally lethal. 6.3 Prehistoric warfare. Notwithstanding a number of insightful studies, LeBlanc 2003, Birch 2005, Gatt 2006. Lethal intergroup conflict among hunter-gatherers during the late Pleistocene and early Holocene remains a controversial and, like the question of altruism itself, ideologically freighted subject, with little agreement on either its extent or its consequences. Keeley, 1996, Ferguson 1997. Among the empirical challenges are the lack of written accounts, the difficulty in making inferences from ethnographic hunter-gatherers about conditions before the domestication of plants and animals and the emergence of states, and the fact that most foragers made little use of fortifications and killed each other with the same weapons that they used to hunt other animals, thus leaving few distinctive archaeological traces other than skeletal remains. The virtual absence of archaeological evidence of persistent economic and political differentiation between families prior to about 24,000 years ago indicates that the most informative data for understanding late Pleistocene and early Holocene humans. Figure 6.2. Between group differences. Data sources for archaeological and ethnographic evidence on warfare and genetic, black open dots, data on between group differences. Pertain to hunting and gathering populations without formal political structures, chiefs, big men, or states. We exclude populations making substantial use of domesticated plants and animals, namely pastoral, horticultural, agricultural or equestrian hunting populations. As hunter-gatherer populations occupying resource-rich areas in the late Pleistocene and early Holocene were probably sedentary, at least seasonally. We have included wars involving settled as well as purely mobile populations. By wars we mean events in which coalitions of members of a group seek to inflict bodily harm on one or more members of another group. The term is not ideal for the ambushes, revenge murders, and other kinds of hostilities likely to have occurred between ancestral groups of humans. Most hostile intergroup contact among hunter-gatherers was probably ongoing or intermittent with occasional casualties, more akin to boundary conflicts among chimpanzees, Manson and Wrangham 1991, than to modern warfare. However, pitched battles did occur among foragers, as in the conflict between two coalitions of Aboriginal Australians involving around 700 combatants, Laurandos. 1997. Using these definitions and selection criteria, we studied all available archaeological and ethnographic sources that present, or are cited as presenting, relevant data. Table 6.2. Of these 34 sources, 14 were found to present data that were unrepresentative. For example, when warfare was primarily with modern agricultural populations. Unreliable, or inadequate. In 3 cases, re-estimation of the critical information was possible. Skeletal evidence from sites with fewer than 10 individuals was also excluded. Possible biases in this data set are discussed below. The 8 ethnographic and 15 archaeological sources included both yield results consistent with the view that prehistoric warfare was frequent and lethal, but somewhat less so than estimates based on data in the standard source for these estimates, Keeley 1996. The populations studied appear in Figure 6.2. Details and additional caveats and the data to follow appear in Bowles 2009b. As with all archaeological data, establishing that the sites that were studied are representative of late Pleistocene and early Holocene conditions is difficult. Most of the weighted mean arithmetic mean median archaeological 0.12 0.14 0.12 ethnographic 0.16 0.14 0.13 to 0.15 all 0.14 0.14 0.12 Table 6.2 Fraction of total mortality due to warfare, summary statistics. Note: complete sources, methods, and other details for this and Table 6.3 are in Bowles 2009a, and Bowles 2009b. Weights are the square root of the total number of deaths. Archaeological data are based on evidence of violent death such as spear points embedded in bones. As this evidence comes from burials, it is almost certainly not representative in one respect. Simple disposal of the dead, rather than burial, appears to be typical of the archetypal so-called immediate return foraging group, Woodburn 1982. There may be more than accidental bias in the burials studied for signs of violence, given that evidence of violent deaths may be deemed more interesting or worthy of publication than the absence of such evidence. Evidence on given individuals is also incomplete, leading to the opposite bias. Most skeletal remains are never found, and those that are range from intact to fragmentary or poorly preserved, often comprising just a few of the 100 or so bones in an adult human, setting aside the small bones of the hands and feet. The remains of 2,185 prehistoric people of present-day California are accessible to researchers in a museum collection that totals only 12,044 bones, excluding hands and feet. More than 90% of the individual's bones are absent, Tenney 1990. Moreover, while some osteological evidence is indicative of ongoing intergroup violence, simultaneous burials, severed limbs, and other evidence of trophy taking, for example, one cannot always distinguish between deaths due to intergroup violence and those occurring within groups. Other biases may lead to underestimates. Many deaths in warfare do not leave projectile points embedded in bone or the other traces of violent death. An analysis that included only projectile points embedded in bone would miss over half of the projectiles, and 75% of what was in all probability the actual number of projectile wounds, Lambert 1997. Studies of arrow wounds treated by U.S. Army surgeons during the Indian Wars found that less than a third of the arrows struck bone. Milner 2005, and that 61% of fatal arrow wounds were to the abdomen, Bill 1862. Finally, fatalities during combat may fall far short of the total effect of warfare when account is taken of the mortality and reduced reproductive success occasioned by the displacement of the surviving losers. Table 6.3 gives the resulting estimates. Most ethnographic studies of pre-modern war have concerned populations whose unusually bellicose relations among groups may not wreak conditions of late Pleistocene hunter-gatherers, horticultural peoples in the highlands of Papua New Guinea and parts of lowland South America, or equestrian hunters or sedentary horticulturalists. In North America, among non-equestrian foragers, detailed accounts provide examples of intergroup conflict of exceptional brutality among Aboriginal Australians, Eskimos, and other groups. Morgan 1979 1852, Melby and Fairgrieve 1994, Birch 2005, but most do not allow quantitative estimates of the resulting mortality. In other groups, war is entirely absent from the ethnographic record, but in some of these cases, like the Site Years BP author, date, I. British Columbia, 30 sites, 5,500 to 334 Cybulski, 1994, 0.23. Nubia, Site 117, 14 to 12,000 Vendorf, 1968, 0.46. Nubia, near Site 117, 14 to 12,000 Vendorf, 1968, 0.03. Vasilivka 3, Ukraine 11,000 Telegin, 1961, 0.21. Volosky, Ukraine Epipaleolithic Danilenko, 1955, 0.22. California, 28 sites, 5,500 to 628 Lambert, 1997, 0.06. Central California 3,500 to 500 Morato, 1984, 0.05. Sweden, Skateholm 6,100 Price, 1985, 0.07. Central California 2415 to 1773 Andrushko et al. 2005, 0.08. Sarinahurai, Rai, N. India 3140 to 2854 Sharma, 1973, 0.30. Central California, 2 sites, 2240 to 238 Germain, 2001, 0.04. Gobaro, Niger 16,000 to 8,200 Sereno et al. 2008, 0.00. Kalamnata, Algeria 8,300 to 7,300 Shamla et al. 1970, 0.04. Illy TVC, France 6,600 Newell et al. 1979, 0.12. Bogbakken, Denmark 6,300 to 5,800 Newell et al. 1979, 0.12. Table 6.3. Archaeological evidence on I, the fraction of adult mortality due to warfare. Note, before present, BP, indicates before 2008, Bowles 2009a. Population, region dates author, date, I. ACHE, Eastern Paraguay pre-contact, 1970, Hill and Hurtado, 1996, 0.30. Highway, Venezuela Colombia pre-contact, 1960, Hill et al. 2007, 0.17. Merngen, N.E. Australia 1910 to 1930 Warner, 1931, 0.21. Aereo, Bolivia Paraguay C 1920 to 1979 Bugos, 1985, 0.15. Tiwi, N. Australiac 1893 to 1903. Pilling, 1968, 0.10. Modoc, N. Californiat Aboriginal Times Ray, 1963, 0.13. Kasiguran Agta, Filipinesa 1936 to 1950. Headland, 1989, 0.05. Anbara, N. Australiaobi 1940 to 1960. Hyatt, 1965, 0.04. Table 6.4. Ethnographic evidence on the fraction, I, of adult mortality due to war. Fair. Notes, A indicates that the group were foragers, B. maritime, C. seasonal forager. Horticulturalists, D. sedentary hunter-gatherers, E. recently settled. Source, Bowles. 2009a, 2009b. Kung and other southern African groups. This may be the result of recent state inter. Vent Ions, Shapira 1930, Campbell 1986. 4-8 Populations. Ethnographic studies allow estimates of the deaths due to warfare as a fraction of total mortality, summa. Rist in Table 6.4. As in the case of archaeological studies, selection bias may lead to an exaggeration of the extent of warfare mortality. Moreover, some populations are not entirely representative of foragers during the late Pleistocene due to the impact of non-hunter-gatherer influences. The mortality data summarized in Table 6.2 are consistent with what is known about the late Pleistocene from more indirect data, for example, as we have seen, reconciling the capacity of forager populations to expand rapidly coupled with the virtual absence of population growth until the very end of the Pleistocene. Further, the extraordinary volatility of climate during the late Pleistocene must have resulted in natural disasters and periodic resource scarcities, known strong predictors of group conflict among hunter-gatherers in the historical record, Ember and Ember 1992, and undoubtedly forced long-distance migrations and occasioned frequent encounters between groups having no established political relations. In light of the climate record, Boehm, 2000. p. 19, writes that toward the end of the Pleistocene, as anatomically modern humans began to emerge, group extinction rates could have risen dramatically as needy bands of well-armed hunters, strangers lacking established patterns of political interaction frequently collided, either locally or in the course of long-distance migration. A statistical analysis of ethnographic evidence is consistent with Boehm's conjecture. Ember and Ember, 1992, conclude that a history of unpredictable natural disasters strongly predicts more war. People, particularly in non-state societies, may try to protect themselves against future disasters by going to war to take resources from enemies. The impact of the climate variation evident in Figure 6.1 is also suggested in the archaeological record. Commenting on a burial from 12,000 to 14,000 years ago in which almost half of the skeletons indicated a violent death, Vendorf, 1968, explained. Population pressures may have become too great with the deterioration of late Pleistocene climate and the effects which this had on the herds of large savanna-type animals which were the primary source of food at this time. A few localities which were particularly favorable for shing would have been repeatedly fought over as sources of food became increasingly scarce. p. 993. Archaeological evidence on Southern Californian maritime hunter-gatherers over a 7,000-year period indicates that violent deaths occurred disproportionately during periods of climatic adversity and resource stress, Lambert 1997. 6.4 The foundations of social order. Social interactions within ancestral groups, we believe, exhibited an interplay of conflict and cooperation not dissimilar from between group interactions. A difference, however, is that aggression within groups often served to sustain cooperation. The alacrity with which experimental subjects punish defectors and the extent to which people in modern natural settings will go in order to shun, ridicule, humiliate and harm those who violate social norms have their counterparts in small-scale societies. We think that, like intergroup warfare, these forms of peer punishment are both an exemplar of altruistic cooperation and one of the practices that among our ancestors curbed self-aggrandizement and provided a favorable environment for the evolution of other cooperative behaviors. In subsequent chapters we will explain how warlike predispositions, Chapter 8, and the willingness to bear costs to punish defectors in one's own group, Chapter 9, could have proliferated in the social and ecological environment of the late Pleistocene and early Holocene. But to do this we must, as in the case of warfare, know the nature of the behaviors in question. Baliksai, 1970, reports that among the Netsilik, an isolated hunting people on the Arctic coast, there is a general rule, according to which all able-bodied men should contribute to hunting, and the returns of the hunt should be shared according to established custom. Any activity in exception to this rule was bound to provoke criticism, various forms of conduct, and frequently social ostracism. Lazy hunters were barely tolerated by the community. They were the objects of backbiting and ostracism until the opportunity came for an open quarrel. Stingy men were treated similarly. Pages 176 to 177. In like fashion, Richard Lee, 1979, describes the moral world of the Kung in Southern Africa. The most serious accusations one Kung can level against another are the charge of stinginess and the charge of arrogance. To be stingy, or far-hearted, is to hoard one's goods jealously and secretively, guarding them like a hyena. The corrective for this is to make the hoarder give till it hurts, that is to make him give generously and without stint until everyone can see that he is truly cleaned out. In order to ensure compliance with this cardinal rule, the Kung browbeat each other constantly to be more generous and not to hoard. p. 458. Deriving quantitative generalizations from these accounts is difficult. Most of the lethal violence documented by Lee concerns such problems as adultery, not stinginess. And in contrast to the reports of Lee and Baliksai, Endicott, 1988, p. 118, reports the horror expressed by a Batek informant at the thought of exiling a member whose laziness had caused some resentment. But there is no reason to doubt the thrust of their observations, that those who violate a social norm by hoarding or slacking would be in for a rough time. Christopher Boehm's, 2011, Survey of Social Control Methods in what he calls Pleistocene style hunter-gatherer populations shows just how rough it can get. Among the 300 or so forager societies described in ethnographies, he selected those likely to match the social and environmental conditions of late Pleistocene humans. This involved eliminating mounted hunters, bands dependent on religious missions or that had extensive trade with farmers, or had engaged for centuries in the fur trade, or that made significant use of stored food. He then scoured all available accounts for evidence of transgressions of social norms, and how they were addressed in these small groups lacking both police and courts of law. Stealing and murder were condemned in all of the societies, and failure to share was considered a violation of a norm in 43 of the 53 societies studied. The same number that condemned beating someone. Bullying was frowned on in 34 of the societies. In most societies, the common response to these transgressions was distancing, shunning, ridicule, shaming and gossip. In 20 of the societies expulsion from the group occurred, and in a striking 34 of the populations, assassination of the culprit by the entire group was practiced. Boehm's conclusion: yesterday's hunter-gatherers were well equipped to identify free riders, suppress their behavior, and if they couldn't intimidate them enough to keep them under fairly good control, get rid of them. The only quantitative investigation of social order in a pre-state society of which we are aware is a remarkable study by Polly Wiesner, 2005. During 1974 and 1996/7, she recorded 308 3 to 4 hour time blocks of conversations among the Jew/Hohensi Kung of the Dobe-K/K area in northwest Botswana. In the 1970s, the Jew/Hohensi obtained virtually all of their subsistence through hunting and gathering. By the 1990s, their society had been transformed, with government rations, wages, the sale of crafts, and old age pensions occupying a substantial role in their subsistence. Of the conversation studied, 56% included criticism of one or more members of the group, including harsh criticism in 2 FTHs of the cases and ridicule and mild forms of expression of displeasure in a FTH of the cases. The remaining 2 FTHs of the cases were explicit, but not harsh criticism. Only 7% of the conversations included praise. Frequently targeted behaviors included stinginess, greed, or laziness, including reclusive behavior associated with failure to share, big shot behavior, failure to honor kin obligations, and drunkenness. The intent of criticism was behavior modification. In 69% of the cases, the target was either present or within earshot. In 21% of the cases the target was absent, but his close relatives were present. The remaining cases involved coalition building for punishment at a later date. Wiesner recounts one of these episodes. In 1974, a highly respected leader and one of the few cattle owners was accused of big shot behavior and failure to share meat. After suffering extensive criticism in silence, he noted that one of his cows was behaving dangerously, slaughtered it, and distributed the meat widely. Another big shot was initially subjected to ridicule, but when this proved ineffective, harsh criticism followed along with a refusal to share meat with the offender, who eventually left the group for a period. A disruptive woman was ostracized from the group and subsequently died, after which her family was welcomed back into good standing. In one case, criticism aimed at expulsion of a segment of the group led to its relocation at a new camp 9 kilometers distant, after which friendly relations were resumed. The content and targeting of these conversations did not differ between the 1970s and 1990s. Men and women initiated criticism about equally, but men were overwhelmingly the targets of criticism because they more frequently engaged in big shot or disruptive behaviors. High status, strong group members engaged in more criticism than others, and were as likely to be targeted as weak members. The most respected Gur in the camp, the N, or Kaseo, tended to refrain from criticism, thereby facilitating reconciliation, so as to avoid the loss of a group member. 4 aspects of social order among the Jew/Hohensi are important in what follows. First, though Wiesner stresses the many ways that the Jew/Hohensi reduce the costs of maintaining order, those engaging in norm enforcement bore costs in the form of disrupted patterns of sharing. In 3% of the cases, violent brawls resulted. Second, most of the criticisms were carried out by coalitions, 3 or more persons, rather than individuals, and this was true in virtually all of the cases where the target had threatened community stability or harmony. As a result, the costs of engaging in punishment of Norm transgressors was relatively low as long as the number of altruistic punishers was sufficiently great. In Chapter 9 we will explain how this kind of coalitional punishment of transgressors may have evolved. Third, the punishment of those who refrained from punishing was entirely absent. I have not observed any second-order punishment in all of my years working with the Jew/Hohensie. Fourth, Wiesner NDS no evidence that punishing norm transgressors is a signal of otherwise unobservable quality as a mate, coalition partner, or competitor. Single reproductive age individuals are the least likely to punish, contrary to the predictions of the signaling model. Moreover, while mediation ability is highly valued, those who punished frequently or harshly were not sought out as coalition partners but were considered to be GNAI, angry, sharp or biting things, and were told to desist. The other study of the maintenance of order in a pre-state society that has guided our attempts to model the evolution of cooperation concerns ostracism among the Pathan hill tribes, and acephalous, egalitarian kinship-based people in Afghanistan. Niloufar Mahdi, 1986, writes, "The most striking use of ostracism among the Pathans is the rejection by the tribe or clan of one of its members whose behavior might lead to a feud. Ostracism functions to deter behavior that violates customary legal norms, to punish specific acts that are culturally deemed as improper, and to unify the primary reference group on which individuals depend for protection and economic support." p. 295. The Pathans do not recognize permanently established or permanently functioning authority either in the central government or at any level of the tribal structure. Rather, social order is sustained by peer punishment. Ostracism is commonly the fate of those who have violated the Pukhtunwali code of the Pathans. The obligation to the code is not secured in the RST instance by any coercive force. Ask any Pathan why he upholds Pukhtunwali and the answer will be because of Izzat, honor. Obedience to Pukhtunwali is freely given. p. 297. Similarly, ostracizing those who have violated the code becomes the obligation of every Pathan, acting individually or as part of a relevant tribal segment. Punishment of those who violate social norms is itself a norm. Ostracism, writes Mahdi, may include avoidance, exclusion from social participation, shunning or derision, p. 295. If a man has to be avoided, he may not be considered for a matrimonial alliance or invited to participate in a jirga, council of elders. Notably, consistent with what we observed in some experiments described in Chapter 3, the aim of ostracism seems to be punishment, not behavior modification. The unique expression of overt verbal disapproval that is practiced is pakhar, insult or taunt. Its main purpose is to shame the person. It is most commonly applied in those cases where a man has been perceived to have failed in valor or in the discharge of an obligation of honor. Pakhar is not given with the conscious aim of prompting its object to action, nor is it calculated to reform. However, very often it has precisely that effect. p. 303. As in Boehm's survey, 1993, punishment may take the lethal forms, such as batal revenge killing, or physical expulsion. As a consequence, when a Pathan is exiled from his group, his situation becomes untenable. He is vulnerable not only to his dushman, the one who has targeted him, but can be victimized by anyone, without fear of batal. p. 301. The fact that batal applies equally to all members of one's kin group provides strong incentives for discipline to be applied within families, therefore reducing the frequency of more costly between kin group feuding, as, for instance, in the community response Ability model of contract enforcement among early modern European craftsmen, Grief. 2002. As among the Kung, the egalitarianism of the Pathan peoples is essential to the process of peer punishment, as is the ongoing nature of social interaction. Neither economic or social status dictates its course. If a man seeking battle is weak vis-a-vis his Dutchman, he will pass on his obligation to his sons and they in turn to their sons. And if a man is well protected enough to escape battle himself, it is extremely doubtful that the protection can be extended to his kin or to successive generations, who would constitute legitimate targets of battle. Mahdi 1986, p. 298. Like the Jew/Hohensi, the Pathans attempted to minimize the costs of punishment. To mitigate the disadvantages of battle, Pukhtunwali makes provision for mediation through a jirga when it appears that honor has been satisfied and it is an opportune time to halt the cycle of violence. Certain conditions such as monetary compensation may be imposed to achieve a balance in the redress of grievances. Mahdi, 1986, p. 299. 6.5 The Crucible of Cooperation. It has been conventional since Thomas Hobbes' Leviathan to attribute the maintenance of social order to states. But for at least 95% of the time that biologically modern humans have existed, our ancestors somehow fashioned a system of governance that, without the assistance of governments, avoided the chaos of the Hobbesian state of nature sufficiently to become by far the most enduring of social orders ever. The genetic, archaeological, ethnographic, and demographic data make it quite clear that they did not accomplish this by limiting human interactions to a few close genetic relatives. Nor can the oft-repeated nature of their interactions explain this remarkable accomplishment. Rather, we will show in the next 3 chapters that a particular form of altruism, often hostile toward outsiders and punishing toward insiders who violate norms, co-evolved with a set of institutions sharing food and making war, are examples that at once protected a group's altruistic members and made group-level cooperation the sine qua non of survival. 7. The co-evolution of institutions and behaviors. A population can be very successful in spite of a surprising diversion of time and energy into aggressive displays, squabbling, and outright GHTS. The examples range from bumblebees to European nations. William Hamilton, The Innate Social Aptitudes of Man, 1975. Few students of human social dynamics doubt that nations, RMS, bands, and other groups are subject to selective pressures. The emergence and diffusion of the centralized, tax-collecting and arms-bearing national state as a form of territorial governance during the past half-millennium is an example. The national state became the dominant form of governance because it won wars and induced preemptive emulation among those threatened with military subjugation. Tilly 1975, Bowles and Gintis 1984, Bowles 2004. Similar processes of group competition may explain the evolutionary success of other social arrangements, markets, monogamy, private property, worshipping natural beings, social ranking, and sharing the necessities of life among non-kin. For example, these have been ubiquitous over long periods of human history and have emerged and persisted in highly varied environments. Talcott Parsons, 1964, termed these arrangements evolutionary universals, the most likely explanation of which is that societies adopting them prevailed in competition with other groups. Frederick Hayek, 1988, referred to the markets and private property nexus, his extended order, in a similar vein, attributing its success to cultural group selection. Group competition and culturally transmitted group differences in institutional structure are central to our explanation of the evolution of cooperative behaviors among humans. We stress intergroup competition for empirical reasons, group connect and the extinction or subjugation of loser populations have been among the most powerful forces contributing to the emergence, proliferation, and persistence of novel human behaviors and institutions. Parsons 1964, Tilley 1981, Bowles 2009b. Group differences in institutional structure persist over long periods of time due to the nature of institutions as conventions. A convention is a common practice that is adhered to by virtually all group members because the relevant behaviors, for example, sharing meat or not engaging in extra-pair copulations, are mutual best responses. Conditional on the expectation of similar behaviors by most others, Lewis 1969, Young 1995. We do not here model the reasons why the behavior prescribed by the institution is a mutual best response, but plausible accounts are not difficult to provide. Kaplan and Gurven 2005. Individuals who violate conventional norms, as we saw in the previous chapter, may face ostracism, shunning, and other costs. Boehm 1993. The conventional nature of institutions accounts for their long-term persistence and also their occasional rapid demise under the influence of shocks. The inheritance of group-level institutions results from a cultural transmission process based on learned behaviors, while the tendency to copy behaviors that is common in a population independently of the associated payoffs is a strong influence on learning. We simplify by abstracting from this so-called conformist cultural transmission. Thus in our models, when new members of the population mature or immigrate, they adhere to the existing institutions, not because of conformist learning but because this is a best response as long as most others do the same. The resulting behavioral uniformity in adherence to a group's institutions permits us to treat the institution as a group level characteristic. By contrast, the group beneficial individual traits in our model are replicated by a standard individualness-based mechanism in which altruists are at a selective disadvantage within their groups. We study institutional evolution in ways analogous to the evolution of individual traits. 2.3. Just as the individuals in our model are the bearers of genes or socially learned individual behaviors, groups are the bearers of institutions, and a successful institution like the European national state produces many replicas, while unsuccessful ones pass out of existence without leaving a trace. Replication of institutions may take place when a successful group grows and subdivides, forming two groups, or when a group with unsuccessful institutions succumbs to a military, ecological, or other challenge and its vacated site is occupied by colonists from a neighboring group. The evolutionary mechanisms involved in this account are multi-level selection processes with the novel features that both genetically